it to inspect motor circuit control panels without opening them up and exposing technicians to risk. An air gap is all that's required for ultrasound inspectors to pick up partial discharge activity inside the panels. Air gaps can be around the panel doors or through the cooling vents. In the event that a panel is hermetically sealed, simply place a magnetic mount ultrasound sensor on the outside of the panel and listen directly through the steel cabinet. Unreliable electrical assets represent risk for both physical and human assets. Reliability leaders must be focused on the preservation of both. Ultrasound represents a safe, easy, reliable technology for assessing the presence of risk and the need for maintenance intervention in electrical assets. It's a low-cost technology with a fast competency curve.
Guardians of electrical assets must not only warn stakeholders when problems arise, they must suggest an action plan. And the complete instructor's philosophy must include the 4 phases of guardianship. The first is discovery. In the discovery phase, inspectors inspect and detect to reveal potential looming trouble. Following the discovery phase, we move to the observation phase. And here, we measure and trend data from the asset and we watch it evolve. The trend guides us into the planning phase, where data is analyzed and condition assessed. Criticality of an asset plays a role in determining which replacement spares to keep readily available, as well as the labor and the time requirements to fix things right again. And finally, the restoration phase is where we act and we report our actions. Now, our actions are a product of careful planning, and the report must answer the 5 important questions. What's wrong? What's at stake? What's required to repair? What is the risk of doing nothing? And how does it impact each and every asset stakeholder? Let's take a look at some of the ultrasound solutions that are available to inspectors in search of defects that are impacting electrical asset reliability. Let's start with the SDT340, this guy right here. Now, the SDT340, this is a multifunctional data collector that can be deployed for every ultrasound application. But inspectors need to inspect and detect anomalies on medium and high voltage assets from a safe distance. Therefore, they connect the 340 to SDT's long-range parabolic dish and use its laser pointer to discover arcing, tracking, corona, and other sources of partial discharge. Once that's plugged in there, now we're able to scan and hear sources of ultrasound. Some of those sources of ultrasound may be as far away as 50 meters or more. Let's put that parabolic dish away. When inspecting electrical cabinets, there's no need to open the panel and expose the technician to a risk of arc flash or shock. Not with the convenience of this flexible sensor, which quickly connects to your 340 right here. And now you can do close-up inspections through any micro-sized air gap. What makes the 340 unique is its ability to record a dynamic signal from a few seconds all the way to 10 minutes. This data set is then analyzed in the Ultra Analysis Suite 3 software in both the time and the frequency domain, allowing inspectors to assess the severity of a defect while classifying that defect as either nuisance or destructive corona, or worse, arcing, tracking, and surface tracking. There's our SDT340. Let's set this back over here. And let's bring out our Ultra Checker. The Ultra Checker, switch that on, is also a multifunctional ultrasound detector, meaning it can be used across all 8 application pillars for ultrasound. But the most powerful diagnostic capabilities found in the 340 are stripped out to provide inspection personnel with a simple, versatile, affordable solution for electrical inspection. Now, we can attach our parabolic dish to the ultra checker for ultra long distances, remember beyond 50 meters, and get that laser pinpointing as well. But many inspections can be carried out inside 15 meters. And for those closer up inspections, we can use the AirSense, which plugs in here. And with my AirSense, I can make close-up inspections. But if I want to go for longer distance inspections, I simply attach my extended distance module. And with this is really no different than just putting your hand over here. You know how elephants can hear things from such far away? Because they have enormous flaps on their ears, and they pick up large sound waves. So this is, in essence, doing exactly the same thing. Now we can go up to 15, maybe even 20 meters away for our electrical inspections. So most substations, transformers, insulators on poles, this is all we need to inspect them. Find sources of partial discharge, the ultra checker. Now, there are going to be instances when we want to monitor an asset continuously. And for that, we have the vigilant. Now, in medieval times, we relied on knights to watch over the kingdom's assets. And these guardians were constantly vigilant against threats. SDT's vigilant, right here, watches over electrical assets such as oil-filled transformers and wind turbines, and alerts us when either electrical or mechanical problems threaten the health, reliability, and the safe operation. This is the vigilant mobility, meaning it can be taken with us into the field and deployed wherever it is we need it. Or it can be left in a panel, and it can be left to do its job indefinitely. So here we have it. Here's our vigilant, an 8-channel continuously monitoring solution that utilizes airborne ultrasound, structure-borne ultrasound, and structure-borne vibration sensors to detect early changes to operating condition. Now, Vigilant's monitoring and analysis software makes Vigilant data accessible from any internet-connected device with an internet browser. This system is currently in use on slow-speed gearboxes in wind turbines, as well as massive infrastructure-critical electrical transformers, commonly used in steel production, in mining, or in power transmission and distribution and generation. Permanent control of any electrical asset is possible, so don't be alarmed. Be vigilant. And finally, we have SonoView. Now, SonoView is an ultrasound imaging camera that brings asset reliability into focus. Acoustic imaging technology is extremely trendy, and rightly so. This is awesome. Using hundreds of digital MEMS sensors in concert with a vivid multi-pixel camera, SonoView reveals microsonic sources of ultrasound at distances beyond 150 meters. 150 meters. Then it displays the anomaly on a real-life image or video. Inspectors can create thousands of asset images or videos and store them to its massive memory. Cataloging and retrieval is easy, and the digital image details exactly where the defect originates. SonoView is the only acoustic imaging camera with heterodyning capabilities, meaning inspectors not only see crisp, clear images in movies, but they actually hear the destructive forces of partial discharge in their Bluetooth connected headphones. Therefore, inspectors can avoid misdiagnosis by combining their visual acuity with crystal clear audio signals. Remember, the 4 phases of the inspector's philosophy are discover, observe, plan, and restore. These actions are incomplete without the ability to create logical, actionable reports. To speak more about how reports are created with SonoView data, here's Jeffrey, Chief Developer of SonoView Insights. Jeff, tell us about the importance of report generation with this marvelous insights platform that you've created for SDT and the SonoView.
Thanks, Alan. You have provided so much insight into how ultrasound can alleviate extensive downtime and, more importantly, the harm that unreliable electrical power systems can cause to the health and safety of our colleagues, as well as our valuable assets. In 2022, it's a natural progression to use ultrasonic or other hardware in the field to capture data and see in advance the potential failure and human harm that can be caused, and then to take those findings into a software-based interface to seamlessly analyze, trend, document, and effectively communicate these findings. And friends, it is not only to save money, but rather both money and the lives of our colleagues. As you can see here, SonoView Insights is a web-based application accessible through any modern web browser. And once you receive a SonoView acoustic imaging camera, you're available to register for Insights. I'm going to go ahead and log in. And right away, you can see my dashboard. From the dashboard, the first area is this top row of 4 tasks that can be completed with your SonoView Insights. We can generate a new leak report. We can generate a new electrical report. We can generate a new LDAR report, or we can add and edit compressor system information. Now, when you're newly registered to SonoView Insights, it ships with a very typical compressor system, so you can get to work right away testing out the web application. What most people do is add their new system right away. This is based on your actual operating system. We'll give it a new now. It's air. You can give it a description here. This is just so others using or others that are building reports are able to understand which system they're choosing. If you have multiple systems, we'll give it a typical pressure of 100 PSI, a typical compressor capacity of 5,600 cubic feet per minute, and typical power of 98 kilowatts for a motor output. And we'll say this runs 24 hours a day, 365 days a year for 8,760 hours. Now, when you're first registered for Insights, one question we do ask is which currency you would like your reporting to be in. We happen to be in Canada and we use Canadian dollars, so you can see I'm in Canadian dollars. Our typical electricity cost is roughly 12 cents per kilowatt hour. I'll go ahead and put that in and I'll create my system. And you can see my system has been created. So from here, I can generate a new leak report. That's what we're going to do. I happen to have some leak images. I'm going to select the compressor system right here that we just set up. It gives us the description here. I can ensure that I'm using the right system. And I can give a very descriptive name for the title, and maybe even line numbers, etc., machine numbers. And there's a reason for this. The more descriptive we get, especially once we have hundreds of reports generated by multiple technicians or colleagues in the system, you can see on the left-hand side, we can sort. The more descriptive we get, the faster we can find older reports. Maybe I just want to find all line 6 reports, and there they come up. Or maybe I want to find specific machine numbers. So again, the more descriptive you get, the better capabilities, or the more efficient capability you have for searching reports, especially once we have hundreds of reports in our system. I'm going to go ahead and select my leak images. I happen to have some right here. I'm going to select maybe the first 10 here. I got 10 images. I'm going to upload my images. It gives me a preview. I can quickly, at a glance, see, yes, those are my leaks. I can upload as many as I would like in here. There's no real limit. So if you go out and do a route, upload the entire route, I'm going to go ahead and click build report. And right away, I can view my report. I can see the individual leaks, or I can return to my dashboard. Let's go ahead and take a look at the report with nothing being done. So you can see a PDF is generated. I can download that PDF. I can share that with management. It gives me, who inspected it, when I inspected it, as well as based on which compressor system. So we know where these calculations are being made. And it gives us an estimated total loss impact. And it's an estimation. We give you a range. It's somewhere in that range. And it's red because it's a loss impact. Now, you're not seeing any savings impact, and this is because right now we haven't acted on any of these leaks. We haven't performed any type of repair or made any notes to start acting as a savings impact. Throughout the report, you'll see each leak gets one page with the image from the camera, as well as the data from the camera. And if there's a estimated leak flow rate and estimated loss to it. You also get some notes here where we cannot calculate an accurate estimate because not within 3 meters of the source for this one. So we're suggesting there's something happening here, move closer, get a better image, and we can get an estimate at that point. You'll see the ones where, here's one here. The estimated loss impact annually is 12 to 14 Canadian dollars, as well as the leak flow rate, 0.015 cubic feet per minute if left to run all year with nothing being done. Probably going to cost you somewhere in this range. And you'll see notes. Well, there's no notes in here yet. You're able to put notes on the camera. They will come over if you add a memo on the acoustic imaging camera itself. Will come in here. So let's go back to the dashboard, because this is where the continuous integration comes in. We can actually go now and see our report and each individual leak or image on it. So maybe the first one, I want to remove it from here because we didn't set a distance, or maybe I want to add some notes. Maybe I want to add that it's at column A1 and requires more attention, because we do need an image within 3 meters. I can save that note. If we go and view the report again, you'll see that note is now on there. Again, we still don't have an estimate, but we have some notes here. Maybe we want to go ahead and get another image next week. Or, like I said before, we can just remove that knowing that we're going to go ahead and get that again. So now we have this next one here. We can go through each one. We can add locations of the trouble found. We can add notes if it requires a shutdown, or if we want to sign somebody to fix it. And if we add notes here and then save them, if your colleague logs in, they're going to see those notes. That's the continuous integration. We're able to communicate amongst our team and continue editing notes with everybody being able to see each other's notes. It's an endless amount of notes here. You could essentially write a small novel if needed. I may have gone out because finding these leaks is all for naught if we're not going to do something about it. So maybe I've gone out and I've acted and I've repaired this. I'm going to mark it as repaired. Instantly, it's green. Instantly, we're seeing a savings impact. And if we go to our report now, we're going to notice an adjustment, especially on the title page. where our loss impact has gone down and our annual savings impact is starting to go up because we're starting to act on the leaks we have found. I'm going to go ahead back to my dashboard. We can continue on with this editing or making notes and repairing over time, and we'll see the greens start to go up. And that's exactly what we want. We can always go to our dashboard. Now below the four tasks that we can create at the top of the page here, we'll scroll down, you'll see all the reports that have been created by everybody on our team. And you can sort by everybody on your team. So maybe I just want to sort by my name and see the reports I've done. And you can see the loss impact. This is total for, looks like 8 reports I've created. This is total annual loss impact for all reports I've created, as well as my savings impact. We'll go back to the entire team and we can view each of these reports or each of the individual leaks on any of these reports. And we're getting a quick glance here. The other thing we have is download all insights. This was requested by many a management team to have a quick downloadable CSV to really see the return on investment from the SonarView acoustic imaging camera. Essentially, it takes all individual leaks into a CSV, reports what the loss impact is or what the savings impact is. So it's a really quick glance, a really quick way to see return on investment of the camera. I'm going to go ahead and generate a new electrical report. Again, very similar to a leak report. We just provide less information. There's no real loss impact we can provide. But again, a report name should be very descriptive. And again, this comes into sorting hundreds of reports in the future. And I'm going to select my electrical images. I just happen to have some PRPD images taken with SonarView camera. I'll grab the 8 images here, it looks like. Load in. Quick preview. Yes, those are my images. I'm going to build my report. Very similar to a leak report with less information. You can see the images on here. It's associated PRPD footprint, if you will, or graph. Again, as well with notes. So if we go back and I look at my leaks, now I can go in and I can start adding location notes. I can add part numbers, etc. Any notes that about safety, if it requires shutdown, etc. We'll save my notes. I can go in and mark that as repaired. Maybe I've repaired a few of them. There we go. And we can always go back and view the report again. And you'll see the ones that have been marked repaired show up as repaired with the available notes from any technician. That's it at a nutshell. When you register for SonarView Insights, you do get one administrator. Your administrator can then add and remove technicians from your team and see who's active. And those are the names that come up available in this list here, so we can see who's using it and which reports they've created. And again, on the side here, we do have the sortability or searchability for all reports. So if I wanted just line 6, okay, maybe I want to take, here's a line 6 electrical report. I could go back and see it at any time. That's it for SonarView Insights. And I just wanted to put out there as a reminder, all these web applications, anything that we can trend analyze, view, gather all this data, make notes on, is all for naught if we're not acting on it. And that's really the key point there, to be able to act on these, to actually make a difference in your place of work. That's it for me. Thank you, Alan.
Electrical assets are costly to own and operate, and they need to receive more attention than they do. But if reliability teams only pay attention to the rotating assets and they ignore partial discharge One day they will find that those shafts, those bearings, those couplings and gearboxes have stopped spinning for good. Therefore, we urge you to hear more with ultrasound and give electrical asset reliability and safety the attention you know it deserves. Hear more, my friends, and contact your local SDT regional partner today and get a demo of any of these amazing ultrasound solutions. So long. Thank you for listening.
Hello, welcome to Electrical Maintenance Safety Devices from IRIS. Today we're going to talk about three types of electrical maintenance safety devices. We're going to talk about infrared windows, ultrasound ports, and thermochromic solutions. IRIS has many types of electrical maintenance safety devices available, but today this will be our focus. In the pictures that we're looking at now, it's very easy to see that thermal imaging is a very useful tool. However, it can be quite dangerous to take such pictures without having an infrared window to be able to look through and take these pictures from. If you were to have to open the cabinet door to take such pictures, you would absolutely need to be wearing PPE. This type of protection is very important because it is the differential of air pressure which would cause or trigger an arc flash to happen. What I mean is, if conditions were right for an arc flash, it would be opening the door that would cause that flash to actually happen. So the best thing to do and the safest thing to do is to keep the door closed and use an infrared window. In this photo, we can see that a thermographer is using the camera to look through a polymer-based infrared window. What's so good about a polymer-based window is that they will never change color, they'll never crack or break, and they have an unconditional lifetime warranty. This is only from IRIS. Usually, and in the past, many customers have used crystal windows. And crystal windows do have a bad reputation because they do change color over time. This is because they're hygroscopic. They absorb the humidity that's in the air and they change color. They also crack and even break if you push the door too hard on the cabinet. They usually only have a 1-year warranty. But IRIS invented the polymer window. It's the world's first window made from a plastic substance. In the past, the only thing that could allow infrared to pass through it was crystal, but now we have polymer. There are 4 types of infrared windows from IRIS. The VPT series is a round window, polymer based, and we make round windows because, well, quite frankly, many customers are used to seeing round windows, and crystal had to be round. It had to be round. And the largest crystal window you could buy on the market would be 4 inches. For our round windows, we offer the same sizes as crystal always had, which was 2 inches, 3 inches, and 4 inches. Or we can say 50 millimeters, 75 millimeters, and 100 millimeters in size. So we do offer the VPT series of round polymer windows. The CAP CT windows are aluminum. They're rectangle and very large in size. The CAP ENV is also rectangle in size and made from stainless steel for harsh environments. And then we have custom windows that can be made of any shape or size. We're going to talk about each one of these. First, let's talk about the VPT series. Once again, it's a clear polymer. You can see through it with your eyes, with a flashlight, with IR camera, or even ultraviolet. It's a fixed and stable IR transmission rate, which means it will never change color. Once you set the transmission rate, it will be the same for the next 10 15, 20 years of service. It will not change color. It's made from UL94 plastics and available in 2-inch, 3-inch, and 4-inch sizes. And this is the actual viewing area. In a crystal window, you lose the area that's around the edges because it's going to be curved. But our windows are flat. Has a stainless steel cover, and it's once again 20 to 25% larger because of it's not being curved around the edges than the crystal windows. These are some pictures of crystal windows that have changed color and have absorbed the humidity in the air and have cracked and broken over time. Some people may argue that they can get a better picture from a crystal window than a polymer window because it seems logical that if the grill is in the way, then you're not going to get as good of a picture. However, when we make a test between a crystal window and a polymer window, you can see here the results. On the left is a 33% loss using the crystal window because of its very thick glass. It's very thick crystal. Only a 22% loss with the polymer window. That's because when you put the camera right up against the grill just kind of disappears as if you're looking through a fence. If you're standing very close to the fence with your face right up next to the fence, you're going to see very clearly through the fence. If you stand about 20 feet away from it, you're not going to see very clearly through that fence anymore. So the idea is to take your pictures with the camera right up next to the polymer window. This is the CAP CT series. It's an aluminum-based polymer window, which is 4 inches in size, 6 inches, 12 inches, 18 inches, and 24 inches. These are standard sizes in stock. Usually we can ship within 5 days of your order. So these are very large windows, as I mentioned. They have an unparalleled field of view from a single infrared window. Sometimes a customer will have to put 3 infrared round windows to see 3 different places, 3 different phases in the cabinet. That means he has to cut 3 holes. Now it only needs 1 hole. So the cost of installation is much, much less when you buy a large infrared window. So this is IP65 rated, used for indoor applications where you have an air-conditioned environment in the control cabinet area. There's fully certified IEEE, UL, CSA, DNV, and ABS, and even more. The CAP ENV series is a window that is made out of stainless steel. It's used for harsh environments. It's available in 4, 6, 12, 18, and 24-inch standard sizes. It is arc containment tested to IEC 622-71-200. Now let's be clear on what that means. The pieces and parts of a cabinet cannot achieve IEC 622-71-200 rating. The whole cabinet, the entire cabinet, has to be tested and get approved and get the rating from IEC 622-71-200. Therefore, since we cannot receive any kind of rating or certification for this 622-71-200, what we can do is have it tested at a third party, have it blown up to the ratings of 622-71-200 and see if it passes the test. And that's exactly what we did. We sent our stainless steel infrared windows to a third party company. They simulated the exact conditions to the test maximums of the 622-71-200, and they blew up the cabinet. And we passed the tests with all of our different types of windows, and we can share that information with you about the testing and the test results. It has upgraded sealing and gasket systems. It's fully certified to IEEE, UL, CSA, and all of the different ratings. IP67 rated, 100% stainless steel construction. Iris also offers custom solutions for their IR windows. The photograph you're looking at right now is a dead front panel, or you can say a sub panel. When you open the cabinet door, there will be a sub panel there. To remove the sub panel, you need to have 2 or 3 people all wearing PPE to take that panel off so that you can conduct your inspections. However, now with Iris Solutions for Custom Solutions, you can just remove the sub panel and throw it away, and we will send you an entirely new sub panel with the IR windows already built in exactly where you want them to be. We're going to make drawings for you. We're going to send those over to you, and you can approve those drawings when you see them and say, yes, this is where I want the windows to be. And then we will ship your new product. You bolt it in, and now you don't have to remove that sub panel ever again. This is just one type of custom solution from Iris. There are many types. So, in conclusion about our discussion of IR windows, we want to ask, what is the motivation for your company? Is it reliability? Is it safety? Or is it efficiency? So when we talk about reliability, the money and time saved can be used for more inspections using the same inspection budget. So if you have so many dollars already reserved for inspection, well, with your infrared windows installed, you can make 4 inspections per year now instead of 1, because you're saving 80% or 90% of the time that it took to do that inspection. If you do 4 more inspections, we're not going to say 4 more, but 4 in total throughout the year, if you make 4 inspections instead of 1, you get 51 times more reliability, or MTBF, mean time between failures. 51 times more, not 51% more, 51 times more reliability by making 4 inspections instead of 1. And you can do this with the same budget you have now when you add infrared windows. Okay? Is safety your motivation? Okay? Arc flash safety, NFPA 70E compliance, being able to show your insurance company that you're making your inspection rounds and having proof of that, okay? So they're going to lower your insurance premiums because of this. Or is it efficiency? Is it the time and money can be saved and used for the company? Okay, is it the money that's saved and can be used for other things? So it's one of those 3 things. Is it reliability, is it safety, or is it efficiency, or is it a combination of all of those things that would be your motivation? Okay, using polymer windows allows for larger windows, which means fewer windows are needed compared to round windows, and this saves installation costs. Polymer windows won't break or change color, and the total cost of ownership will be decreased. Downtime due to electrical failures will be substantially decreased, and the life cycle of electrical assets will be increased. Now we will talk a little bit about ultrasound ports. Ultrasound is a great way to make inspections, electrical inspections. It can give you the ability to determine whether you have a problem of tracking, corona, or arcing just by listening and looking at the graphs that you're seeing in front of you. You can understand very deeply what's happening. Is it a loose connection inside? And how bad is that problem? The problem with making these inspections, however, is that normally you would have to open a small port. As you can see in the picture, the man has a PPE glove on. I'm sure he's wearing a whole suit there, because when you take the cover off, the differential pressure of air from inside and outside the cabinet is there now, and that's what could spark an arc flash if conditions were right inside. So we looked at this problem on the next slide, and we think we have a solution for that for you. So here it is. This is a great alternative and a great way to do your ultrasound testing. You simply plug into a 4mm jack that's built into your infrared window. Now, this is an option on the infrared windows. It doesn't come with the infrared windows. Once again, it is an option that you request. Very low cost, only $50 for this option. Okay, and it allows you to listen for arcing, corona, and tracking on any ultrasonic device that accepts a 4mm audio jack. So it also comes as a single port. So it doesn't not have to come inside the infrared window. It can come separately on its own as a small little separate port. Now, you might notice that there is a tag, a blue credit card looking tag at the bottom of the window on the door, on the inside of the door. This is the eSentry tag, and it allows you to track your inspections. So if you have ultrasound inspection and an IR inspection, then you can take your Android device. You can turn on the NFC, Near Field Communications Protocol, and press the phone against the card, and it will read who was the last person who inspected that cabinet. What was the results of that inspection? What was the infrared and ultrasound results of those inspections? And this helps you keep track, because when you leave and walk away, your Android phone talks through the cloud back to your laptop, and your laptop accumulates all of that information from all of the windows that you have in your facility, and it lets you know who inspected them, when they got inspected, and what the problems were. You can even create a maintenance route by using this method. Now we begin our discussion on thermochromic solutions. So what are thermochromic solutions? They're over temperature indicator devices for monitoring wire insulation. So IRIS is unique in the use of thermochromics for electrical system monitoring. The word thermo means heat and chromics means color. We have the patented technology for memory effect, which is sometimes referred as color lock. So what happens is you take a purple thermoclip, as an example. We're going to talk about the thermoclips, and you push it onto the cable. If it turns pink, it means the cable went over 70 degrees. And we're going to talk a little bit more about that in the next slides. There are three types of thermochromic products from IRIS: the thermoclip, the thermowrap, and the thermospot. Now let's talk about the thermoclip. The thermoclip is a purple clip which you simply push onto the cable. It's waiting for the outer jacket to turn over 70 degrees Celsius. And if this happens, thermoclip will turn pink. So it's very easy to open the door and see a pink clip. If everything's purple, you're good. If you see 1 or 2 or 3 pink clips, you have a problem. And you may not have a problem right now. It may be a problem that you had a week ago. But now everything looks normal, but you know it's not. You know that that clip is purple or pink, and because it's pink, you need to investigate and find out why. So this is a very important first line of defense in any electrical reliability program. It's very quick and easy to install. You don't have to disconnect any of the cables to install it. You just simply push it on. It requires no power. It requires no maintenance. It's very, very fast and easy. It is that first line of defense in your electrical reliability program. There are 5 sizes to cover 17 gauge all the way up to 750 MCM in wire size. And it's suitable all the way up to 36 kV. We have many real-world examples to share. This is one from Walmart. Actually, it's Asda, which is owned by Walmart in Europe, and they were having a lot of troubles with the cables overheating in their chillers, their chill store systems. And it was the use of the thermoclip which really helped them understand where these problems were coming from. So what's in it for you, for the end user? Well, for the operations leader, it's unplanned downtime. That's what he is based on. His KPI is based on, his key performance index is based on the reduction of unplanned downtime. And that's what thermoclip does. It gives you a tool to identify those loose connections and failing components before the system goes down. But here's something else that maybe you haven't considered. The maintenance leader, he can get the equipment back online after the failure so much faster now because thermoclip provides a visual indication to the responding technicians of any connection issues as the cause of failure. So you see, normally the technician would have to test 200 or 300 different types of connections because, as I mentioned before, loose connections is the #1 cause of failure. That's what he's going to look for first. But how long does it take to test 200 or 300 connections? It takes a while, 30 minutes, 40 minutes. Well, now he opens the cabinet and he looks inside and he sees 2 pink clips. How fast was it that he was able to identify where the problem is originating from? So he can go straight to the problem and get it fixed. That's a huge reduction in downtime. We all know that unplanned downtime is very expensive. I can go through these numbers, but I think we all already understand that $1 million is the average 4-hour unplanned downtime cost, and there's many other associated downtime costs as well. Well, the thermoclip is the lowest cost solution that you can put in place today to lower all of that unplanned downtime costs. It is absolutely the lowest price front line of defense. Here we can see a few more examples of thermoclips being deployed. Here we can see a few common questions. Someone might say, I already perform IR scanning. Well, thermoclips is complementary to IR scanning and provides 3 additional benefits. The memory effect for seeing the past anomalies, okay, failures that happened in the past. If you're taking an IR scan, you're taking a snapshot. You're looking at what's happening right now. What happened last week? Well, you don't know unless you have a thermoclip in there. The speed of troubleshooting and a downtime event. If you've already gone down and your production line has stopped, getting that line back up and running as fast as possible is your #1 concern, and thermoclip's going to allow you to do that. It's going to allow you to save about 95% of your time in troubleshooting. Identifying problems on assets that are not receiving IR scans. Okay, that's another benefit. So when you can't see it with an IR scan, now you can see it with the thermoclip. Here's another thing people might say is, I think there might be a risk to having it in my system. Well, thermoclip is benign in the system and it's not in the electrical circuit, requires no power and no communication. Therefore, it does not introduce any risk. Another thing people might say is, I can't see the clips in a medium voltage cabinet unless I have a window. And this is true. While this is a true statement, having the clip installed is quite important, as the inspector or thermographer will make their routine inspection and see a pink clip informing him of overheating that occurred in the past. So you see, just because you can't see it in the medium voltage cabinet at the moment you want to, doesn't mean that it's not useful. It's very useful for when that thermographer comes to make his inspection, he's going to be able to see that a problem occurred in the past. Additionally, it's a reason for you to go ahead and install IR windows, not only for the safety of your thermographers who are doing their inspections, but so that you can send your own people on periodic inspections to look for the clips. Here we can see an IR window with an inspector not wearing any PPE, looking through the IR window for the thermal clips. In regards to approvals, besides UL 94, no other approvals are needed, not even CE. The materials we use have been REACH certified, and we can provide a letter to the end user regarding this matter. In conclusion, thermal clips are the lowest cost solution for preventive maintenance. These clips are the front line of defense for any electrical reliability program, and although low in cost, the impact for safety and savings is as high or higher than any other PM program on the market. It's so easy to install. It requires no batteries or electricity, requires no support or training. Unskilled workers, and I mean unskilled in thermography, can easily see that a problem exists. Has many benefits such as memory effect, troubleshooting, and monitoring assets that you normally can't see with thermography. And there's no risk to adding thermoclip to your electrical panel. The Thermo Wrap is another product in our thermochromics lineup from Iris. The Thermo Wrap is used when the thermoclip cannot be used. So the H5 thermoclip can fit up to 750 MCM, which is 31 millimeter OD. So the Thermo Wrap should be used for applications larger than that. Okay, it's set up such that there is a white strip that goes all the way around the wrap, and when heated or activated to 70 degrees Celsius, that white strip turns black. This color change happens at 70 degrees, and it will stay permanently black. It's a color change, it's a color lock. Even if the temperature goes back down, it will stay black so that you can see a problem occurred. In this slide, we can see the technician looking through the window for the thermo wrap. And as you can see, on phase A on the left, the stripe is black. And on the picture on the right, there are 5 white strips of the thermo wrap, but the one on top has the black band. It has been activated. And finally, there is the thermo spot. The thermo spot is a self-adhesive surface temperature monitoring label for plugs, adapters, and extension sockets. It gives you 24/7 monitoring and a visual indication of elevated temperatures before any plastic insulation damage occurs and long before the development of fire or breakdown. So as you can see, the red dot means something bad has happened. And actually, in this case, 52 degrees is what it's looking for. 52 degrees is when you'll see that red dot. If you don't see the red dot, it will be white or very, very light pink, but you're looking for that red dot as a fault. As you can see, Iris is presenting 3 types of thermochromic products: the thermoclip, the thermo wrap, and the thermo spot. Thank you for your time today. We appreciate you taking a look at our infrared windows, our ultrasound devices, and also our thermochromic products. Thank you again. Hello. Well,
Thank you very much. And that concludes the presentation of our first technical presenter from Spectrum Scientific Corporation. We will now proceed to the awarding of the Certificate of Appreciation. May we call on the 2008 and 2009 Chapter President of La Union, Engineer Jovencio Pataweg.
Good morning to everyone. Thank you, Ms. Monique. Allow me to read the citation. The Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines, Incorporated, presents this certificate of appreciation to Spectrum Scientific Corporation in grateful acknowledgement of its distinguished and invaluable service rendered as the technical presenter during the 23rd Northern Luzon Regional Conference with the theme Leadership, Rising Above Adversity Through Passion and Commitment, Leading on the Road to Recovery, thereby contributing immeasurably to the prestige and success of the conference. Hosted by IIE La Union Chapter via Zoom video conferencing. Given this 26th day of February 2022 in the city of San Fernando, La Union. Signed by Engineer Amor P. Rivera, Chapter Vice President for Technical Affairs. Signed by Engineer Roger N. Noliar, Chapter President. Signed by Engineer Francisco P. Fontanilla III, Northern Luzon Regional Governor, and attested by Engineer Mary Jean C. Armiendo, Chapter Secretary.
Thank you very much, Engineer Pataweg. And we will now proceed to our next topic for this morning. May I call on the PRO of the La Union Chapter, Engineer Joel I. Foronda, to introduce our next speaker.
Our next technical speaker hails from San Fabian, Pangasinan. He earned his degree of Bachelor's of Science in Mechanical Engineering in year 2000 at Don Mariano Marcos Memorial State University, Mid La Union Campus, San Fernando City. An OFW in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for 6 years from 2011 to 2017 with the position of Senior Mechanical Engineer at Sohair, Fayez and Partners. He is also connected to EDS Consultancy and Engineering Services from 2009 to 2011 as project in charge, and assigned mechanical engineer 2 years in the state of Qatar from 2006 to 2008. He gained his professional mechanical engineer in the year 2013. He has a certification as fire protection specialist from NFPA in 2017 with certificate number 4497, and his fire safety practitioner with COC number LAG 05 FSP 0069. He is the current General Manager of Berilio Engineering Services and Construction Supply, and likewise FMED Consultant of Makati Medical Center from 2017 to present. He is a Fire and Life Safety Consultant of AC Ong Consultancy Incorporated in Makati City. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our technical speaker for this 23rd IAE Northern Luzon Regional Conference 2022, Engineer Arthur Q. Merillo, PMA.
Let us give a round of applause to our resource speaker, Mr. Arthur Q. Marillo Jr.
Hello? Naririnig niyo ba ako? Okay lang? Ako po ay nagpapasalamat unang-una. Ako po ay nagpapasalamat sa pag-invite niyo sa akin dito para sa topic na enforcement and administration of fire safety measures. So, first of all, I would like to thank Engineer Joel Foronda for inviting me. And then, acknowledging the presence of Honorable BEE member Jaime Mendoza. So, inaano ko rin, yung mga kasama ko dito, yung mga alumni ko sa DIMSU. So, maraming salamat sa pag-attend. So, okay lang. Hello? Yan na yung ano niya. Kasi parang nagbabackfire. O sige. Basa ko naman. Okay lang. So the topic given to me is enforcement and administration of fire safety measures. Actually, this topic is found in Rule 9 of the Fire Code of the Philippines, RA 9514. So it is divided into 6 divisions. Division 1 is the general. Division 2, fire safety evaluation and inspection. Division 3, fire safety compliance report, FSCCR, and the fire safety maintenance report. Division 4 is fire safety inspection certificate. Division 5, fire safety clearance. And Division 6, fire insurance data required. So among these divisions, we are going to concentrate on Division 2, Division 3, and Division 4. Kasi ito yung mga kailangan natin sa pag-apply ng permit before and during construction. So we go on Division 1. So Division 1 General, A, inspection of all buildings, structures, facilities, and premises, hazardous operations storage facilities, and transportation vehicles of hazardous materials, and determination of compliance with RA 9514 and its RRIR shall be done by city, municipal fire marshal having jurisdiction. B, fire safety inspection shall be conducted as a prerequisite to grants of permits and or license by local government or other government agencies. Take note that no certificate of occupancy, business permit, or permit to operate shall have issued without securing a fire safety inspection certificate and from the city municipal fire marshal having jurisdiction. So, pag nakikita natin ito, dalawa yung certificate na pwede nating kunin sa BFP during and before construction. So before construction, you are going to apply for fire safety evaluation clearance. And after construction, you are going to apply for fire safety inspection certificate. Fire safety inspection certificate has two, dalawa yan. So fire safety inspection certificate for building occupancy and then fire safety inspection certificate for renewal of business permit. So note, failure to secure FSEC prior to construction of the building is illegal, and a penalty ranging from 37,500 to 50,000. You can find this one in section Division 2, we go on Division 2. Fire safety evaluation and inspection. Building plan review, inspection during and after construction, and business routine. Inspection shall be in accordance with the Citizens Charter. So saan ba natin makikita yung Citizens Charter? Ang Citizens Charter na sinasabi dito, makikita natin doon pag nagpunta ka sa BFP. Yung mga nakasulat doon na nakatarpulin. So nakasulat yan lahat kung paano yung procedure, kung ilang araw bago ka makakuha ng mga permit, gaya ng FSEC and then FSIC. So section 9.02.1, building plan review. So this section is basically on the application of FSEC. FSEC again is fire safety evaluation clearance. You cannot do any construction without first securing your FSEC. As per the law, earlier as I have mentioned, it is punishable or a penalty of 37,500 to 50,000 will be given. So section 9.0.2.1, building plan review, A, the plan evaluator shall undertake the necessary evaluation and review of the plans in accordance with the guidelines issued by the chief BFP for this purpose, indicating whether or not such plans conform to the fire safety and life safety requirements of RA 9514. So for this purpose, a fire safety checklist shall be used to facilitate the checking or be submitted to the chief fire safety evaluation section for review and recommendation of the city municipal fire marshal having jurisdiction. B, the city municipal fire marshal having jurisdiction, upon evaluation of the recommendation, will either issue FSEC or notice of disapproval, as the case may be, and upon payment by the owner authorized representative of the fire code construction tax and other appropriate fire code fees. So gaya ng sinabi ko kanina, itong section 9.0.2.1 is basically in how you are going to apply for your FSEC. Take note again that FSEC is a requirement prior for starting your construction. So it is taken before starting your construction. So, other page, no building plan shall be evaluated without the submission of fire safety compliance report in accordance with Division 3 of this rule and the pertinent documents required under the BFP Citizens Charter. D, the procedure of securing FSEC shall be in accordance with the BFP Citizen Charter. So going to section 9.0.2.2, inspection during construction. During construction, renovation, modification, alteration, the city municipal fire marshal having jurisdiction on the basis of issued FSEC shall inspect the premises to determine whether the plans and specifications are being followed and fire safety precautions are being observed. He or she shall cause the correction of any defects, deficiencies noted when necessary. So ito po yung area na kung saan, kung ikaw ay nakakuha na ng FSEC, so sometimes during construction, pumapasyal yung BFP, and then chine-check kung yung mga fire safety measures ba ay nasusunod. So wag po kayong magtaka kung during construction may mga pumapasyal sa atin ng mga BFP sa ating mga projects. So section 9.0.2.3, inspection after completion of construction. So in this section, we are talking about the securing of FSIC. FSIC is known as Fire Safety Inspection Certificate. So FSIC, dalawang parang division. FSIC for building occupancy and then FSIC for renewal. So magkaiba po 'yan. So yung FSIC for occupancy, kinukuha po 'yan pagkatapos ng project. So FSIC naman for business permit renewal, yan po yung kinukuha natin pag nagre-renew tayo ng business permit. So yung FSIC for business permit renewal, yearly kinukuha. Yung FSIC for occupancy, one time lang. So wag po tayong malito doon. Baka isipin natin is dalawa-dalawa yung pinapaano sa atin. Actually, dalawa talaga. FSIC for occupancy and then FSIC for business permit renewal. So going to section 9.02.3 or other page. So from B, the fire safety evaluation section shall review the findings of the FSI and recommend to the City Municipal Fire Marshal the issuance of FSIC for occupancy or notice of disapproval. The City Municipal Fire Marshal will either issue the FSIC or notice of disapproval as the case may be upon payment of appropriate fire code fees. However, if it appears during inspection that the subject establishment is already occupied or operating, a notice to comply shall be issued to the owner, administrator, occupant, and the procedure under Rule 13 of this code shall be observed. Sa atin dito, kung sino man yung mga dito, yung nasa building engineers, maraming nangyayaring ganito. So usually nagpupunta si BFP sa atin and then nag-i-issue yan ng notice to comply. Actually, maraming nagtatanong sa akin regarding dito na bakit ganon. So nagbibigay sila ng, actually yung notice to comply is good only for 15 days. So nakasulat yan sa fire code, so 15 days. Binibigay sa inyo yung notice to comply na yan to correct all the violations na nakita ng BFP doon sa building natin. This notice to comply is only applicable for building na established constructed buildings. So hindi siya doon sa mga newly constructed buildings. So yun. So C, testing and commissioning of fire protective and warning system of the building shall be conducted by the installer, contractor during inspection to be witnessed by the FSI. FSI stands for Fire Safety Inspector. No FSIC for occupancy, take note of this one, no FSIC for occupancy shall be issued without submission of fire safety compliance and commissioning report. Later on, we are going to discuss this one, the FSCR, FSCCR, and then FSMR, which are all required by the law para isubmit natin para tayo ay mabigyan ng mga necessary permits natin. So this is very important. So I think this will get your interest kasi mandatory ito na ibibigay ng BFP. You cannot renew, you cannot construct without submitting FSCR, FSCCR, and FSMR. We are going to talk this one on the latter part of the topic. So section 9.0.2.4, business routine, annual inspection. Inspection for the purpose sa A. Go back. So A, inspection for the purpose of business, mayor's permit, and other permit or licenses application. 1. The city municipal fire marshal shall cause the inspection of premises of any industrial, commercial, or business operations and issue the necessary FSIC as a prerequisite for the grant of mayor's permit. Next page. 2. The designated FSI shall conduct final inspection in the establishment, prepared an after inspection report, AIR, using the prescribed format, and recommend the issuance of either FSIC or appropriate notice. The Chief Fire Safety Evaluation Section reviews the findings and recommends to the City Municipal Fire Marshal for approval or disapproval. He, City Municipal Fire Marshal, will either issue FSIC or notice to comply. So ito yung pinag-uusapan natin kanina, dalawang bagay. So after inspection, after construction, so fire safety inspection person from BFP will inspect, will do final inspection of the premises or the building being constructed. So pag nakita ng BFP na yung system natin is okay as per as-built plans. So we are going to submit as-built plans sa BFP. Pag nakita naman nila and then during testing is okay naman yung mga system natin, magre-recommend yan, magbibigay ng recommendation yan sa FSES kung approve ba or hindi. Pag hindi yan na-approvean, you are going to rectify all those things na nakita ng BFP. So pag na-rectify yan, again, we are going to start on the procedure of applying for this one. Inspection again. Pag na-approvean na, saka tayo makakakuha ng FSIC for occupancy. Take note, again, FSIC for occupancy, kinukuha lang yan one time. One time lang yan. Bago matapos yung building or bago kayo mag-occupy ng building. So from this one, number 3, no FSIC shall be issued without the submission of Fire Safety Maintenance Report, FSMR, if applicable in accordance with Division 3 of this rule and payment of appropriate fire code fees. The procedure of securing FSIC shall be in accordance with BFP Citizens Charter. Actually, dalawa to, yung BFP Citizens Charter. So from B, routine annual fire safety inspection on existing buildings, structures, and facilities other than for business, mayor's permit, and other permits or licenses application. So the city municipal fire marshal shall cause the conduct of routine or periodic fire safety inspection, re-inspection, or inspection arising from the compliance of any building, structure, facility, or premises, not failing under paragraph A for this section, for the purpose of determining compliance with Republic Act 9514, otherwise known as the Fire Code of the Philippines. Next page. If necessary, copies of all plans, design, calculations, and specifications for the building as it was built, constructed, or in the absence of the same, copies of the all plans, design, calculations, and specifications of the building as it is at the time of all of the inspection and FSMR, if applicable, in accordance with Division 3 of this rule. The FSI shall prepare an AIR after inspection report and recommend to the City Municipal Fire Marshal appropriate administrative courses of action provided under this Rule 13 of this code in case of any violation of RA 9514 and its RIRR. This section pertains to the application of FSIC for business permit renewal. Dalawa yung FSIC natin, di ba? FSIC for occupancy and FSIC for business permit renewal. Yung FSIC for business permit renewal, kinukuha yan yearly. Yearly yan kinukuha. So nagpupunta si BFP sa atin, nag-i-inspect. Kung may nakita yan na discrepancies sa ating fire protection systems, take note, fire protection systems is not only talking about firefighting or sprinkler systems. Pag sinabing fire protection system, nandyan yung firefighting, sprinklers, nandyan yung FDAS, nandyan yung building components, especially yung mga ano natin, means of egress. Very important sa atin yung means of egress or sa BFP sa pag-check ng permits natin or yung plano natin. Diyan nila tinitignan lagi yung means of egress natin kung tayo ba ay nakakomply. Gaya ng sinasabi ng ano natin ng fire code. Ang means of egress minimum of 2. Maraming building since nasa consulting, marami akong nakikitang building na ang fire exit ay iisa. So ipinagbabawal po 'yan kasi ang fire exit sa isang building dapat 2 minimum. Depende yan sa occupant load. Ang occupant load natin 500 and below, minimum 2, 1,000 and below 3, 1,000 and above occupant load, 4 exit minimum. So doon po binabase yan. Kasi yan yung usually na tinitignan ni BFP pag nagche-check yan. So usually dyan din bumabalik yung mga plano sa atin. Kaya dapat alam ni architects na yung mga requirements na yan is laging tinitignan ni BFP. Sa atin naman, sa electrical, sa generators, sa mechanical, usually yan sa sprinklers. Take note yung FDAS pinag-uusapan namin kanina. Ang FDAS, 'di ba, na inaano ng PECE, so electronics. So definitely nagbigay si BFP, National BFP ng memo before regarding this one. So ang sinabi niya sa memo is FDAS system or design of FDAS system shall be signed and sealed by either PEE or PECE. So malinaw 'yan. So pag sinabi sa inyo na PECE dapat nakapirma dito, no. Kasi ang mandato ng BFP, 2. Nagbigay sila ng memo last year under general yung dating dating BFP chief. So yun yung mandato. Take note, FDAS shall be signed and sealed either PEE or PECE. So wag po kayong pumayag na pag sinabi na PECE lang. So 2 yan, either both. So ganon. So going to Division 3. So I think this is the most important part of this topic, Division 3, how you are going to create the fire safety compliance report, fire safety compliance and commissioning report, and then the fire safety maintenance report. So Division 3, fire safety compliance report, fire safety compliance and commissioning report, or FSCCR. So section 9.0.3.1, the applicability. All private and public buildings, facilities, and structures to be constructed, altered, or modified, which by reason by their use, size, and height are required to install any or combination of the following. So wet standpipe, automatic fire sprinkler system, and then the FDAS. So sa isang building, pag nakita mo na yung building mo is mayroong isa or any combination of these 3, kinakailangan po nating mag-submit ng FSCR, FSCCR, or FSMR. Sa mga buildings naman, halimbawa sa bahay, so wala ka namang makikitang ganito, so no need for you to submit. Kung hinanapan kayo ng BFP, kailangan mo ng ganito, FSCCR, no need, kasi wala yung 3 yan. Wala kang standpipe, wala kang sprinkler, or wala kang FDAS. So sa mga buildings lang na mayroon ka nito, you are allowed, you are required to submit your FSCCR, FSCR, and then FSMR. So next page. So all existing private and public buildings, facilities, or structures covered by paragraph A hereof shall be required to submit fire safety maintenance report annually. So yearly yan, yung FSMR. Annually to the City Municipal Fire Marshal when securing FSIC for business permit. Certificate of Annual Inspection for PESA, Registered Enterprises. DOH license to operate and other permits and licenses where FSIC is a prerequisite. So, Itong B naman, ang sinasabi dito, FSMR is required for your renewal of FSIC for business permit. So yearly kang dapat gumagawa nito, FSMR, Fire Safety Maintenance Report. This is very important dahil parang ang mandato ng BFP is to give this job sa private kasi dati yan ginagawa yan ng BFP. So ang mangyayari ngayon, so yung FSMR sa atin sa mga buildings sa building engineers, ang nangyayari ngayon sa FSMR, dapat mayroon ka nito for the whole year, and then you are going to compile all those testing reports, and then submit these testing reports to BFP para may issuehan ka ng renewal. Yan nila tinitignan. Ang nangyayari kasi ngayon, kahit based on my experience, maraming building ang wala nito. Maraming building ang walang fire safety maintenance report or mga maintenance records. Hindi sila nagkakandak ng mga testing records nila, most especially sa FDAS and then sa firefighting. Wala. So, Section 9.0.3.2, Fire Safety Compliance Report. Fire Safety Compliance Report is a requirement or prerequisite when you are applying for your fire safety evaluation clearance. Again, fire safety evaluation clearance is a prerequisite for the application of construction permit sa OBO. So, kailangan mong pumunta kay BFP, mag-submit ng FSCR para makakuha ka ng FSEC. Yung FSEC mo is a requirement para isubmit mo sa OBO, Office of the Building Officials, para mabigyan ka or mag-grant ka ng building permit. So, yan po yung sequence. So, Section 9.0.3.2A, one set of FSCR shall be submitted to the City Municipal Fire Marshal by the building owner, duly signed by the engineer, architect of records, and his/her fire safety practitioner. Take note of this word, fire safety practitioner. Duly accredited by the BFP. It shall contain a detailed designer analysis of all fire safety features to be installed in the proposed building together with 3 sets of plans and specifications. The FSCR is a prerequisite in granting fire safety evaluation clearance. Therefore, you cannot get or you cannot have your fire safety evaluation clearance without submitting your FSCR. So, B, the engineer, architect of records and fire safety practitioner shall ensure and certify that the design, criteria, and specifications of all fire safety features are appropriate to the proposed project and compliant with the provisions of RA 9514 and its RIRR and other related codes. So, next page. The FSCR shall contain, among others, the following. So, ito po yung nilalaman ng FSCR natin. 1 is the short description of the project. 2, statement of the codes and standards used in the design. 3, discussion of fire protection and life safety issues. Under this A, building classification and construction materials used. So, hazards of contents and combustible loading, including fire scenarios if design is performance-based. C, occupancy classification. D, structural requirements, specifications of building spaces. E, exit and egress description. So ito yung pinag-uusapan natin kanina. So dapat makagawa tayo ng ganito, makabuo tayo ng detailed na fire safety compliance report bago ka makakuha or makasecure ng FSEC. So ang pumipirma po nito is fire safety practitioner issued with certificate of competency from the BFP. So, napaka-tedious yung trabaho na to. One time, gumawa na kami nito. Napakahirap kasi pag tinitignan mo yung description nito, kailangan alam mo lahat. Alam mo yung FDAS, alam mo yung electrical, alam mo yung civil, structural, alam mo yung architectural, and of course, alam mo yung sprinkler. So limang ano yan, limang divisions na dapat makabisado natin. Sa structural or sa architectural, ito yung isa sa sinabi ko na kanina, ito yung pinaka-importante sa lahat, yung exit and egress description. So ano ba to? Yung exit and egress description. So it pertains particularly on means of egress. So ang isang bagay na nandito, dapat magkaroon tayo ng calculation. What is the time? What is the time for the last occupant of the building para makalabas ng building in case of emergency? So, napakahirap gawin yan. So, mayroon tayong mga series of calculations na gagawin. So, dapat kabisado natin. So, next page. So, F, fire suppression description. G, design criteria used for sprinkler systems, standpipe, other suppression systems, water supplies, fire pumps, capacities, portable fire extinguishers, hydraulic and other calculations, riser diagrams. H, fire detection, alarm, communication, evacuation systems. So, FDAS. So, I, smoke control management. So, kailan ba natin kailangan ng smoke control management? So, kailangan natin yan if our building is considered as high-rise. High-rise, as per fire code, pertains to 15.5 meters and above. So, sa NFPA, magkaiba yan. Sa NFPA kasi 23 meters. So, maraming tanong dyan. So, ano ba yung susundin natin na description ng high-rise? Sa NFPA ba or sa fire code? Kasi ang sinasabi din ng fire code, all your design shall be in accordance with NFPA. So, ang kasagutan dyan, kung magkaroon ng discrepancy yan, ang kasagutan dyan is follow what is written in the fire code. Kung 15.5 meters ang nakasulat sa fire code, ang high-rise natin dito sa Pilipinas is 15.5 meters. Sa US yun, 23 meters. Okay? So yun yung nilalaman ng fire safety compliance report natin. Ulitin ko, mahirap gawin ito. So dapat kabisado natin lahat. So maraming mga engineers, architects na gustong maging fire safety practitioner but unfortunately lack of experience. Proudly saying na isa akong fire safety practitioner. I was given certificate of competency by the BFP way back in 2018. So, but definitely unfortunately yung FSP ko is expired. So lahat ng FSP ngayon expired. Walang COC or FSP na valid. All are expired. Kasi na hold in abeyance way back in 2018. I think somewhere in May or June na hold yan. So section 9.0.3.3, fire safety compliance and commissioning report. So when are you going to need this fire safety compliance and commissioning report? So FSCCR is needed in applying for your FSIC for occupancy. So very important din ito na kailangan natin pag ikaw ay mag-a-apply na ng FSIC for occupancy. Ibig sabihin, tapos na yung construction mo, kailangan mo na mag-apply ng FSIC para ma-occupy yung building. So kailangan mo nitong fire safety compliance and commissioning report. So, next page. So, ito, punta tayo sa B. The contractor, construction manager, or person in charge of the construction and his/her, again, fire safety practitioner, shall certify that all fire protection and life safety features indicated in FSCR for building permit, including amendments thereto, which must be approved by concerned authorities, have been properly installed and implemented. They shall also certify that the building complies with the safety requirements of RA 9514 and its RIRR. C. The FSCCR shall contain, among others, the following: short description of the project, statement and description of the changes made in the design, plans and specifications. So ito yung mga ano, dahil habang nagko-construct, alam naman natin lahat na habang tayo ay nagko-construct, nagkakaroon ng mga revisions sa site, on site. So kahit gaano kakagaling, na-prove namin to dati nung nasa Qatar pa ako, kahit gaano ka-detail yung ginawa mong plano, coordination drawing na sinabmit mo sa authority, later on pag nagpunta ka sa site, inimplement mo yun sa site, nagkakaroon pa rin ng banggaan. So hindi natin maiwasan yan. So iyon, yung sinasabi dito sa section B na to is yung as-built. So as-built design. Definitely, pag natapos na yung project, magsasubmit ka sa BFP ng as-built design. So yan yung tinitignan nila para pagbasehan doon sa inspection. So the FSCCR shall contain, among other, 3, standard used for authorized changes. Certification that the fire safety features in FSCR for building permit have been implemented, including approved amendments thereto, and the completed building complies with RA 9514 and its RIRR. Number 5, testing and commissioning certificates for all systems. Next page. 6, close-out documents shall be signed by installing contractor, professional engineers, or architects. So A, as-built plan, calculations, specifications, report, test report, product data sheet, and material test certificate. So ito po yung nilalaman ng Fire Safety Commissioning and Compliance Report na kailangan natin sa pag-apply ng FSIC for occupancy. So going to section 9.0.3.4, Fire Safety Maintenance Report. A, the building owner shall submit to the City Municipal Fire Marshal one set of FSMR duly signed by the building administrator and his/her fire safety practitioner during the regular annual fire safety inspection. FSMR is a prerequisite for the issuance of FSIC for business permit or mayor's permit renewal. Certificate of annual inspection, permit to operate, PhilHealth accreditation for hospitals, DOH license to operate, and other permits and licenses being issued by the government agencies. The FSMR shall contain, among others. Next page. The detailed report on conducted annual maintenance of all installed fire safety and protection system, duly certified by the building fire safety practitioner, safety officers, or a third-party consultant specializing in said installation. 2, fire safety lectures, drills, and preparedness activities conducted within the year. So B, the building owner or his/her authorized representative, registered business owner, tenant, or his/her authorized representative, or the building administrator and his/her fire safety practitioner shall certify that all fire safety issues are addressed and that will require fire safety systems are installed and maintained as prescribed in RA 9514 and its RIRR and other applicable laws. They shall also keep an updated record or regular inspection, scheduled testing, and or regular preventive maintenance to ensure proper operational conditions. So this was the one I am discussing earlier regarding sa FSMR. So dapat meron tayong mga records na tinatago. Yung records na ito, ang sinasabi dito sa B, halimbawa yung word na testing records sa firefighting, nakasulat sa Fire Code of the Philippines, shall be in accordance with NFPA 25. Pag binasa natin yung NFPA 25, napaka-tedious nung maintenance procedures. For your fire pumps, I'm talking about firefighting system. Ang nakasulat sa NFPA 25 for fire pumps, for diesel fire pumps, if you are using diesel fire pumps, So once a month yung testing yan. For electric, uh, I think pag hindi ko alam kung nagkabaliktad sa electric, I think 2 weeks. So every 2 weeks, you are running your fire pump for 10 minutes. So yun po yung testing niyan. Everything from the bulbs, everything, lahat tinitignan natin yan. Kasi yan yung nakasulat sa NFPA 25. So may mga ano doon, may mga frequencies. So ang nakasulat naman dito, applicable laws. So pwede naman nating tingnan yung ano dito, yung PEE code or Philippine Electrical Code or Philippine Electronics Code. Marami tayong nakikita ng mga nag-i-install ng firefight or FDAS system. Exposed yung conduit, ang ginagamit PVC. As per PECE code or PEE code, so alam naman natin na bawal yon. So dapat metallic. Exposed conduits shall be metallic, no? Metal. So it's either RSC, alam naman natin, IMT. So pag naka-embed lang sa wall, pwede tayong gumamit ng PVC. So marami tayong nakikitang ganito during inspection. So pag tinignan ni BFP, ganyan yung naka-install, pwede nilang sabihin na dapat magpalit ka ng metallic kung yung conduit mo is exposed. So sa C, the fire safety maintenance report shall contain among others the following. Again, short description of the building or facilities, statement of testing and maintenance standards used, discussion of the fire protection and life safety issues, A, exit and egress. Next page. Exit and egress. So number of active exits, maintenance records done on egress components such as doors and enclosed stairways. So it is one of the most important part ng pag-issue natin ng fire safety maintenance report is yung egress. Dapat nating lagi na check na yung exit doors natin ay maayos. Usually yan kasi ang nangyayari dito sa Pilipinas, yung exit natin ginagawang regular stair, so labas-pasok yung tao, so nasisira yung hinge. So mamaya hindi na siya naglalapat, hindi na siya nagsasarang maayos. So yun po yung nangyayari diyan. I can attest to that kasi yan yung nakita kong isa sa Makati Med nung by the way, consultant pala ako sa Makati Med. So nakikita ko yung doon yung exit doors. Ginagawa kasing regular stairs kasi mas malapit. So ang tendency noon, bottom line, nasisira yung hinge. So hindi na siya naglalapat. So in case of emergency, pwedeng pasukan ng usok yan kasi nakanganga. So dapat nakikita natin yun lagi. So ito yung sinasabi dito. So sa B, fire suppression. So fire suppression is part ng firefighting system. So dapat maayos lahat ng firefighting system natin. Okay ba yung natin? Okay ba yung fire pump? Okay ba yung system natin? Meron ba tayong fire extinguishers? Required fire extinguishers in every location na sinabi ng BFP. So dapat okay lahat 'yan. So isang bagay dito na nangyayari is yung, ewan ko, sigurado ako na naranasan nyo na to. Tanong ko lang sa inyo, yearly ba kayong nagre-renew ng nagre-refill ng fire extinguishers? Hello? May tanong lang po ako sa inyo. So yearly ba tayo nagre-refill ng fire extinguishers? Nire-require ba? Yes. So, ang sinasabi sa fire code, hindi. Ayun. So, nalaman na po natin. So, hindi po yan, wala pong binabanggit ang fire code na yearly kang mag-refill ng fire extinguishers. Ang binabanggit sa fire code is yearly maintenance. So, ano ba yung maintenance na yan? So, you are going to, inaalog-alog yan, tinitignan mo yung gauge kung okay pa ba, tinitignan mo yung hose kung brittle pa or hindi na. So yun yung nakabase doon. Pero pag sinabi sa atin na yearly na you are going to refill, wala pong nakasulat na ganyan. So pwede po nating i-question yan. So yun po yung diyan sa fire extinguishers. So again, It is not yearly, it is not mandatory na yearly kang mag-refill. Nagbigay na rin ng I think nagbigay si BFP ng memo regarding this matter. So hindi niya nire-require. Kahit natignan natin sa fire code, walang nakasulat diyan na yearly na mag-refill ka. Maintenance yearly meron, pero yung refill wala. So okay. So from C, fire detection, alarm, communication and evacuation systems, testing and maintenance records done on the components of the detection and alarm system including the fire alarm control panel. So dapat mandatory din sa atin, lalo na sa mga building engineers, na yung FDAS natin, na check natin always. Kasi minsan malfunction na pala, hindi natin alam. So yun po yun. So dapat mayroon tayong records na ganon, kasi yan yung kinukumpile natin para makakuha tayo ng FSIC renewal for business permit. So D, smoke control management system. So if applicable only, gaya ng sinabi ko, kailangan mo nito kung ang building mo is high-rise. Okay? Next page. So E, emergency power supply. So dito na pumapasok yung sa electrical, maintenance and testing records of the system components of the emergency power supply. F, other testing maintenance records including test results of the elevator recall systems. And G, other applicable systems. So kung ating mapapansin, yung tatlong certificate na to, tatlong certificate, FSCR, FSCCR, FSMR, iisa yung yung nakasulat na diyan, shall be signed by a certified fire safety practitioner. Shall be signed by a fire safety practitioner. So therefore, no one is allowed to sign or certify yung FSCR, FSCCR, or FSMR if you are not a fire safety practitioner. So very important po yung fire safety practitioner nowadays. Pero ang good news, naka-hold in abeyance pa yan. So hindi pa kailangan sa ngayon. So ang kailangan lang is yung fire safety maintenance report. Pero ang nakasulat dyan, building administrator pwede. Kaya kung si BFP nag-require sa inyo nang mag-submit ka ng fire safety maintenance report for your FSIC renewal for business permit, tama po yun. Pero hindi nire-require na ang pipirma is fire safety practitioner. So building administrator will do. So yun po yun. Pero later on, as time passes by, kasi ang last na sa amin, ang last na binanggit sa amin, yung guidelines nito is nasa table na ni Secretary Anyo. So definitely, pag pinirmahan ni Secretary Anyo yan, mandatorily, ora-orada, ipapa-implement na nila yan. So wala na. So kailangan natin kumuha or maging fire safety practitioner. Dito sa Pangasinan, I think mayroong dalawa. The problem is yung isa, hindi engineer. So ito yung yung topic na yon, section 9.0.3.5, fire safety practitioner. Only fire safety practitioner issued with certificate of competency shall be allowed to prepare, sign and certify the FSCR, FSCCR and FSMR. The issuance of COC shall be pursuant to the duly issued guidelines. Ito yung sinasabi nating guidelines. Nasa table ni Secretary Anyo, so hindi pa niya sinasign. Pero pag napirmahan to, mandatorily, yung fire safety practitioner will be required in every buildings. Okay? So, next page. So, ito po yun. Ito po yung ID ko as a fire safety practitioner na binigay ng Bureau of Fire Protection from Region 4A. And then your COC. From the right side, yung COC, Certificate of Competency. And then yung ID ko sa left side, fire safety practitioner. So, paano tayo makaka-acquire nito? Gaya ng sinasabi ko, wala pa yan sa hindi pa natin alam kasi yung guidelines nasa table pa ni Secretary Anyo. Pero ang procedure nito is you are going to take your COC first before acquiring your fire safety practitioner ID. So, ang kailangan mo nito is seminar from the BFP or sa kanilang accredited na organization. Actually, I am the regional chairman ng Philippine Integrated Fire Protection Organization dito sa Luzon. So, ang ano namin dito is ang PIFPO is applying for MOA, Memorandum of Agreement with the BFP. Kasi kami yung organization na isa nilang tinitignan para magbigay or makapagbigay ng trainings and seminar para sa COC. So, hopefully, when the guidelines will be signed by Secretary Anyo, hopefully isa kami sa makapagbibigay ng training para sa COC. So, yung COC kailangan natin para tayo maging fire safety practitioner. So, yun po. So, next page. So, Division 4, Fire Safety Inspection Certificate. So, Section 9.0.4.1, FSIC as a prerequisite for issuance of permit license. Upon compliance of the fire safety requirements under Rule 10 of this RIRR, a fire safety inspection certificate shall be issued by the City Municipal Fire Marshal as a prerequisite for the issuance of certificate of occupancy, business permits or permit to operate, licenses, and other permits issued by the following LGUs, Office of the Building Officials, PhilHealth accreditation for hospitals, Department of Health, PEZA, other government agencies. So, again, ito yung inaano natin na very important yung FSIC sa atin. Lahat ng agencies, private or public, kailangan nito. Basta nandoon yung sinasabi din natin kanina na wet standpipe, sprinkler systems, or yung FDAS. So if your building ay mayroong isa dito, FDAS, wet standpipe, or sprinkler systems, you need to take this FSCR, FSMR for the issuance of your FSIC because ito ay prerequisite for issuance of permits. Again, without securing these permits, you cannot renew your business permit sa FSIC. FSIC for business permit. Again, you cannot have your construction without securing your FSEC. Again, you cannot have your occupancy without securing your FSIC for occupancy. So, I think you understand yung pinag-usapan natin ngayon dahil ito ay isa sa pinaka-importante na nakasaad sa Fire Code. Dapat alam natin yung procedures on how, the step-by-step procedures on how to apply for these permits para hindi po tayo, alam na natin na hindi tayo nalilito. Kasi maraming nalilito sa mga bagay na to. Napakaraming tanong sa amin, bakit ganito, ganyan sir? Bakit ganyan? So kung hindi mo alam, we are ignorant of the law, magtatanong talaga tayo. So ang pinaka-bottom line here is for you to read your Fire Code of the Philippines kasi ito po ay mandato. Mandato ng batas, mandato ng gobyerno. It is a Republic Act 9514, so it is a law. So everything na nakasulat diyan dapat nasusunod. So I think that's all. So maraming salamat again sa pag-invite sa akin. So I hope na may nakuha kayo doon sa aking topic. Nasabi, so any discussions later on or any questions, pwede nating i-entertain. So, I think entertain ko na lang mamaya pagbaba ko dyan. Kung may mga katanungan kayo, tanungin nyo na lang ako personally. Okay, salamat po.
Thank you very much, and we will now proceed to the awarding of the Certificate of Appreciation. May I welcome back or call again Engineer Jovencio Bataweg to read the citation, and may we please call on Engineer Roger Noliar to award the certificate on site.
Thank you, Ms. Monique. At this juncture, allow me to read the citation. The Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated awards the Certificate of Appreciation to Engineer Arthur Q. Merillo Jr. in grateful acknowledgement of his distinguished and invaluable service rendered as the technical speaker with the topic Enforcement and Administration of Fire Safety Measures during the 23rd Northern Luzon Regional Conference with the theme Leadership, Rising Above Adversity Through Passion and Commitment, Leading on the Road to Recovery, thereby contributing immeasurably to the prestige and success of the conference. Hosted by IIE La Union Chapter via Zoom video conferencing, given this 26th day of February 2022 in the city of San Fernando, La Union, signed by Engineer Amor P. Rivera, Chapter Vice President for Technical Affairs, signed by Engineer Roger N. Noliar, Chapter President, signed by Engineer Francisco P. Fontanilla III, Northern Luzon Regional Governor, and attested by Engineer Mary Jean C. Armiendo, Chapter Secretary.
Thank you very much once again to Engineer Arthur Q. Merillo. Let's give him a round of applause. For our next featured speaker, may I call on the 2019 Chapter President of La Union, Engineer Stella R. Paredes.
Thank you, Ma'am Monique. I have the honor to present to you our next speaker. Our next speaker is a result producing professional with over 30 years of experience in driving sales growth in the design and construction business, experience in converting every opportunity into success, and of driving profit and growth in the organization. Well-networked and highly successful in implementing business process improvements, defining company direction, achieving goals, change and optimizing business procedures. President and CEO, 2005 to current, of RT Picolera Construction Corporation, Picolera Consultants Incorporated. Chairman of the Board, 2016 to current, Grap Construction Corporation. Chairman of the Board, 2016 to current, Pierce Daniel Electric Corporation, BP for Engineering. 2010 to 2015, RRGC Luxury Group, BP for Finance. Let's all welcome Engineer Rodrigo T. Picolera, former National President.
Good morning. So, we only have 55 minutes to complete the presentation. And please bear with me kasi meron tayong 100 slides na ipipresent. No? So, that's 100 slides on the IIE bylaws. Pero yung iba dyan, nireduce na natin. No? So, we are looking at 1 minute per slide lamang para we can complete the presentation by 12 o'clock. Okay? So, allow me to share with you my colleagues in IIE, our IE bylaws. So ito yung ating 2019 bylaws, no, na approve. And then the purpose of this presentation is for our members, no, to have a knowledge. Kasi ito yung ating ito yung ating Bible, no. So members dapat very familiar tayo dito sa bylaws natin. Kaya we tried to just discuss the salient point on the bylaws. Hindi na natin lahat isa-isahin yan, but those important things, then yung document na yan is available naman sa National Office, including the IRR. Okay? So to start with, so we'll be discussing Article 1 to, I think this is up to 16, no? But we'll just focus our discussion on Article 2. A few discussion on 3, 4, and 3 and 4. Pero isa sa mga critical dito yung Article 5, no? Yung rights and obligation of members. Kasi sometimes ito yung hindi natin naintindihan. Sometimes ito yung wala sa mind natin. Especially in Article 2, no, yung purpose and objective of our organization. So basically, pag very familiar kayo sa Article 2, Article 5, Article 7 and 8, and hanggang 11, then that would give you the overall picture what our organization is. So this is basically to present to you yung structure, no? Structure natin at saka yung how our organization would like to run. Next. So Article 13, information ito about the election para lahat magkaroon ng ibig sabihin, pag-panguunawa, no, how the national elections run, then yung mga chapters meeting, the manual, and all that. So, papasadahan po natin lahat yan. Okay? Next. Okay, so Article 1 basically is, this is just the name type of our organization. So, we're very much familiar that we are IIEE, we are APO, and ang ating national office is nasa Cubao. So very lang to, basic. Next item. So we will now proceed to Article 2. So ladies and gentlemen, tingnan po natin, no, na ito po yung isa sa mga pinaka-importante sa atin. Yung purpose and objective. What we are, no, sa ating bylaws. So basically, the purpose and objective for which said corporation is formed is to enroll the membership and unite all electrical practitioners into one dynamic national association. So yan ang primary objective, no, na dapat magkaisa tayo, iisa lamang tayo. So walang kaisipan na dapat magkahiwa-hiwalay. So that's our primary objective. And of course, yung to foster and maintain on the part of the membership the high ideals of integrity and professionalism. So, kung makikita natin, this is one of the area of focus of the 2022 board. Basically, no, yung professionalism. Very timely rin yung issues on ethics. Kasi ito rin yun isa sa mga questions during the interview ng MOAPO, no, yung most outstanding professional association for that. And of course, to promote and safeguard the professional rights and interests of its members. So lagi po nating isaisip yun na we are here to protect, to promote the interest of all the members. So isa puso po natin yan. And Also, kasama din dyan yung advancement ng education and electrical engineering. So basically, kaya yung ating TCPDC come up with a lot of programs no, related to seminars, forums, conventions. So ito yung mga opportunity for this, addressing the objective number 4. Kasama lagi dyan, of course, yung to promote and maintain fellowship and cooperation about members. So this relates to the item 1. Sa atin, as members of the DAI, importante po yan, no, na we have like a brotherhood, no, na hindi tayo magkakalayo sa isa't isa. Next slide. And to continue, we have also to provide forum in interchange and dissemination of technical knowledge, information of ideas and experience. So ito ginagawa na natin to from time to time. No, forum, we invite competent technical speakers and sharing the ideas. So lahat po ng ginagawa natin ngayon kasama po yan sa purpose and objective, no, under number 6. Number 7, discuss on to encourage the scientific inquiries. So ito naman yung mga discussions on research and studies. That's why we have the Research and Development Committee that would take care of this. Next slide. And to render encouragement, assistance, and guidance to all who desire electrical engineering and allied sciences as field of study in DAIBOR. Isang committee natin dyan, yung Student Affairs Committee, has been working a lot of things, especially on yung mga programs on career development, no, sa mga schools. So ito yun, na dito magpo-focus na to really encourage our people, our students to take electrical engineering. Also to promote awareness on electrical safety and educate the public. So very very basic sa atin. What we are today is a professional addressing lagi yung electrical safety ng public for the people and yung premises natin. So lagi po yan. That's why we have all these technical members natin, no? From RME, REEPE, and all that. And number 10 natin is yung active participation sa mga corporate social responsibility. So we have been doing this. Pagdating sa mga bagyo, no, yung response dyan sa bagyo, o yung mga pailaw, mga part of the Balikliwanag program, and others. Any help to the community, o kahit saan po yan, isang direction din po natin yan, no, as an organization. Last one is to promote the development of strong good governance culture. So we have developed dito we have our Code of Good Governance and Code of Ethics. So ito po yung isa sa puso natin, no. These are just a few of the important purpose and objective that the members of the IIE must look into. Now, in Article 3, mabilis lang to, no? In Article 3, so this focus on the membership. So sa membership natin, meron tayong license, meron tayong unlicensed. So sa under license, so this is just part of the review para lang i-refresh, no, yung mind natin, but alam natin na yung iba lahat dyan, very familiar na on this. For licensed members, we have the regular members, we have the life members, we have the senior members. So dito sa new bylaws natin, ang isinama na natin dito as regular member, itong mga RMEs na kasama natin. So yun yung mga nabago dyan compared nung 2011 na bylaws. Next slide. And fellows. So yung fellows natin, these are senior members who have qualified, no, and confer the distinction as fellows by the Board of Governors. So, by invitation po dyan, no, sa fellows as member. Next. For non-licensed members, so we have 3. Ito yung ating honorary members, and then we have the auxiliary and the student members. So lahat naman dyan nakadescribe kung anong ibig sabihin ng honorary member natin, auxiliary, and student member. But those 3, nagfo-fall yung mga non-licensed members ng IAE. Then under Article 5, this is on the admission, disciplinary action, and expulsions of members. So, lahat yan, no, bago ka maging bona fide member ng IAEE. So, ito lamang a process na mayroong application, may endorsement, and may admission. Next. So, on the part of the disciplinary action, basically, ang ano dyan is yung pag nagkaroon tayo ng culpable violations of the bylaws of the Institute or Code of Ethics, no, for the conduct contrary to the best interest of the Institute. Medyo malaking usapin ito, but ito yung pinakabuod, no, na once is a members nagagawa niya to, then that's going to be subject for the disciplinary action. Now, for complaint, ito naman yung normal process naman natin, no? We have the procedure, and the PPC could discuss further on the process of this complaint, no? But basically, a complaint against any member may be filed upon the presentation of the formal complaint in accordance with the IAE rules and handling complaint. So, this is a separate topic na pwede natin pag-aralan lang on that matter. Next. Article 5, this is the rights and obligation of members. So please take note, ito yung isa sa mga critical, no, binabanggit natin kanina. Right and obligations of members. So dito makikita natin, no, na under section 2, yung list of right of members. Kung makikita natin, 2.1 is, ito yung member shall receive IAE magazine, no? And of course, shall be notified by all the general meetings and technical references, which is ginagawa na natin. No, members shall also shall be notified and have approved major policy changes that affects the general membership at least 30 days before its implementation. So this is critical. The BOG, lahat ng mga guidelines, policies, whatever approved by the BOG that affects sa general membership, kailangan within, meron itong i-post, no, or information to the members 30 days prior to implementation. At what they are now doing that. Now, item 2.4, of course, members are encouraged to participate, no, sa mga technical meetings, conferences, conventions. So, we have been in this practice na. But we have to strengthen, no, yung pag-attend ng iba nating mga members that are busy sa kanilang mga career. Next slide. Now, we also have that members shall have the right to vote or may be voted upon. Kaya all the members pwedeng tumakbo as chapter officers. Pwede kang bumoto, pwede kang iboto. So, yun po yung ibig sabihin dyan. Then, yung access to the Philippine Electrical Code, access to IIE Library, and access to assistance and the technical information, and assistance in the renewals of the PRC Professional Identification Card. And plus other rights and privileges na deemed beneficial to the members as approved by the board. Next. Under Article 5, no, yung right of obligation of members. Oh, so ito talaga, this is an obligation, no? Members are hereby obliged to attend seminars and training for competency development. So, ito yung malinaw na statement, no, that obligation ng members. Kung obligated siya to attend, then yung access to those program dapat nakaparallel din dito, which is ito yung ating mga conventions, trainings, and forums. Then regular members shall exercise their voting rights, no, during the ANC or chapter election. We are encouraging every members to participate that. Kasi doon tayo makakuha ng tamang numbers, tamang mga magli-lead sa mga chapter level for this. Article 6, ito naman yung mga fees and dues. So basically, pagdating, we have a required membership dues, no, na kailangan natin i-provide. So those are the things na very basic. Now, when it comes to the information kung saan po napupunta yung ating membership due, ito po yun. 30% of the annual dues shall be form part of the National Operating Fund. So it means that 70% ng membership dues, mapupunta po yan sa chapters fund. So, sa mga chapter officers, very aware of this. Same thing with the life membership fund, no? The sharing. The 25% shall be revert back to the fund, and 75% of the remaining proceeds will be apportioned 30%, and 70% of the national office and the contributing chapter, respectively. So you may request na lang later this presentation para you would be guided in all the information. Next. So this one is on Article 7, yung management of the institute. Ito, kailangan very knowledgeable tayo rito, no? Yung about management of the institute. Dito sinasabi, the affairs and governance of the institute shall be managed by the elected officers or the Board of Governors as policy-making body through the Executive Committee and National Secretariat. So, yun po yung malinaw na statement. Ano ang papel ng Board of Governors? Next. Then, this is just a list, no? How the Executive Committee, yung form ng Executive Committee that's composed of the National President, the 3 VPs, the National Secretary, and the National Treasurer. Of course, the National Secretariat shall be composed of the head of the National Secretariat for this. Next. So, sa Board of Governors naman, yung binabanggit natin kanina na yung taking charge of the policy and all the discussion. So, the Board of Governors represents the ExCom, no? So, ExCom, which is from the National President up to Treasurer, including ngayon, as member, Board of Governors, yung National Auditor, 10 Regional Governors, and the Foreign Region. Next. Okay, so there's no much more critical on this presentation. Next, please. Under Section 8 no, ng Board of Governors, Article 8 ng Board of Governors, please take note na under Section 4 yung absences, that any member of the Board of Governors who has been absent for 4 cumulative regular meetings shall be automatically considered resigned from the Board, but not necessary from the institute. So I think meron din itong similar pagdating sa chapters natin. Next. So duties and responsibilities of the Board of Governors under Section 1 of the Article 9, Board of Governors shall be the policy-making body and shall have the power to act for and on behalf of the institute and shall be responsible for doing whatever may be deemed necessary for the furtherance of the purposes and attainment of the objective. So, kita natin no, sa macro level, it's the Board of Governors the ones deciding all this. So, formulate strategies, policies, and plans and program. Ito, which is very critical, lalo na pagdating sa strat plan. So, dyan ginagawa lahat yung mga formulation ng mga strategies, plans for the year. And after that, during the year, doon na magkakangap ng mga polisiya, no, in the implementation of the program. Review and update strategies, policies, and programs. This basically opportunities, no, na to look into the old ones policies that needs updating and yung mga hindi na napapanahon ng mga policy that should have updated at yung mga luma na that's going to be superseded na. Study strategies, policies, and programs, its effect and cost to the institute and propose amendment that are doable. So, itong 1.3 on the level of the LELAC, may mga pinag-aaralan na natin ngayon, no? In terms of yung mga bagong kaisipan related to bylaws, no? So, we are looking for amendment with that in the next few years. That's why isa ito sa mga focus ng LELAC on this. And to formulate programs for development of responsible officers of the Institute. And hopefully this one, the board may come up with some program in coming up with this qualified officers or responsible officers. Mahirap talaga on the part of National Nominating Committee. It's not really easy to have this item 1.4 kumbaga ma-realized. Next. Now, the executive committee, ito yating EXCOM, no? Ito yung overseer natin ng general administration ng institute. So, they act on the matters of general administration, resolve matters involving routine questions and administrations, which the Board of Governors may refer. So sila yung unang tatanggap lahat ng mga concerns, no? At pag-uusapan sa EXCOM yan prior to presentation to the board. I recommend to the Board of Governors reforms and measures that may involve modifications and ratifications sa BIA policies and bylaws. Policies and procedures. So, ito yung binabanggit natin kanina that sa level ng EXCOM, lahat yan pinag-aaralan muna nila until such time na na-screen na, napag-aralan na, saka lang nila ipipresent sa BOG. Next. Article 10, so creation of the committee. Sa ating creation of the committee under Article 10, ang bago rito is the Bids and Awards Committee. All others still the same. Ito lamang yung nadagdag with then few committee parang ni-reward lang siya. So for this matter, Bids and Awards Committee responsible for the preparation of bid documentation necessary for the bid invitation. So ito na yung improvement ng process pagdating sa procurement natin, which is part of the Code of Good Governance. No, itong coming up with a Bids and Awards Committee. This is being headed by the EXCOM. Now, on 1.3, ito yung Legislation and Legal Affairs Committee which we represent. Represent the institute in the government bodies for the purpose of enacting or amending legislation. So, sa ngayon, there are two bills no sa Senate and Congress na yung proposed bill no ng new electrical engineering law. So, we started reviewing that law on that, then coming up with our comments no kung meron man tayong mga makikitang suggestion or improvement. Next. Then still the same no yung sa membership we have the Philippine Electrical Code, the Professional Practice Committee, is that the same. Walang changes po yan as in compared to the 2011 CBL. Same thing, ang isang significant changes dito, itong 1.9, no, yung RME Affairs and Electricians Academy Committee, which kanina ito yung focus natin, yung mga RMEs natin, no, at being led by the RMEAC, initiate program activities and address the concern of registered master electricians, develop strategies for technical enhancement, and encourage non-licensed but experienced electricians to become licensed practitioners. So we have also been doing that. But this is a good committee that kumbaga bigyan ng focus yung ating mga RMEs. Next item. Other than that, the Selection and Awards Committee, the Standards Committee, Student Affairs Committee are still the same. So basically, you can just run through the document and come up with a better understanding about the duties and responsibilities of this committee. Next. Also, we have the Training and Continuing Professional Development Committee. So ito sa mga very important worker natin, no, in terms of technical knowledge, information. So they are the ones plan, conduct, and monitor and evaluate the training and continuing education program and competency development for electrical practitioners. So in this case, this is our members. Then other form of ad hoc committees that the BOG may create, no, kung mayroon pangangailangan. Now, itong Article 10, no, yung creation of Special Council Committee, ito yung very important sa ngayon kasi on the part of the Professional Regulation Commission, itong specialty ngayon ang takbo, no. So there are now policies and guidelines na fina-finalize na lang ng PRC related to the specialization. Once na lumabas na po yan, then every practitioner has to apply for the specialization. Maybe this can be discussed separately in terms of the details kung kailan siya, ano yung mga procedures, and how are these people evaluating. Okay, so this one, the College of Fellows. So this is our one of the important committees we have. Next. Next. Article 11. So dito naman, duties and accountabilities of the National President. May mentionin lang natin the National President shall be the Chief Executive Officer of the Institute. No, siya yung CEO. The same thing with the chapter president. So he presides all the meeting, manage the day-to-day, manage actively the general affairs of the institute, implement approval of contracts and everything. So as listed here. Next. Okay, so siya yung ating official representative, no, to all the external affairs of the institute as well. Next. So, ang ating VP for Internal Affairs, basically, siya yung in charge for the convention bureau chairman and the mid-year. And he is also the ones overseeing the conduct of our regional conference. So in this case, sa mga ganitong activity, this is under the supervision of the National BP for Internal Affairs. Next. Now, pagdating naman sa ating BP for External, he act as the 3 exposition chairman during the mid-year and the National Convention. So, yan ang pinaka-critical niya, no, on the exhibit natin for the ENC and mid-year, as well as yung active participation sa mga external linkages with private and government agency representing our organization. Next. For the BP technical, basically he's taking charge of all the assisting the national president whenever necessary, especially on the matters pertaining to the direction and coordination of technical activities of the institute. So, yun po yung specific trabaho po natin, BP Tech. National Secretary natin, so siyang ating in charge of all the correspondence and records, no, sa National Office. At he is also the ones taking care of the National Secretariat and to oversee the standing and other committees as well relative to this office. Next. National Treasurer, basically to oversee the books of accounts and other financial instrument. So, yun ang kanyang sa pangkalahatan, no, related to the financial management. And of course, pabilisin, palakasin, no, strengthen yung mga process pagdating sa mga collections and payments. Of course, very important also dyan is to facilitate the disbursement of fund only upon authorization of the BOG. Next. Sa auditor, yung national auditor natin is, ito yung very important na yung monitor strictly the finances and assets of the institute in coordination with the internal and external auditor. So, this is very critical kasi dito nga natin makikita, especially on the finances or yung mga transaction records sa mga chapters natin, that this must be reviewed by the national auditor. So, ito yung sinasabi dito, review and examine all the institute collection, disbursement, and audit the book of accounts. Okay, so, next. Sa mga regional governors natin, basically, ito rin yun, no? Our regional governors act as the representative of the regions to the Board of Governors. So sila rin yung executive officer sa region level. So they are responsible to organize activities for the development of the chapters covered by their respective regions and render reports to the respective members on all activity at the national level. Next. Article 11 discusses on the accountabilities. So, ito, tingnan natin. No? So, these are just reminders sa accountabilities natin that no income shall incur to the benefits of any officer or trustees. So, dapat po maging malinaw sa atin yan, no? Bilang servant, that no income shall be given for the benefit of any members, that no officer shall decide on the matter affecting the security of employment, growth and development of the employees. So, yan po, no? Tingnan po natin yan as officers, yung part ng Section 9 under accountabilities. Article 12, so grant for removal of office, basically, ito lamang po yan, no? Item 1 to 7, yung culpable violation of the bylaws, the bribery, graft and corruption, misappropriation of fund, engaging business with the institute, and others. So, ito naman, pinapakita lang natin para for us to have an idea kung ano po yung mga pwedeng reason. But, I believe we are professional enough, no, to observe that provision. Article 12, 13. So we are now on the election of the Board of Governors. So dito sinasabi no under section 1.1 Article 13 that not less than 150 days prior to the annual National Convention, the National Nominating Committee, composed of 5 members, shall convene and prepare the documents and guidelines for the nomination. So that's dati 120 days lang, ngayon naging 150 days. This is to give more enough time to the National Nominating Committee to have that complied. No? So under 1.2, there must be less than 120 days prior to annual National Convention. So once they go for the 1.1, so we must have at least 120 days prior to the National Convention. Dapat magkaroon na tayo ng national election. Next. So under 1.1.2, so this is the National Nominating Committee. Very familiar kayo dyan. They are the ones conducting the pre-screening and selection of the minimum of 12 members in good standing, no, as nominees for governor at large. So, mahabang process po dyan, normally, itong ginagawa ng National Nominating Committee. Until such time, they evaluate, they screen, and submit the candidates to the ELECOM. Normally, it happens mga time ng August. Next. So, part of this election, ito yung composition ng ating ELECOM, no? That once we have now the national president, our national president shall appoint the chairman, shall appoint an ELECOM chairman. So in this case, meron tayong 3 from the Council of Former National Presidents and 4 former regional governors that represent the Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. Ang focus ng ELECOM natin is basically to prepare the list of candidates, supervise the production of office, supervise the mailing, and decide on all election protests, no, related to election, and proclaim the winning candidate. So you very specific yung duties and responsibilities of the election committee. Now, in terms of the next process is the complete list of the candidates which correspond to the profiles shall be known to the members at least 60 days before the start of the convention. So ito na yung ipinalalabas, no, na mga prints, yung mga profile ng Gov at large that must be available to the members at least 60 days prior to convention. Next. Now, of course, with all the process, magkakaroon ng representation dyan as Board of Canvassers na dalawa, no, representing from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao, and 1 from foreign region. And this is nominated by the Council of Former National Presidents. Next. Sa election of the Board of Governors, so these are just few lists of the qualification ng Gov at large. So we'll not discuss on this. So next. Under Article 13, Section 4, no, note natin to yung voting prohibition. That members of the institute who are declared as dues delinquent, lacking in the payment of dues and comprehended as member not in good standing and reputation are automatically barred from this right to vote. So, ito po yung binabanggit dyan, no? Na we may have the right to vote, but because of this provision, so yun po yung sometimes na nagiging uh, challenges, no, on the field kapag may mga ganitong experience. Next. Article 14. So pag may mga meetings, basically we have annual meeting and convention. So dito very specific that there shall be an annual meeting and convention of the Institute which shall be held every last Thursday of November. So hindi po yan, that's basically the reason why we have a conference or ANC started Thursday up to Saturday. It's because of this provision po under Article 14. Now, Section 2 sa general meetings, the general membership meeting shall be held at least twice a year. So, ito dito yung mid-year and during the ANC. Now, on the part of the special meetings, special general meetings of the Institute may be called by the Board of Governors as the need arises. So, may mga kaya po inilalagay ito dahil may mga situation na mangailangan po ng special meetings. But may mga conditions din po yan kung kailan ilalabas in terms of giving notice to the members. Next. So dito sinasabi under Article 14, no, Section 4, monthly meetings, that there shall be one monthly meeting of the Board of Governors. So ito yung regular board meeting na ginagawa ng ating BOG. And may redundancies. However, that there shall be 4 mandatory meetings wherein physical presence is a must, specifically on the turnover, planning, or team building, mid-year, membership meeting and conference, and annual national convention. So, yan po yung specific in terms of meetings and conventions. Now, by sending communications, ito po din, no, that at least 30 days prior to the date of the meetings, ma-send na sa general membership about this notice. Now, Section 6, so determining the quorum, we have 50 voting members shall constitute a quorum at conventions and general meetings of the Institute. Maging regular yan o special. Okay? Itong provision na to, sa ngayon, we are now this subject to review ulit, no, kung 50 is good pa ba or not, or may pangailangan ng pag-aralan ito. Now, Section 8, call for meetings. The call for regular special meetings for the Board of Governors shall be made at least 1 week. No? So, ito yung mga notice na sinasabi na nito kanina prior to the date of meeting. So, it cannot be easily that you can call a meeting without prior information to the members. Next. So in Article 15, this is on the chapters and regions, no? Chapter and regions. So this is a creation of the chapters that meron lamang tayong 20 members, you can organize or create the chapters. Pagdating naman sa regions, sinasabi lang naman dito that shall require the approval of the board. So may mga existing policies and procedure po how to create and how to create chapters and how to create regions. The same thing yung chapters, operations and regions, management. The affairs of the chapter shall be managed by the Board of Governors of 9 members, no? 9 members lamang po pag sa small chapters and 11 doon sa mga big chapters. Sila po yung magmamanage niyan. And this is being supervised by ito po yung papel, no, ng ating RGOVs under Section 2.2 that the affairs of the chapter shall be supervised by the governor. Next. Now, Section 3.0 sa chapter officers, ito po dinidefine, no, the difference between the small chapter and the big chapter, yung sa small chapter, wala siyang, isa lang ang kanyang vice president. And with 4 as member of the board. Pero dito sa big chapter, ito yung tatlo na yung vice president. Ito yung internal, external, and technical. So yun yung difference. Yeah. So sa chapter presidents, chapter presidents also the executive officer of the chapter. So lahat ng mga duties and responsibilities niya nakalistaw na po rito under section 5. So you may have that visit na lang at for the interest of time we can no longer discuss details on this. Next. Next. So very similar lang yan, no? Yung sa chapter duties and responsibilities officer compared to the national. Kaya lang, this is more on the level chapter lang. Next item. Next. 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 Now, on this one, Article 16, ito yung sa Manual of Operation. Section 1, dito sinasabi na there shall be a manual operation that shall serve as the information and guidance of the Institute to define the functionalities of the various groups and committees in the organizations related to the plans and programs envisioned for the furtherance of the organization. So ito, we only have ngayon yung ating chapters operation manual. Itong manual of operation, this is going to be improved pa, no? Complying all those provisions na sinasabi rito na pagsasama-samahin on the requirements of the manual of operations. Now, section 2, the code of good governance that serves as guidance for the selection and nomination of the IAE officers. So we have done this already. Meron na po tayong code of good governance kasi part po yan ng requirements ng Securities and Exchange Commission that all entity, no, sa katulad natin, must have a code of good governance kasi ito po yung magiging guidance ng ating mga national officers in serving the Institute. Next. So this is more on Article 17, publications, which we have, no? We have the official publication, we have the editorial consultants, then the subscription. Now, on Article 18, yung amendments, so, of course, in 2019, nakakatatlong taon na po tayo sa ating new bylaws. So, maybe this is the right time as well to, to think, to study again, ano yung mga bagong kaisipan ngayon, no? O ibang provision ngayon na kailangan na ng changes. So, ngayon, we started already having this. Kaya, the board resolution, on the proposals to amend the Articles of Incorporation may be made by the resolutions of the Board of Governors. And we are lahat po ng lahat mga input suggestion about that welcome po yan na makarating po sa atin para mapag-aralan and consideration. And of course, the notice of the amendment. So these are just procedures, no, yung 2.0 pagdating sa amendments ng bylaws. Also the Section 3, pag once na okay na, ito lamang yung how the process of approval of the amended bylaws under Section 3.0. Next. So basically, sa pagmamanage ng Institute, we follow the Robert Rules of Order. So this one, we encourage members to be very familiar with this kasi malaki talagang tulong in terms of facilitating meetings dyan sa chapter level, and of course pagdating sa national you would be very familiar na in the Roberts Rule. Next. Okay, so these are just notes on the dissolution which requires 3/4 of the general membership. Next. So, ito naman yung corporate seal natin. Basically, wala namang changes yan. Atin talaga yan. No? Unless otherwise, magkaroon ng mga amendments on this. Next. Next. So, all the references that is presented, reference po natin yan yung approve CBL po natin. No? So, those members who wants to have this document may just request our secretariat. At of course, mas maganda kung maging very well versed kayo dito para this is to give guidance to all our general membership about the constitutions and bylaws of the institute. So with this, I thank you everyone for the time and listening, and I also on behalf of the Legislation and Affairs Committee, I thank you everyone for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our beloved former National President, Engineer Rodrigo T. Picolera. I would like to call on Engineer Davino Amor P. Rivera to award the Certificate of Appreciation and the citation to be read by Engineer Jovencia B. Patawag. As well as our National President, Engineer Feliciano Padua III, and the former National President, Engineer Alan Anthony P. Alvarez.
Thank you, Ms. Monique. Allow me to read the citation. The Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated awards the Certificate of Appreciation to Engineer Engineer Rodrigo T. Pecolera in grateful acknowledgement of his distinguished and invaluable service rendered as the technical speaker with the topic Constitution and Bylaws of IIEE during the 23rd Northern Luzon Regional Conference with the theme Leadership, Rising Above Adversity Through Passion and Commitment, Leading on the Road to Recovery, thereby contributing immeasurably to the prestige and success of the conference. Hosted by IIE Luzon Chapter via Zoom video conferencing. Given this 26th day of February 2022 in the city of San Fernando, La Union. Signed by Engineer Divino Amor P. Rivera, Chapter Vice President for Technical Affairs. Signed by Engineer Roger N. Ulyar, Chapter President. Signed by Engineer Francisco P. Fontanilla III, Northern Luzon Regional Governor, and attested by Engineer Mary Jean C. Armiendo, Chapter Secretary.
Once again, we give a big round of applause to our former National President, Engineer Rodrigo T. Picolera. Welcome back, and let's proceed to our next presenter. He is from JJ Lab. Let us all welcome Engineer Joel Pineda.
At LAP, we know the way to the future. In an increasingly interlinked world, intelligent connections are more important than ever, turning an industrial communications network into the central nervous system for factory control. That's data communication, made by LAP. Our extensive portfolio of data cables, connectors and switches for Ethernet and Field Bus has everything you need for your network. From a single source, in more than 40 countries. With more than 21,000 data components, we always find the best solution for you. Fast, easy, and hassle-free. As a pioneer in cable and connector technology, we turn your factory into a smart factory with intelligent integration of your hardware, ensuring that information is always available exactly where it is needed. Our cables remain flexible and durable, even in rough production environments and under high stress. For complex processes in robotics applications or for use in drag chains. Maximum data rates sent at high speed. So your machines can communicate every single second. And you can respond directly. Our range of products is your shortcut to more efficient production and greater productivity. With more than 50 years' experience, you can rely on our innovations. We offer a full range of components for your data and power supplies, customized to your needs. Thanks to our expertise, you can sit back and fully focus on your core business. We provide all-round, carefree service worldwide. So you can stay agile, just like your production, and respond to future requirements flexibly.
0.
Let's build your success together and stay connected to the future with LAP.
140.
Welcome back, and let's now proceed to the awarding of the Certificate of Appreciation to JJ Lab. Thank you very much to Engineer Joel Pineda for that video presentation. I would like to call on Engineer Juvencio Patawag to award the Certificate of Appreciation.
Okay, allow me to read the citation. The Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated awards this certificate of appreciation to JJ Lab in grateful acknowledgement of its distinguished and invaluable service rendered as the technical presenter during the 23rd Northern Luzon Regional Conference with the theme Leadership Rising Above Adversity Through Passion and Commitment, Leading on the Road to Recovery, thereby contributing immeasurably to the prestige and success of the conference, hosted by IIE La Union Chapter via Zoom video conferencing. Given this 26th day of February 2022 in the city of San Fernando, La Union, signed by Engineer Divino Amor P. Rivera, Chapter Vice President for Technical Affairs, signed by Engineer Roger N. Noliar, Chapter President, signed by Engineer Francisco P. Fontanillo III, Northern Luzon Regional Governor, and attested by Engineer Mary Jean C. Armendo, Chapter Secretary. Once again, thank you, JJ Lab.
Once again, thank you so much to Engineer Joel Pineda for that video presentation. A round of applause for JJ Lab. Moving forward, let's proceed to our next resource speaker. He is a current technical service engineer with expertise in electrical, lighting, and power systems, has professional experience in the fundamentals of solar photovoltaic system, graduated from Eulogio Amang Rodriguez Institute of Science and Technology, BS in Electrical Engineering. Let us all welcome Engineer Cristally Marie Cabigting.
What does it take to achieve superior quality? The quality you deserve. When it comes to our products, we build them with technical precision and utmost care. Partnered with trusted and leading global manufacturers with proven expertise and exceptional track records. For your homes, your projects, and for your ideas to thrive. We test them thoroughly and rigorously to surpass both local and international standards. Together with employees well equipped with years of training and experience, so we can provide you with only our highest quality. This isn't just our responsibility, but our priority. Fill every space with a trusted brand of quality. Fill every space with the Felco brand of quality. With quality lighting and home appliances tried and tested to bring safe, comfortable, and bright experiences with the people that matter. With quality switches and outlets that give you the peace of mind today, tomorrow, and for years to come. With quality wires and cables made durable to assure all-around protection that lasts a lifetime. With a range of quality switchgears and breakers, guaranteed to distribute power safely and effectively for any project, for decades on end. And with quality conduits you can always count on to withstand anything nature throws at them. All manufactured meticulously and tested to the highest standards to ensure you the quality we promise. The Felco brand of quality and expertise present in Filipino homes, extending to every street, workplace, health facility, commercial space, and beyond. Because we commit ourselves to quality, we commit every Filipino to a life of quality. Felco. Quality solutions for quality living.
This presentation is made possible by Firefly, gawang Firefly, gawa sa husay. Ecolum, maliwanag na abot kaya. Royu Electrical, the electrical brand of your partner of choice, the electrical specialist. And Chin, empowering the world with power industry solutions. And those are the electrical and lighting brands of Firefly Electric and Lighting Corporation. Before we begin our product presentation, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Crystal Marie B. Cabigting, and currently I am a Technical Service Engineer at Felco. I will be your speaker for today and I will be discussing about Firefly LED lighting and draw UIs. Let's start off our product presentation with a short introduction about LED lighting. So, yung mga LED lights po, they can be described in three things. Una is yung light source nila, pangalawa yung direction, and then last is yung heatsink. So, kung naalala nyo, LED means light emitting diode. So, meron po siyang semiconductor na pag nadaanan nyo ng kuryente, nag-e-emit siya ng light. Pagdating naman po sa direction, it aims in a specific direction. So, ibig sabihin po kung saan lang kailangan yung liwanag, doon lang po siya napupunta. So, walang nasasayang na liwanag mula doon sa ilaw natin and wala rin nasasayang na energy. And then last is yung heatsink. So, yung mga LEDs po emits very little heat because of its heatsink. And yung heatsink na yun nakakatulong rin para mas mapahaba yung life hours ng ating LED bulbs or ng mga LED lamps natin. So, on this slide po, makikita nyo yung physical features of our LED bulbs. No? Makikita nyo rin dito yung basic parts of an LED bulb. So, meron tayo nung diffuser, nung body, at nung base. So, yung diffuser po, ito yung ginagamit para equally distributed yung liwanag na nagmumula dun sa mga LED chips natin. So, gawa po siya sa polycarbonate thermoplastic material. Yung mga PC or polycarbonate material, they are lightweight, flame retardant, and also shatterproof. Yung body naman po, nagsisilbing heatsink rin po ito ng mga LED bulbs natin. So, gawa po siya sa die-cast powder-coated aluminum. And then, yung base, ito yung part ng bulb natin na nilalagay natin sa receptacle para po umilaw siya. So, yung base is also made of aluminum. And yung size po niya is yung E27 na base which is commonly used sa mga bulbs po natin. Yung mga incandescent bulbs, CFLs, ito rin yung size ng base po nila. So kung ang customer natin mag-shift from conventional lighting to LED lighting, magiging very convenient po yun. So, on this slide, yung mga safety features naman yung makikita po ninyo. So, particularly, ito po yung sa Pro Series namin na mga LED bulbs. So, kung mapapansin nyo, complete po yung safety features niya. So, meron siyang safety fuse, EMI filter, and yung mga varistors or rectifiers. So, yung safety fuse po is used to protect against short circuit. Yung EMI filter naman, to protect against electrical or electronic interference, and yung varistor or rectifier po to protect naman po against voltage fluctuations. So, on this slide, makikita po natin yung iba pang features ng ating Firefly LED bulb. Una is yung long service life po niya. So, it can last up to 50,000 hours or 10 years kung ang paggamit po natin dun sa LED bulb is 8 hours per day. Next is yung high efficacy ng mga LED bulbs natin na pwede po hanggang 150 lumens per watt. So, the higher yung efficiency ng LED bulb, ibig sabihin po, mas matipid po siya sa kuryente. Next is yung wide voltage range. So, ito po ibig sabihin, safe po siya against voltage fluctuations and yung lumen output or yung brightness ng ilaw po natin, hindi siya nagbabago kahit mababa yung voltage natin. Last is yung CRI level po. So, the higher yung CRI po ng bulb natin, ibig sabihin mas realistic or mas natural po yung colors ng mga objects under that light source. So, in terms of lighting design, we use Dialux po for the lighting design, especially pagka nagre-recommend din po kami kung ano ba yung tamang type ng lighting sa isang working area or sa working space. So, Dialux is a free software developed by Dial for professional light planning. And so, dito po sa mga slides na to, may kita nga po natin yung mga examples nung paggamit po ng Dialux. So, pwede po siya sa mga classrooms, and pwede rin po for sa bahay po natin, sa bedrooms, sa living rooms, and also for mga wide area applications such as ito po yung mga soccer fields or yung mga basketball courts, pwede rin po dito sa Dialux. And so we offer this scope for our customers rin to provide them kung ano po yung tamang type ng ilaw and also yung tamang lighting plan for their application. Our commitment to quality. So, to check and to ensure yung quality and safety po ng mga Firefly LED lamps natin and yung mga conventional lamps, lahat po yun is nag-undergo ng rigorous testing dito sa aming Product Development and Testing Center located at our head office sa Manila. So, ito po yung mga testing na pinagdadaan ng mga LED bulbs natin. So, yung aging and shock test, gonophotometry, spectroradiometry, retinal blue light analysis, light flicker analysis, waterproof jet test, surge, beeps, and transit test. Yan. So, sa paggamit po ng spectroradiometer, nami-measure po namin both yung wavelength and amplitude of the light emitted from a light source. And yun nga po, in other words, nami-measure namin dito yung mga parameters ng ilaw, kagaya po ng lumen output, yung CRI, color temperature, and efficacy. And for the transient and surge test naman, we can determine how quickly a voltage regulator can respond to a sudden change in current. So, may mga ginagamit rin po kaming voltages. For outdoor na mga lamps, 4,000 volts or 4 kV yung ina-apply po namin. For indoor na mga lamps, 500 volts or 0.5 kV ang ina-apply po namin. And then we also have our aging and switching test. So for our aging, ang ginagamit po naming lumen maintenance is yung L70. So, ano ba yung L70? So, yung mga LEDs po, kino-consider na na-reach na yung rated life niya pagka po yung 30% ng brightness po niya is nawala na. So, yung 70% na natira po dun sa brightness, yun yung tinatawag nating L70. And then, for the switching test naman po, dito naman, na-check yung endurance ng lamp. So, ang ginagawa po sa testing na yon, 30 seconds naka-on yung lamp natin. Then, after 30 seconds, mamamatay po siya. Pag naka-off siya, 30 seconds rin po yun na naka-off. And then yun, mag-on po ulit siya ng 30 seconds. Ayan. And then, by using yung gonophotometer, nami-measure po namin dito yung light emitted from an object at different angles or yung beam angle po is nakukuha namin by using yung goniofotometer. Actually, yung mga ibang light parameters rin, kagaya ng lumens, CRI, CCT, nakukuha rin po dito. Yun, ang pinaka-nadagdag lang po is yung beam angle. For the blue light hazard test, we use for risk group level. So, meron po kami nung RG0, RG1, RG2, and RG3. So, yung RG0 and RG1, ito yung mga acceptable risk groups or kumbaga hindi pa po hazardous pagka nandoong level po siya. Yung RG2 and RG3, usually pagka ganito po yung nakuha namin, mula po dun sa light, kino-consider na po siya as failed or ibig sabihin po kasi maaring hazardous na yung ilaw para po dun sa mga consumers. So, yung risk group po is assessed at 200 millimeters from the lamp using the general methodology of IEC 52471 and the particular prescription of IEC TR 62772. And then we also do flicker tests on our lamps. Ayan. So, as defined in the IEEE 1789-2015 standard, a flicker must remain in the no effect zone to at least 2% dim level, and in the low risk zone to at least 0.5% dim level. So, bakit ba namin tinitest yung flicker ng mga lights natin? So, may mga iba't ibang effects po kasi yung flicker sa mga consumers. So, isa nga po dun is yung photoepilepsy. Yung flashing of lights or yung mga repetitive patterns, nagsisimulate po siya ng epileptic seizures. And also, ito ring mga flicker na to yung nagkukos ng migraine or severe headaches. Ayun. And also, yung eye strain or yung parang pakiramdam po natin pagod yung mata natin. Isang reason rin po nun yung flicker ng ilaw. Because of the blue light hazard test and yung flicker test po, kaya kami merong TÜV-SÜD marking or TÜV-SÜD certificate. So, pag sinabi po nating TÜV-SÜD, it is a brand synonymous with quality and safety. Ayan. So, our certification marks, certificates, and test reports demonstrates our customers' commitment to quality, safety, and sustainability. Ayan. And then last po is yung IP test or yung ingress protection test. So, ang netetest po namin dito is yung protection against yung liquid substances po, yung IP rating po nun. So, ayun, particularly IP level na 5 and 6 po for liquid substances ang natetest namin dito. Ayan. And then we also offer, ayan po, may mga available kami na mga products no, for different applications. Ayan, for residential application, meron po kami ng mga functional LED bulb. Ito yung mga bulbs na meron pong motion detector or meron din sila ng mga photo sensor. Ayan, meron rin po kami ng mga non-directional LED bulbs or yung mga A bulbs, yung mga LED tubes, mga LED downlights, LED panel lights, mga LED floodlights, and also mga decorative lamps. For commercial applications po, we can also offer yung mga functional LED bulbs, non-directional LED bulbs, mga LED tubes, LED downlights, LED panel lights, LED floodlights, yung mga track lights, and also spotlights. And then we also have yung mga street lights po for roadway lighting. So, pwede po siya sa expressway, major roads, collector roads, minor roads, and rural highways. Yan. And for industrial applications naman, meron po kami nung high bay LED lamps, low bay LED lamps, high power LED lamps, canopy LED lights, LED floodlights, and tunnel lights. And then now po, pakita ko lang sa inyo kung ano po ba yung mga new products namin under Firefly LED lighting. And so last year po, nung October, we launched our Firefly Smart Bulbs. So ito po yung mga bulbs na pwede natin kontrolin by using our smartphone. So kailangan lang po natin mag-download ng application para mapagana natin yung ilaw natin. Ayan. So yung application po na yun is yung Tuya app. So yan, pwede po nating i-on or i-off yung ilaw natin. Pwede rin tayo i-dim. Kung gusto po natin baguhin yung brightness ng ilaw, pwede rin po. And pwede rin tayo mag-set ng timer kung kailan po natin gustong mag-switch on or mag-switch off yung ilaw natin. So yun, gagamit lang tayo nung Tuya app. Yan. So it also works with yung Google, Alexa, and Siri. No? So pwede po sa kahit kung Android man or iPhone yung cellphone mo. Yan. So meron po kami nung RGB, yung marami pong colors na available. Then meron rin po kami ng mga tricolor, yung tatlong color temperature, warm white, cool white, and daylight. So para po dito, dalawa yung available. No? Meron tayong LED bulbs and meron tayong LED downlights. And then this year po, we will be launching yung Firefly solar lighting namin. So, two types po, no? Meron tayo ng street light, meron rin po tayo ng floodlight. For our street light, meron tayo ng integrated solar-powered street light, yung magkasama na po yung ilaw and yung panel. Meron rin tayo nung split type, yung hiwalay po yung solar panel doon sa mismong ilaw. And then for our floodlight, ito po, split type rin siya. So magkahiwalay yung panel and yung mismong floodlight. And so our business edge for our Firefly lighting. So we are proud to say that we are the only lighting company certified by TÜV-SÜD. No? So it also means na safe nga po gamitin yung at aming product, no? And also malaki yung natitipid rin po natin sa kuryente, no? We save up to 85% of energy savings. And also, we have a qualified and dedicated sales and support team. Yung pinakita ko po sa inyo kanina, yung Premier Quality Testing Laboratory namin, located on our main office. And also, lastly po, yung partnership po namin for Meralco Orange Tag Campaign. Ayan. So, punta naman po tayo dun sa Royo brand namin. Ayan. So, just a little overview about Royo. So, yung Royo po, nag-launch po kami ng brand na Royo noong 2002. And yung product po, by that time, was only yung mga wiring devices. Yun po yung mga switches and yung mga outlets. 2013, dito na po kami nag-start mag-manufacture ng own wires namin. And then, 2017, doon naman po nag-start yung aming panel fabrication. Okay. So, ngayon po, under our Royo brand, ang pag-uusapan po natin is yung wires and yung cables po na in-offer. So, ano ba yung mga features ng aming Royo wires? So, una po is, our Royo wires uses 100% pure virgin copper. So, pagka po kasi pure ang copper, no, mas malambot siya. And pag binend nyo yung wires, hindi po siya agad na nagbe-break or napuputol. And then, when we come naman po dun sa insulation, dalawa yung layers ng insulation niya. Meron po siya ng inner natural PVC and meron po siya ng outer colored PVC. And ito pong mga insulation na to is 100% lead-free. And then, for THHN or THWN wires, meron din siya nung smooth nylon jacket for easier installation. And ito rin po pala, yung insulation na to is also flame retardant. So, very safe to use. So, ano po ba yung competitive advantage of our Royo wires? So, una po is yung consistent insulation thickness ng aming Royo wire. So, yung ano po siya, equal yung kapal po niya all throughout. And I think very important yun, no? Especially pagdating po sa installation ng wires natin. And yun nga po yung nabanggit ko kanina, flame retardant po yung insulation na ginamit. So the flame extinguishes soon after the source of flame is removed. And ito rin, nabanggit ko na siya kanina, yung pure copper po. So using pure copper, yun nagiging mas flexible and strong yung ating conductor. And so, ito yung manufacturing process of our ROU wires. So, nagsa-start po siya with the raw materials. And gaya po nung sinabi ko sa inyo kanina, no, it only uses virgin copper for better conductivity. And for our raw materials, yung PVC insulation po namin, we import it from Japan. Yung sa nylon insulation for THHN and THWN na wires, galing naman pong Germany. And for our copper, from South Korea naman po siya. And then after of the, dun sa raw materials, dun naman po tayo sa process ng drawing. So for the process of drawing, European multi-wire drawing machine yung ginagamit po natin. So it provides high production capacity while maximizing the properties of wire. Then, right after drawing, stranding naman po. So, it is highly consistent tension during production, during the stranding process. Then, next po is yung extrusion. So, when we say extrusion, ito yung process po wherein nilalagyan ng insulation yung wires natin. So, for our extrusion process, yung machine po na ginagamit dyan, meron siyang self-centering and lump detector features. So, para po ma-ensure natin na consistent yung insulation thickness natin. Then, last is yung packaging. So, quality packaging to secure the product and to lessen any potential damage po during delivery. And so, on our One Felcon North Industrial Center, na triple po dito yung production ng wires and yung panel fabrication po namin. Before po kasi sa Valenzuela, ang aming production, and then dito nilipat na po siya on a larger area, which is yun nga po 20 hectares. And dito po, yun nga, nandito yung manufacturing plant namin for our wires and cables and also for our panel fabrication. So dito, makikita po natin yung mga certificates of analysis of our ROU wires. So start po tayo with the PVC insulation. So kung makikita nyo dito, may column tayo kung ano yung sa standard. Yung mga values po na according sa standard. Meron po tayo ng actual values na nakuha during the testing of our PVC insulation and yung result niya. And so kung mapapansin nyo po, on our actual values na nakuha, mas mataas pa siya dun sa hinihingi ng standard. And kung mapapansin nyo nga po, yung result is lahat po siya ay pass. And ito naman po yung certificate of analysis for the conductor. So kung mapapansin nyo po dyan, nakalagay nga dyan yung percentage, kung ilang percent po yung copper na ginamit dun sa wires namin. So, ROU wires and cables only uses high purity virgin copper as high as 99.97%, providing high conductivity in wires. And then, kagaya po nung sa mga lighting natin kanina, mga LED lighting natin, ganun rin po dito sa ROU wires po natin. Meron din tayong commitment to quality. So, all our products undergo rigid testing both here in the Philippines and abroad to ensure that standards are met and quality is exceeded. And so here are yung mga ginagamit po na mga testing equipments for our ROU wires. So meron tayo ng insulation, tensile strength, and elongation test. Using yung universal testing machine. We also test yung conductor resistance using a microometer, and insulation resistance using thermostatic water tank. And then we simulate yung accelerated aging using the oven. And for the insulation flame retardance test, we use yung vertical flame tester. And then yung insulation consistency po para ma-check natin kung equal or consistent po yung kapal ng insulation. Pwede natin siyang tignan using yung profile projector. And to test also the integrity of the insulation, we use rin po yung spark tester. And our range of products, ayan po, we have yung building wires. Ayan, so makita nyo rin po dito yung mga available sizes for our THHN and TW wires. We also have bare copper wires, communication cables, yung RG6 and RG59 for coaxial cables. We also have LAN cable and telephone cables. Ayan. Meron rin po kaming flat cords, and then may mga TF wires and royal cords po kami. For our royal cords, meron po tayong 2-core, 3-core, and 4-core na mga royal cords. And our success stories or yung mga partnerships po namin with different mga projects po na nakitaran po namin or na-servan po namin ng mga wires. So, ito po yun. Mega World, Phil Invest, SunTrust, Century Properties, Vistaland, and Vistaland All Home, and yung Vistaland po na Camellia, Lumina, and Brigya. So that concludes our product presentation for Firefly LED and Roy wires. Thank you very much again for your time, and we hope that Felco will be your #1 partner of choice in your electrical and lighting category solutions, together in improving Filipino lives by providing quality products. Again, my name is Crystal Marita Victin, and stay safe.
That concludes the presentation of Engineer Kabigting. And to award the Certificate of Appreciation, I would like to call on the 2016 Chapter President of La Union, Engineer Francis Rupinta.
The Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers would like to award the Certificate of Appreciation to Firefly Electric and Lighting Corporation in grateful acknowledgement of its distinguished and invaluable service rendered as technical presenter during the 23rd Northern Luzon Regional Conference with the theme Leadership, Rising Above Adversity Through Passion and Commitment Leading on the Road to Recovery, thereby contributing immeasurably to the prestige and success of the conference, hosted by IIE La Union Chapter via Zoom video conferencing, and given this 26th day of February 2022 in the city of San Fernando, La Union. Signed, Divino Amor P. Rivera, Chapter Vice President Technical Affairs. Signed by Roger N. Nolior, the Chapter President. Signed by Francisco P. Puntanilla III, Northern Luzon Regional Governor, and attested by Mary Jane C. Armendo, the Chapter Secretary.
Thank you very much once again to Engineer Kabigting. So we will now proceed to our next resource speaker. He is a professional electrical engineer with growth mindset and strong determination, integrating engineering technology and various experiences to make decisions. Widely reader of electric power engineering and allied subjects, leadership and management. He is strongly believing on Napoleon Hill's famous quote, "Whatever your mind can conceive and believe it can achieve." Let's all welcome for the topic Power System Harmonics, Engineer Julius Salaco. Hello, Sir Julius. Let's welcome our research speaker for the topic Power System Harmonics. Let's give a round of applause to Engineer Julius O. Salaco.
Hello, good afternoon. Narinig po ba ako?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Hindi ko na mabago yung background. Ay, share ko na yung screen na. Let me know kung nakikita nyo.
Okay po.
Wala. Ayun. Kita po ba?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, our topic for this afternoon is power system harmonics. No? Actually, last year, no, na lecture na to, i-lecture lang natin ulit no, para sa mga hindi nakatin. So this is the content of the effects of harmonics on electrical network shown non-sinusoidal wave expressed by Fourier series. Yung mga Fourier series kasi ito yung mathematical expression in order for us to understand yung behavior ng harmonics dun sa system. Harmonics in three-phase system, the concept of symmetrical components, harmonics and symmetrical components, harmonics in delta phase, harmonics in Y3 phase, the concept of symmetrical components, transformer sequence connection, the graphical analysis of non-sinusoidal wave, sample analysis, the total harmonic distortion, total demand distortion, and harmonic sources sa loads natin, and analysis of multi-frequency. So the short list no, na effect of harmonics on electrical network. Number one, overheating the neutral system for 4 wire plus ground system, no, to yung mga 400 volts. No? Kasi any unbalance dun sa network is represented yun or representing yun ng harmonics dun sa network, particular yung triplet harmonics. Mamaya di-discuss natin yan, no? The circulating current coming from triplet harmonics increase the RMS value of phase current and produce additional heat. Overstress and shortens the life of capacitor bank during the back-to-back switching. Insulation breakdowns of cables, transformer winding at resonant frequency, the sporadic tripping of protective relay at resonant frequency, unexpected fuse operation, nuisance tripping of variable frequency drive application, flickering on lighting system, telephone interference, pulsating torque in rotating machines, particular yung negative sequence na harmonics and yung abnormal operation of solid state device. These are some photos, no, representing the damage net element due to harmonics problem dun sa electrical network natin. So makita nyo, explosion of capacitor bank, saka yung damage ng motor and transformer winding, and yung effect nito dun sa power electronics natin dun sa system. You cannot manage what you cannot measure, totoo to. So before we control or manage yung detrimental effect ng harmonic sa system, kailangan nating maintindihan paano ba nangyayari yun, no? So kaya nating i-dissect yung mathematical operation nun in order for us na we can calculate and evaluate the behavior of harmonic system, assign mitigation measure like filtering and the like. So, facts about non-sinusoidal wave. Non-sinusoidal wave can be expressed mathematically by summation of sine wave components at different frequency. The predominant sinusoidal component is called fundamental frequency, no? This is 60 hertz in power system, but the fundamental frequency can be greater than 60 hertz, particular dun sa communication application, no? The harmonics act to distort the basic sine wave, which is the fundamental, by the amount of determined by their relative magnitude. Yung odd harmonics natin distort the sinusoidal variation without disturbing the symmetry between positive and negative, while yung even harmonics tend to cause the symmetry between alteration as well as distortion. Other factors causing the symmetry and distortion are the DC component and out of phase even harmonics. So may graphical representation dito or animation ng Fourier series. Kung mapapansin nyo, no, yung fundamental signal natin, yung 60 Hz, represented by the blue lines, and yung third and fifth order harmonics is yung red and green respectively. So they are rotating independently, no, dito sa animation na to. So makita nyo, naka 1 cycle yung fundamental, yung naka 3 cycle na yung third and fifth cycle naman yung fifth order harmonics. Ngayon, pag inad natin sila, instead na perfect sinusoidal wave yung signal mo, hindi na, no? Kasi distorted nung harmonic components yung signal natin, which is represented nung magenta color ng animation na to, no? So, yan yung signal natin kapag mayroon tayong third, fifth, and seventh order harmonic dun sa system. Makikita nyo? So, heavily distorted. Ulitin natin, i-observe natin yung blue, no? Yan yung sinusoidal. Yan yung signal natin for a system na walang harmonic contributor. Okay? Or walang nonlinear loads, no? Yung kulay blue, no? Kapag nag-add tayo ng nonlinear load sa system natin, like computers or electronic elemental network element doon sa system, so yung perfectly sine wave natin, distorted na yan. Okay? Yun na yung representation ng distorted signal natin. Okay? So this is the graphical representation of distorted waveform. Kung tignan nyo, no, pag inad natin lahat ng signals, odd signals na 3, 5th, 7th, 9th, and 11th order of harmonics, no, ito yung result ng total signals natin. Yan yung dumadaan sa mga cables natin and feeder lines. Itong signal na to distorted. The other part of the slide is the mathematical representation of distorted waveform, no? So para ma-express natin yan, gamitan natin siya ng Fourier series, no? So pag tinad mo lahat ng signal nung third order, fifth order, seventh order, and so on and so forth, ang equivalent doon is a Fourier series, no, in general. So yung graphical representation na to is represented by the Fourier series, which is medyo madugo, no, kasi higher mathematics kasi to. Medyo mahirap maintindihan. Pero mamaya iisahin natin. Okay, this is the general expression of Fourier series, no? Or the non-sinusoidal wave expressed by a Fourier series, no? So, kung titignan nyo, meron siyang component yung Fourier series natin, cosine and sine, no? Then, if we add the harmonics component from fundamental to infinite, the result is square wave, no? Ibig sabihin yan, kapag yung system mo, lahat ng harmonics component is nandun, yung signal mo is not a sinusoidal wave anymore, no? But a square wave. So, pag inad natin yon, ang equivalent ng signal mo is parang DC siya, no? I mean, AC siya, kaya lang square wave, no? Yan. So, yung expression naman ng Fourier series na ito, representing the square wave, no? Let's try to understand yung its part, no, ng Fourier series mamaya. So, we have this car analogy. Meron kang sports car, no? This system is representing the system without nonlinear loads or no harmonic load. So makita mo, smooth yung takbo ng sasakyan mo kasi perfectly circled yung gulong, no? That representing a system na without harmonic contributor or nonlinear loads, no? On the other hand naman, meron kang sports car na ang gulong mo is square, no? This system is represented by all harmonics component, no? Ibig sabihin, para kang merong sakyan na square yung gulong mo, yun yung equivalent ng system na may harmonics, no? So, anong mas efficient? Siyempre, yung walang harmonics dun sa system mo, no? Kasi mas efficient yung engine ng sasakyan compared dun sa sasakyan na may harmonics, no? Lalo pag lahat ng harmonics andun, parang square yung gulong mo. Yun yung ibig sabihin nung system na to. System with all harmonic component from the fundamentals up to infinite. Parang square yung... To understand, no? Yung Fourier series, no? Isa-isahin natin yung formula, no? Yan yung representing yung mga linear function natin system. Example is yung degradation ng stored or flux energy kapag meron kang fault, no? Kasi once nagkaroon ka ng fault, may stored flux dun sa comparison cable mo. Decay yun, no?
Hello, Sir
But
Julius.
at statistic nung decay ng energy na
Hello, sir. Excuse me po.
is linear the reversible component. Then the characteristic of the signal is yes. Narinig ba ako?
I think your audio, sir, is a bit static, robotic in our end.
Okay. Yan, okay na ba?
Okay, sir. Proceed.
Kita ba yung screen?
Not yet, sir. We can only see your background screen.
Mhm. Ayan.
Yes, sir. We can see your presentation now.
Okay. Let's continue. Okay na. So, isa-isahin natin yung Fourier series, no? Yung A sub O representing the DC component. So, yan yung mga saturation region ng transformer or yung fault decaying characteristic, no? Yung stored flux kapag nagkaroon tayo ng fault, no? Yung infinite symbol represent this represents the summation of harmonics, no, from fundamental up to infinite, no? Yung n naman or is equal to 1, yan yung first order. Yung L is the period or the cycle ng signal. Yung n represent the specific order ng harmonic natin, kung first, second, third, fourth. And yung sign, no, represent the odd symmetry signals and the even symmetry signals, no. So kaya mayroon tayong sine and cosine diyan to capture the odd and even symmetry na present dun sa network natin. Kasi general expression to, hindi pa natin alam kung ano yung harmonic order na nandun, no. So ito yung susundan natin na formula to capture yung odd and even symmetry, no. Okay? So meron tayong another formula na tinatawag yung orthogonality set of sine and cosine, no? Which is the sine k pi x over L times cosine n pi x over L times dx is equal to 0. Now, kapag minultiply natin yung both side ng Fourier series natin with cosine k pi x over L, ang result is A sub O, mayroon tayong value ng A sub O, 1 over 2 pi L integration of function of x dx from negative L to L, no? At k is equal to 0. Makuha din natin yung value ng an, which is 1 over L integration of function of x cosine n pi x over L from negative L to L at n is equal to k, no? The same approach to Vn is 1 over L integration of function of x sine n pi x over L at n is equal to k, no? So, tingnan natin paano ba na-derive yun, no? May derivation ako dito. Pakita lang natin kung paano nakuha yung A sub 0, no? Yung AN sa BN, the same process lang din, pero skip na natin yun. So, ang ginawa natin, multiply natin yung both side equation ng Fourier series to cosine k pi x over L. So, ito yung naging result, no? Okay? So, makita nyo, yung terms ng BN from sine nx pi over L, naging sine n pi x over L multiplied by cosine k pi x over L, yung kulay pula, no? Which is orthogonality set of sine and cosine already itong equation na to. Okay? Balikan natin yung previous slide, no? Ano ba yung equation natin sa orthogonality set of cosine and cosine? Ito yun, no? Sine k pi x over L cosine n pi x over L dx is equal to 0, no? So itong BN natin, orthogonality set of sine and cosine na to, equal to sa 0. So 0 times BN, 0 na to, di ba? So may naiwan pa na term yung cosine naman, cosine n pi xl times cosine k pi xl. Let's assign this value as n and perform the operation independently, no? So pag ginawa natin yon, itong blue na font, no? Ito yung process, makikita natin na yung value ng m is equal to 0, no? We call this convolution, no? Sa mga standard textbook, ang tawag nila dito is convolution. So, in short, yung value ng BN mo, 0, yung value ng AN mo, 0. Kasi yung Bn mo, multiply natin sa orthogonally set of sine and cosine, which is 0. While yung M mo, when we perform the convolution, nakita natin na yung result is 0, di ba? So, ang natira lang sa equation is ito. Okay? Cosine k pi x over L dx times function of x is equal to AO, the integration of cosine k pi xl from negative L to L, no? Tapos 0 na to kasi 0 yung value ng M mo, 0 yung value ng B mo. Kapag pinerform natin further, no, yung simplification, makukuha natin yung value ng A sub 0 natin, which is 1 over 2L integration of function of x from negative L to L, no? So, tignan natin yung Fourier series equation. Balikan lang natin. Yan, no? Doon nang galing tong A0 is equal to 1 over 2L integration of function of x from negative L to L. Okay? Yung AN sa Bn, kung paano na-derive to, isend ko na lang siguro separately, no? Kasi medyo mahaba yung process, no? Kain ng 10 slides yun eh. Ayan. But the same approach, no? Okay, so nakita natin no, saan nanggaling yung Fourier series natin. No? Kaya lang, hindi pa tayo dyan natatapos no? Kasi may involved pa na operation, yung A o AN and BN mo. Kasi may operation na integration no, from negative L to L, di ba? Kailangan pa natin i-perform yan no? Para ma-appreciate natin yung Fourier series. No? So, ito yung solution for AO, no? Kapag pinerform natin yung integration involved, no? Ang makikita natin, yung A is equal to 0 as result ng operation, no? For AN naman and BN, meron akong separate solution dito eh. Sabi ko lang. Kita ba yung slide? Hello?
Yes po.
So ito yung solution nung arbitrary constant ng Fourier series o yung AO, AN sa BN. So, ang A0 is 0 no? Pag pinerform natin yung involved na integration. While yung AN, kapag pinerform natin yung operation, which is yung 1 over L integration of function of x cosine n pi x over L from negative L to L, ito yung result. No? AN is equal to 2C over n pi times sine n pi. At kapag sinabit natin yung value ng n, diba kanina yung value ng n representing the order of harmonics, which is the fundamental, second, third, fourth, and so on and so forth. No? Yan yung order of harmonics na nandun sa system natin. Kung makikita nyo, at n is equal to fundamental, which is 1, an is 0. When n is equal to 2 or second order of harmonics, an is equal to 0. When n is equal to 3 or third order of harmonics, an is equal to 0, and so on and so forth. Up to infinite yan, no? So, yung value ng an mo, 0 from fundamental up to infinite order of harmonics. Yung bn naman, kapag pinerform natin yung integration, yung operation na to, 1 over L integration of function of x sine n pi x over L from negative L to L, yung general solution or yung output natin is 2c over n pi times 1 less cosine n pi n, no? Where n is represented by the order of harmonics ulit. At n is equal to fundamental, which is the 1. Ang value ng bn mo is 4c over pi, no? At n is equal to second order of harmonics, 0, no? kung mapapansin nyo, yung even order harmonics natin, 2, 4, 6, and so on and so forth, always 0 yung value niyan for the BN. While yung odd harmonics order, 1, 3, 5, 7, may value siya, no? Which is for fundamental, 4C over pi, for third order, 4C over 3 pi, for fifth order, 4C over 5 pi, no? So may pattern siya. Nilalagyan natin ng order of harmonics dun sa denominator, no? Ayan. So, kung i-perform natin yon, ito yung magiging pinaka-ano natin, summary nung Fourier series natin. No? So, balik ko na sa presentation. Kasi ito nandun eh. Kita po ba yung presentation natin?
See your presentation.
Okay. So, kanina, napakita natin yung dito sa separate sheet, no? Napakita natin yung solution ng Fourier series. Ito na yung pinaka-summary, no? Ulitin lang natin, yung value ng AO mo is 0. Yung value ng AN mo from first order to infinite, 0. Yung value ng BN mo, 0 at even order, no? Which is 2, 4, 6, and so on and so forth. Yung at odd naman, may value siya, no? Yung 1, 3, 5, 7, no? May value yan. So let's try to input the result of the integration dun sa general formula ng Fourier series, no? So ito yung general formula, no? Function of x is equal to AO plus summation of AN cosine n pi x over L plus BN sine n pi x over L, no? Since yung AO mo, nung pinerform natin, from this formula, yung arbitrary constant na AO natin, ang pinaka-formula niya is 1 over 2 pi L, integration of function of x dx from negative L to L. Saan nang galing to? Ulitin ko lang, galing yan dun sa operation natin kanina when multiply the both side ng Fourier series to cosine k pi xl, no? To capture the orthogonality set of sine and cosine. Kaya cosine yung ginamit na multiplier dito. Ang result, yung value ng AO, which is 1 over 2L integration of function of x from negative L to L, no? Kaya lang, nung pinerform natin to, 0 na yung value ng AO mo, no? So, wala na to, no? Yung AN naman, nung pinerform natin yung operation na to, makita mo na lahat ng AN mo, 0, no? From fundamental to infinite order of harmonics. Yung BN mo, 0 at even order of harmonics, no? But for odd, 1, 3, 5, 7, and so on and so forth. May value siya. Ngayon, isubstitute natin yung arbitrary constant sa formula ng Fourier series. Ang AO mo, 0 na yan, so 0 na tong terms na to. Yung AN mo, for any order of harmonics, 0 na rin yan, di ba? So 0 times cosine pi, 0 times cosine n pi x over L, 0 na rin yon. Kasi lahat ng order ng harmonics mo, 0. Sa BN, ang naiwan lang dyan is yung odd order, no? Kasi yung even, 0 yan, no? Lahat ng even, 0. So, BN even number times sine pi nx over L, 0 yon. And odd times sine pi nx over L, may value yon, which is ito. So, makita nyo, yung Fourier series natin, composed of odd harmonics only, no? Kasi nag-cancel yung AO mo, yung value ng AO mo, 0, yung AN mo naman, for any order of harmonics, 0 yan, while yung BN mo, only the even order, only the odd order of harmonics, yung value, yung even, equal to 0. Kaya minsan, no, sa mga standard textbook, no, pati sa mga forum online, tinatanong nila, why are not even harmonics significant when compared to odd harmonics in power system? Ang sagot doon, because na-prove natin na yung all cosine and odd, even, and odd, no, components ng cosine natin at any harmonic order equal to 0, no? Ito yun eh. Yung cosine natin, ito, but yung value ng an mo at even and odd harmonic order is 0. Kaya 0 yung value ng an mo. Sa sine naman, component, yung value ng even component sa sine, no, is equal to 0. While dun sa yung odd harmonic may value. Kaya yung even harmonic is not significant dun sa power system kasi nagka-cancel out yun based dun sa operation ng Fourier series na ginawa natin. Okay? So, harmonics in three-phase system, no? Basahin lang natin to. Ito yung condition at balance condition. The H order harmonic of phase B lags H times 120 behind that of phase A, no? Saka yung H order harmonic of phase C lags H times 240 behind that of sum of harmonics in phase A, no? Triplen harmonics are cophasal vectors. I-prove natin yan mamaya. Yung harmonics of order 3H plus 1 are positive sequence. I-prove din natin yan. Harmonics order of 3H plus 2 are negative sequence. I-explain natin yan mamaya kung bakit negative to. Yung harmonic order 3H are zero sequence, no? Mamaya gagawin natin sa Excel to. Okay? So, i-open ko lang yung Excel, no? Copy ko muna itong conditions. Actually, sa three-phase system yung medyo complex, no, sa harmonics, unlike pag single phase. Kasi may involved ng negative, no? Negative sequence, positive, saka zero. Kaya nga pag kumukuha tayo ng frequency spectrum sa mga PQA, hinahanap ko yung report ng frequency spectrum kasi iba't ibang characteristic yung mga harmonics eh. Depende kung anong sequence sila, which is hindi ko nakikita sa mga pinoconsult sa akin. No, parang yung last week lang, no, may pinunta akong building. May issue sila sa harmonics. Eh. Ayaw mag-sync nung generator nila. Ang tinuturo nila mga harmonics no, yung user, no, o yung tenant nila. So, ongoing yung data gathering namin doon. Ayan, nakita nyo po ba yung Excel? Excel file, nakita nyo po ba?
Yes, sir. We can see your Excel.
Okay, so let's try to interpret, no, yung passage na to, no? So, this one, insert. Yung eighth order harmonic, ito yun. Anyway, no, kung makikita nyo doon sa harmonic order natin is up to 49 lang, no? 49 order. Kasi sa IEEE standard, at least 50th order, no? Dapat. Yan. Pag gumagawa ka ng harmonic analysis, no? Kaya lang, yung ito kasi, yung 50 kasi, even to eh. Even order, 0, di ba? Doon sa value ng AN, saka yung BN, no? Kaya wala na yung even harmonics dito. Ito naman, this is the frequency, no? May nagtanong kasi ba't daw mas mataas sa 60 sa previous representation, no? Kasi yun yung behavior ng harmonics, no? Kaya integral multiple o fundamental. Kasi ibig sabihin, yung fundamental, ito, multiply the order of harmonics, which is the 3, no? Or the third order, no? So, i-multiply natin to dito. Sorry. So, yung fundamental natin is 1. Sorry. Ayan. Okay, kaya 180 Hz yun. Multiply to, this one, no? Ayan, no? Yung harmonic order, ito yung harmonic order natin, 1375. Log of phase B, logs H times 120, no? So yung phase B, ito yung phase B. Oh. So times 120 daw. This one. Okay, sorry. D17. Ayan, no? Okay, yung 120 dyan, na binabanggit is, yan, ito yan. Okay? Yung susunod naman, ito yan. The H harmonic order of phase C, dito tayo sa phase C, logs H times 240 behind that of same harmonic in phase A. So, ito pa rin yung nabanggit dito, no? Ayan. So, ang gawin lang natin, the H order of harmonic, multiply by this one, E17. E17. Impalagay natin. Okay. Then, gawin lang natin for the remaining order of harmonics, no? Pinapi ko lang siya. Ito naman, this one, series 0 na to. Okay. C17. Okay? So, yan na yon yung position ng harmonic natin. Teka lang, dito na ilagay yung 240. Okay. Yan na yung position ng ano natin, ng harmonic order natin sa coordinates natin. Okay? Yan. So, kita nyo po ba? Okay. So, kung makikita nyo yung mga value dito sa phase B and phase C, no? Medyo malalaki, no? Thousands of value. Kaya ito kasi yung number of revolution, no? Natin itong hyper-unit, no? Kasi ang
Hello, sir. Hello, sir. I guess you got disconnected.
with respect to order of harmonics natin, kung ano man yung harmonics na meron ka sa system, yung decimal fraction or yung decimal, yan yung exact location ng harmonics na to dun sa polar coordinates, no? Hindi natin point of interest yung number of revolution, di ba? Ang point of interest natin yung exact location ng harmonic na yan sa polar coordinates. So ang gagawin natin, extract natin dito sa value na to yung number of revolution, no? Tatanggalin natin yon. Ang gusto nating mangyari is iwan yung exact location ng harmonic order na yon, no? So gawin natin, tanggalin natin yung number of revolution, no? Tignan ko lang dito. May formula dito yun eh. Wait lang. Ayun, trunk. So gawin natin ito. Less. Yan. So itong part na to, tinanggalin natin yung number of revolution kasi hindi yung point of interest natin eh. Yung point of interest natin yung exact location ng harmonics na to dun sa polar coordinates. No, bakit ba natin ginagawa yun? Mamaya makikita natin, no? Ayan, nakita nyo? So pag i-compare mo to, no, dito, natanggal na yung whole number, no, which is representing the number of revolution, no, the same to this item, no. Kita nyo? So from 3.667 naging 0.667 na lang, no, kasi tinanggal natin yung number of revolution. Hindi naman yun yung point of interest kasi natin. Ang point of interest natin yung 0.667 lang, representing the position of this harmonic. Ano ba to? Anong order ba to? 11, yung 11 order of harmonics dun sa polar coordinates. Okay? So, tanggalin ko na to. Gawin natin yung C for the phase C naman, no? Ayan, no? So, natanggal na. Wala nang number of revolution representing I mean
Hello, Sir Julius. Hello, Sir Julius. Hello, sir. I think you have no audio. And please be reminded that you still have 3 minutes left on your presentation. Thank you. All right. I guess let me just have a few announcements for our delegates. So your certificate of participation will be reflected in your IAE membership portal 10 working days after this conference. So if you're having a hard time to log in, you can just double check, input your email as your username, and then click forget password. But if it ended up that still you're having a hard time logging in, you can just call us in the membership department to check if your email address is parallel in our database. Okay? Hello, Sir Julius. Hello, sir. Let's welcome back Engineer Judy Salaco. Okay, let's welcome back Engineer Julio Salaco to wrap up his presentation for 5 minutes.
Hello?
Hello, sir.
Yan. Okay. So, kita ba yung Excel file? Nako, sorry sa mga audience natin. No? Talagang ito yung drawbacks ng
Yes, sir. We can see it
online.
now.
Okay. So, ituloy natin yung phase A, no? Yung position ng vector na to is at angle 0, no? So, ito yon kasi angle 0 siya. Yung phase B natin, ito yon 120, no? Lagging, no? By 120. Yan. So, ito yung phase B. Medyo bilisan ko, ah. Tapos yung phase C natin is 240, no? 4D, fundamental, no? Phase C. Tignan nyo to. Fundamental to, no? Kasi 60 Hz, no? Yun. So, anong mapapansin nyo sa vector position na to? Positive sequence, no? Positive sequence, no? Yung position ng vector na to is positive sequence, okay? So, makikita nyo, kaya binanggit dito, yung harmonic order, no? Ng 3H plus 1, ito yung 1, which is na-prove natin. Ito na ngayon, yung 1. 7, 3H plus 1 is positive sequence. Ito. Kita nyo to? Okay, because of the position of vectors. So, try natin yung kagrupo niyan. Filter ko yung 120. Lahat to is positive sequence. Medyo bilisan natin, no, kasi kinain ko nata yung oras nung next speaker. Gusto ko lang ipakita, no, yung ano yung behavior ng harmonic sa three-phase system natin. So, lahat to, no? Positive sequence na to. So, tignan nga natin, 1, 7, which is tama, no? Once ito, ano yan, ng harmonic is positive sequence, no? So, okay. So, hindi pa dyan natatapos, no? Kasi, meron pa tayong zero sequence naman, no? Nawala yung screen. Kita nyo ba yung presentation ko? Kita po ba yung Excel?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so konti na lang po to, no? For this ano naman po, for this vector, no, yung third order, no? Ito. Yung third order ito. 3, no? Ito pinag-usapan natin. Lahat sila is ang position ng vectors na to nasa 0, no? So yung phase A, highlight ko to, ito yon. Phase B, kasi nasa 0 sila eh. Phase B, ito yon. Saka yung phase C, no? Phase C, okay? Nasa 0 sila. Anong mapapansin nyo? Co-phasal, no? So, ang tawag natin dito is 0. 0 sequence, no? Kaya dito kanina, yung triplet harmonics natin, ito, binanggit dito. Triplet harmonics, no? Vectors, no? Sorry. Ito. Triplet harmonics are cophasal vectors. So, ito yun. Cophasal sila kasi they are situated at 0 angle for all the phase A, B, and C, no? So, 0 sequence yun. Ano ba yung grupo ng mga harmonics component na yan na 0 sequence, no? Ang tawag natin dito, aside to 0 sequence, another term is triplet harmonics. So, sir, ang ibig mong sabihin, ang triplet harmonics are the 0 sequence? Yes. Triplet harmonics are the 0 sequence and they are cophasal, no? Yan yung mga nag-add up dun sa neutral natin. Yan. 3, 9, 15, 21, 27, 33. Ngayon, pag nakita mo to sa power quality analyzer mo, ito yung nag-overload sa neutral nyo, no? Gusto ko sanang i-explain further, kaya lang medyo hindi kaya na ng time, no? Itong grupo na to ng harmonics, ang tawag sa kanila, 0 sequence or triplane harmonics. No? Okay, so yan yun. So last na lang, no? Yung negative, no? Which is, ito naman, si tip order, no? So yung phase A natin is 0. Copy ko na lang to. Yan. Phase A. So mabilis na lang to. Yung phase B natin, 240, no? Which is kabaliktaran nung positive sequence, no? Kasi 120 yung phase B dito. 240 yung phase B. Yung phase C, 120, nandito siya. Okay? So, ito yan. Phase C, no? 120, ito yun. Okay? Yung tawag naman dito, yung position ng vector na yan, yan yung negative sequence. Bakit negative? Kasi Z at reference angle followed by the phase B at 240 lagging, no? Then followed by phase C at 120 lagging, no? So, tawag dito is negative sequence, no? So, sino tong mga ano to? Mga triplet harmonics na to? I mean, sino tong mga harmonics na to? Filter natin, ito sila. Itong grupo na to. Okay? Lahat to negative. So, tignan natin. Ayan, 5, 11, 17, until 47, no? Yan yung negative sequence, no? Harmonics. Okay, so hide ko lang. Ayan, no? Yan na yun. Na-prove natin na co-facial yung triplet harmonics, tapos yung positive yung grupo na harmonics ng 1, 7, 13. So, okay. For the last slide, no, kasi nag-exceed na tayo. Yan, kita nyo ba yung slide ko? So, na-prove natin yung triplet harmonics are co-facial. Yung positive is a group of 1, 7, and so on and so forth na harmonics. Then, yung negative is 5, 11, and so on and so forth. Yung positive hitting on conductors, yung negative introduce torque, no? Actually, they can be represented as generator kasi they opposing the normal power flow or yung rotation ng power system natin. While yung 0, detrimental yan sa neutral, no, ng 4-wire post-ground system na. Okay? So, I think yan na yung ano natin, no? Medyo tight yung time natin. Siguro we can mas whole day, no? Whole day lecture, no? So, marami pa tong lecture natin na sayang. Kaya lang, ganun talaga. Dito lang yung allotted natin. Okay? So, back to you, Ma'am Monique.
Thank you very much, Engineer Julius Halakop. Let's give him a round of applause. And to award the Certificate of Appreciation, I would like to call on the BP External of La Union Chapter, Engineer Dominic G. de la Cruz.
The Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated award the Certificate of Appreciation to Engineer Julius O. Salacup in grateful acknowledgement of his distinguished and invaluable service rendered as technical speaker with the topic of power system harmonics during the 23rd Northern Luzon Regional Conference with the theme Leadership Rising Above Adversity Through Passion and Commitment Leading on the Road to Recovery, thereby contributing immeasurably to the prestige and success of the conference hosted by IIEE La Union Chapter via video conferencing. Given this 26th day of February 2022 in the city of San Fernando, La Union, signed Divino Amor P. Rivera, Chapter VP Technical Affairs, signed Roger N. Nullar, the Chapter President, signed Francisco P. Fontanilla III, the Northern Luzon Governor, and attested by Mary Jane C. Armendo, the Chapter Secretary.
Thank you, thank you.
Nagyamanak Engineer De La Cruz, Nagyamanak Engineer Julius Salaco. We will now proceed to our next resource speaker for this afternoon. Allow me to introduce her. She is from Pantay, Fatima, Bigan City, Ilocos Sur, the Dean, College of Architecture and Environmental Planning, University of Northern Philippines, Bigan City, June 1999 up to present. Private practicing architect studio, 1985 to present. PhD Environmental Studies, Master of Architecture 2021 to 2022, Chapter Advisor United Architects of the Philippines, Ilocos Ciudad, Fernandina Chapter. Let us all welcome for the topic Building Service Interventions in Adaptive Reuse of Heritage Building, no other than Engineer Architect Fatima Patinicetas A. Rabang Alonso.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, respected electrical practitioners. Special mention would go to Engineer Joel Foronda, the chair of the subcommittee on technical sessions. Thank you for this humbling invitation. He was the colleague of my husband way back in the 2017, 2016 in Dubai. So once again, good afternoon. Please allow me to share my screen. Okay, so what you would be asking, what has heritage got to do with electrical engineering practice, or what has heritage, what has conservation got to do with electrical engineering practice? So the title of my lecture is Building Services Interventions, Electrical Fire Protection and Other Utilities in Adaptive Reuse of Heritage Buildings. So my presentation is broken down into 5 sets. So first presentation would be Understanding Heritage. Presentation 2 will be Conservation Laws and Charters that regulate building services interventions. Presentation 3 would be Approaches to Building Services Interventions in Heritage Structures. Presentation 4 will be The Heritage City of Bigan in Perspective, our case study. And presentation 5 would be Integrating Building Services to Meet Building Code Requirements in the UNESCO World Heritage City of Bigan. So to set the context for this topic, let us first have a common understanding of the concept of heritage. But before that, I would like to give you I would like to share you something. An architect who said, "A city without all buildings is like a man without memory." So we can just imagine, if there's a man without a memory, what more? With a city without all buildings, we do not know where we came from. We may never know where we came from. So
Excuse
that's how.
me, po, architect.
Yes, ma'am.
I guess your presentation is not in full screen in our end.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Okay. Is
Yes,
this okay? I'm sorry. Okay. So, all right. So let us not allow our city without all buildings, because it would be like a man without a memory. So what is heritage? So heritage is all inherited resources which people value for reasons beyond mere utility. So it's not that we value things because they are useful to us, but it's more than that. And we will know in the following discussion. So heritage is very broad. It's made up of natural heritage And these are the culturally significant landscapes and biodiversity. And the second one is cultural heritage, which are the historic places, sites, environments, built environments rather, collections, past and continuing cultural practices, and knowledge and experiences. And so what does cultural heritage do to us? It provides a sense of personal identity, unity, and belonging as a group. It also allows us to better understand the past generations and the history of where we come from. Now, you would ask me, what is the connection between heritage and electrical practice? This is actually the aim of this talk, that after this talk, we aim to give everyone an appreciation of the connection between heritage and EE practice. So there are values of the cultural heritage, especially dear, or that the community holds dear. They are important symbolic and community's identity. They are a major contributor of economic value to local communities. It has socio-economic value for a city. It is an anchor of the global tourism industry. I hope you agree to that. And it's a source of resilience to communities. There are two dimensions of cultural heritage. First, we have the intangible heritage. It could be a practice, it could be a representation, an expression, a knowledge, or skill considered by UNESCO to be part of a place's cultural heritage. So, for example, this one we see a weaver, and if this weaver dies and she has not transferred the skill or this intangible knowledge to somebody else younger than her, then this knowledge dies with her. Second dimension is the tangible heritage, and they are broken down into three. We have the tangible built heritage. These are all the buildings that have been built through time. And we have the tangible movable heritage. These are all the building contents like paintings, sculptures, ceramics, or books that we can transfer from house to house. But there are also tangible, immovable heritage, which are considered non-structural architectural elements attached to building, like statues, tiles, and mosaics, or fresco paintings, or any part or totality of building with historical, architectural, decorative, religious, or other significance. Now, why all buildings? Why put importance to all buildings? Why tangible built heritage? Now, what are tangible built heritage again? They are the old buildings, whether they are standing individually or in groups. They are monuments, urban centers, historic urban areas, archaeological sites, industrial heritage, and all objects, collections, and building contents, or the entirety of the buildings that have historical, architectural, decorative, religious, or other significance. So that's how important our tangible built heritage to us, to the community, to the world. And why heritage conservation? We need, because of the value that we place upon our tangible and intangible heritage, we need to protect the cultural, environmental, social, and economic values of heritage assets and resources from continuous pressures of natural hazards like earthquakes and typhoons, anthropogenic effects or man-made effects like urbanization or uncontrolled urbanization, and extreme events due to global changes or the effects of climate change. So what is conservation in a nutshell? Now, these are all the processes and measures of maintaining the cultural significance of a cultural property, including but not limited to repair, preservation, restoration, reconstruction, refurbishment, protection, adaptive reuse, or any combination thereof. Now, you would notice that there is no word there, there's no renovation there included, because renovation implies a change of the materials, a change of the design, a change of the fabric. So renovation is not included as a process of conservation. And because of this, we view conservation as part of development. So heritage conservation, so that we get a very concise definition and immediate understanding of this concept is it is the deliberate act of keeping culture and heritage for the future, and we do it now in the present. So what are these processes and measures of conservation? Of course, the simplest would be repairs. And what are repairs, or how do we define repairs? These are done to reduce long-term deterioration of the building's fabric by providing remedy to cause of defects. These are remedial actions that sustains the significance of the building, and in doing repairs, they retain much of the significant historic fabric with minimum changes. So these are photos of an example of my project several years ago. So it has only minimum intervention. So both the flooring and the roofing were the priority works because of the constraint in budget. But it has to be done because the roof protects the whole house, and when it was not protected, the floor got rotten. And then what is restoration? So it's returning the existing fabric of a place to a known earlier state by removing accretions or by reassembling existing components without the introduction of new materials. So you see here, it's the same project that we did. So we reassembled the windows and reinstalled them back. Another is adaptive reuse, which is using an old building for a new purpose or function. And this kind of intervention is or ensures long-term conservation, enables it to earn for its maintenance. Now, when we do adaptive reuse, we introduce new materials. What is important in conservation is that a heritage house should be able to earn for its maintenance. That's really the number one reason. That's also another reason why we do conservation. The house should not be standing without any income, because then it will go into deterioration. So it must be sustainable, meaning it must have an income so that the owner or the investor would have something to save for and use it when the time comes for the repairs. Retrofitting is upgrading of existing building to meet code requirements like fire or emergency exit. So this is where electrical practice comes in, or to increase comfort and safety, like installation of smoke detectors, fire sprinklers, and new electrical systems. So now we're now emphasizing the practice of the electrical profession in conservation. That's where you are really needed. And then we have also rehabilitation. This is the process of modifying a historic building to extend its useful life through alterations and repairs, while preserving the important architectural, cultural, and historical features. This is another project which I did. This is the Vegan Culture and Trade Center. It used to be a technical school in the past. Now it's a Vegan Culture and Trade Center. And in this project, we integrated all the mechanical and electrical systems needed to function in the present needs, according to the needs of the present, I mean, and in conformance with the National Building Code and other referral codes, like the Fire Code of the Philippines. Okay. We also have the new construction or infill architecture. Now, this happens when in a row of heritage houses, there are vacant lots that were buildings or were heritage buildings before were lost or got bombed during the war, or there was no really any, or it was just an open space. So in this case, we call it infill architecture. Why infill? Because we have to harmonize the designs with the rest of the buildings along the street. And these are my two projects also, both infill. The first one along the Calle Crisologo, and the second one in the next street. Okay. There is also what we call reconstruction, which is returning a structure or a place to a known earlier state and is distinguished from restoration by the introduction of new material into the fabric. Well, of course, when you do reconstruction, you also do new construction as well, which is the introduction of a new structure or additional structure to the original building. And then after reconstructing, then there has to be an adaptive reuse for it, where some parts of the internal layout have been modified to suit the new functions. For example, this is another project of mine. This was bombed during the war. It was a residential house, and then when it was reconstructed, it became a hotel. And then sadly during pandemic, it closed, and then now it came back as a facility for renting out shops and restaurants, offices. So that's the reconstruction / adaptive reuse. Now I would like to discuss and give awareness on the basic principles and concepts of heritage conservation. Now, not anybody can say he's a conservationist. Like even architects and even electrical practitioners. So if you wish to be in the heritage practice, which is a niche, which is a specialized niche, and which very good, anybody would have to understand the basic principles and concepts of heritage conservation to be able to be able to do justice to the job. So first, heritage must have continuity. So it means that any historic site should continue in use. Should not just be viewed as something that's there standing and then it's just there without any use. It should have a continuous use. That's sustainability. And it should be shared with local and foreign visitors for appreciation of our past and to know us better as people. And it should be a vibrant, living heritage. Means to say, the activities are there, the compatible activities are there, and should be respected by progress and growth. And because it's a core, it should be integrated into the larger city or town plan and promoted for future generations to enjoy and pass on to their heirs. Second basic principle is the principle of adaptive reuse. We have discussed this earlier, but again, it's coming back. So it's adapting the heritage structures to new uses to ensure continuity amid progress. Now, the most important thing to consider here is what are the new uses? Now, these new uses should be compatible and allowed within the core, okay, so that it goes well with the historic character of the area. For example, the picture here was a mansion, but now it's going to be a luxury hotel. Okay, it's a whole block. No, it's a letter L in the block. So again, what is adaptive reuse? It's the utilization of buildings, other built structures, and sites of value for purposes other than their original intentions. So it was once a residence, now it's a hotel and a function hall with a restaurant. So in conserving the site, its engineering integrity and authenticity of design must be assured. So can you just imagine the electrical works that has gone there, that has been integrated there? So a third basic principle is to maintain the genius loci or spirit of place. There's something what we call as spirit of place. Yung ibang-iba pagka pumunta ka sa isang lugar, yun lang yung na-feel mo doon, yun yung na-feel mo doon, na pagpunta mo sa ibang lugar, hindi mo na-feel yon. That's a spirit of place. And so what are these? These are the tangible and intangible quality of a site. that conveys its cultural essence and meaning expressed through the built heritage. Okay, and these are also made up of intangible values that give the place its distinctive character. And it's the way we feel, we see, we hear, we experience things in the place. So it's authentic, no, nothing contrived. So as conservationists, oops, as conservationists, it is important that we should identify what are the authentic elements that define the character of a place and convey its spirit. Pag nagta-travel tayo, 'di ba, pagpunta mo sa isang lugar, yung naamoy mo yung nagluluto sa isang rows of karinderya. Naamoy mo lang, alam mo na. I mean, it retains in your memory na naalala ko yung lugar na to, ang sarap-sarap ng amoy ng pagkain. Okay? Those are the authentic elements that define the character of a place and convey the spirit. And to ensure that these elements are maintained, safeguarded, and celebrated through the conservation process. Okay. So thank you. This is the first presentation. Let me give you the second. Okay. So presentation 2 is on conservation laws and charters that regulate building services intervention. So this is very important to us. We have to start from the global view, world view, and then down to the local view of how we do or how we implement conservation laws and charters. So first, there was the International Charter for Conservation and Restoration of Monuments and Sites. This is started in 1964, and this was known as the Venice Charter. So when heritage and cultural people who are interested in culture were noticed that more and more heritage structures are being gone, then they came up with this charter. Now, what is this? So, in 1964, they came up with a set of guidelines by these conservation professionals in Venice. And then, so that's why the name is Venice Charter. So, what are these guidelines? So, this set of guidelines provide an international framework for the conservation and restoration of historic buildings. But this was very strict. I would say romantic, very romantic. I mean, it doesn't allow anything to be changed. So now in our period now, we see people see this now as outdated by modernist views that are opposed to reconstruction. But this was a milestone in conservation. And then there is the World Heritage Convention, or in full, the Convention Concerning the Protection of the World Cultural and Natural Heritage. This is an international agreement adopted by the General Conference of UNESCO in 1972. So nearly 10 years after 1964. And what is the premise? That there are certain places of Earth that are of outstanding universal value, and thus these places are common heritage of mankind. And the states parties of which the Philippines is a party of are mandated to protect the world heritage as a duty of the international community. So when a site is declared as a World Heritage Site, it gets this logo, Patrimonio Mundial, or World Heritage logo. And then in 1979, there was the Borough Charter. So you would notice that the name of the charter would always be the place where the event took place. So it was adopted by Australia ICOMOS, or the Australian National Committee of ICOMOS, on August 19, 1979 at Borough, South Australia, but it underwent several revisions in 1981, 1988, and 1999. Now, this is a set of guidance for the conservation and management of places of cultural significance, or we call them cultural heritage places, based on knowledge and experience of Australia ECOMAS members. These are standards of practice for those who own, or the owners, managers, caretakers, or undertakers in places of cultural significance. But these are of course applicable to all types of places of cultural significance. Kumbaga parang may mga code tayo sa practice natin sa architecture, sa electrical engineering. Ito rin yung isa sa mga codes. Now, what does this birth charter tell us or teach us? That we should have a cautious approach to change, and we can do as much as necessary to care for the place and to make it useful or usable, but change it as little as possible so that its cultural significance is retained. Mahirap naman kasi yung may original house, tapos pagtingin mo after a few months, pagtanggal nung tarpaulin covering the struct or the project, ibang-iba na yung itsura. Hindi mo na maalala yung dati. So, dapat hindi ganon ang sabi ng Bora Charter. Change it as little as possible, but do as much as necessary. Now, this Hoi-An protocols for best conservation practice in Asia is very contextualized to us, to the Southeast Asia and the Pacific, and we belong to that. So these are the professional guidelines for assuring and preserving the authenticity of heritage sites in the context of the cultures of Asia. Diba sabi parang we have the same, we are linked together before. So we have similarities in the design of our structures, even in the use of our structures. So ito, ginawa to para for majority of the Asian countries, Southeast Asian countries, and the whole of Asia. So it was developed following the UNESCO regional workshop called Conserving the Past, an Asian perspective of authenticity in the consolidation, restoration, and reconstruction of historic monuments and sites. This was organized in Hoi An, Vietnam, hence the name Hoi An Protocols, from 15 February to 3 March 2001. It was in response to an increasing number of threats within the region, linked to population growth. This is anthropogenic cause, environmental degradation, climate change, rural to urban migration, urban development, industrialization, and globalization forces. So these are the things that are threatening our built heritage. And this is an essential and practical resource for a large audience like practitioners, governmental bodies, custodians, and NGOs. So, it's a regional protocol. And we go to the Philippine laws, to our Philippine laws. In the country, there are many restoration efforts that rely on proper legislation to achieve their goals. We have, of course, basically the 1973 and 1987 constitutions that are responsive to the need to guard the country's cultural heritage. Specifically, the 1973 Constitution, Article 15, Section 9, paragraph 2 states that Filipino culture shall be preserved and developed for national identity. So, andyan. And then the current constitution that we use, the 1987 Constitution, Article 14, Section 16, states that all the country's artistic and historic wealth constitutes the cultural treasure of the nation and shall be under the protection of the state, which may regulate its disposition. So all our activities along conservation are or have a legal basis. In 1966, the country attempted to define objects and Filipino identity. It was earlier than the enactment of the 1972 yung UNESCO Convention. Pero tayo as far back as 1966. So we should be proud of that. It's an earlier enactment than the UNESCO Convention. It was wherein RA 4846 was enacted, and it's titled The Protection and Preservation of Cultural Properties. And these are the old buildings, the monuments, the shrines, documents, and objects which may be classified as antiques, relics, or artifacts, or landmarks, anthropological and historical sites, and specimens of natural history which are of cultural, historical, anthropological, and scientific value and significance of the nation. Remember the line that we presented here, a city without a memory is like a city without all buildings like a man without memory. So, paano kaya kung wala itong RA 4846 na maaga? Baka parang a man without a memory na tayo. Okay, we also have the national cultural treasures, which are the unique objects having outstanding historical, cultural, artistic, or scientific value. And specifically, PD 260, which was enacted in 1973, declared Poway Church among many other historical structures as national cultural treasure. Hinighlight ko lang kasi, of course, taga Ilocos tayo. But dito sa right side, yung screenshot, madami. And there was also a title called Important Cultural Properties accorded to some structures. These are the cultural properties that do not have the characteristics of national cultural treasures, but singled out from the countless cultural properties for having exceptional historical and cultural significance to the country. Pero ang pinaka heritage sa atin yung national cultural treasures, like yung bahay ni Aguinaldo. Okay. We also have a historical site under PD 756, which are any place, province, city, town, or any location and structure which has played a significant role in the history of our country and nation. Specifically, PD 756, which was enacted in 1975, which amended PD 260, included the Mestizo section now that included Leona Florentino and Padre Jose Burgos in Vigan City in its scope. Pero konti pa lang yan, dalawa lang. Pero salamat na rin, no? Why was it included via this amendment, PD 756? In 1975 or before that, there was already a noted trend in the modernization of certain parts of Vigan, and there was really the need to preserve these areas for the development of tourism and in the preservation of the country's history and culture. So, of course, we do not disregard the fact that during that time there was already a vision for heritage conservation thanks to those people, and we know. Okay. And finally, in 2009, we had the RA 1066, the Philippine Cultural Heritage Act of 2009, which provided for the protection, the preservation, and promotion of the nation's cultural heritage, and strengthened the National Commission for Culture and the Arts and affiliated cultural agencies. So, meron na tayong national law. And then, on a micro view, we go to the Heritage City of Vigan, because the Heritage City of Vigan is among the few cities or places in the Philippines which has its own ordinance on heritage conservation. And this ordinance number 7, series of 2006, was named as the Vigan Conservation Code. But it was already an ordinance as far back as 2000. It was called then Ordinance Number 4, Series of 2000, the Conservation and Preservation Guidelines for Vegan Ancestral Houses. And I drafted this. I was commissioned by the city government to draft this with another partner also. And again, it will be the third on its third revision. Because after Ordinance Number 4, Series of 2000, it was amended into Ordinance Number 7, Series of 2006, and soon to be amended again. Of course, there are always gray areas that as we implement this local code, there are things that things that are felt to have not been included. Okay. So what is this code? It's a set of guidelines on conservation, preservation, restoration, adaptive reuse, new construction, and infill works in the core and buffer zone. So when there are applicants in the core and buffer zones, this conservation code becomes the Bible. Okay. And there was also the Special City Zoning Ordinance number 12 series of 1997. But there was also, and then, okay. But it became Ordinance number 5 series of 1995 when this code or ordinance redefined the boundaries of the core and buffer zones. Parang nung una, kulang yung na-include sa core. The core is the one that's shaded in red. The buffer zone is the one shaded in blue. So, nilakihan noong 1991. So, what is the core zone? It's made up of the concentration of heritage structures in the heritage city of Vigan. And the buffer zone provides the authentic setting and protection to the core zone. It has a total area of 17.24 hectares. And there's also this UNESCO Homeowners Preservation Manual for Vigan City. It's a conservation guide on traditional building techniques and modern scientific conservation methods for ancestral houses and heritage structures. It becomes a referral document to the Vigan Conservation Code, and I was the what do you call this, main contributor for this also. And then Ordinance number 14 series of 1997 gives the allowable uses in the core zone. And what are these allowable uses? They should be single or multiple residential density up to 8 units, or mixed residential and commercial uses such as shops, stores, offices, financial service businesses, hospitality uses like hotel, pension inn, conference hall, or restaurants, an educational house, or a museum. So this is the newest project in the core zone. You can see that the front is the original house, and the one in the rear is the new structure. So it's a restoration cum adaptive reuse cum new construction project. But you can see that the design passed through the Vigan Conservation Council, and it complies with all the needed requirements of the Vigan Conservation Code. Now, I would like also to share you briefly what are the cultural agencies as stewards of our cultural patrimony. We begin with international. We have the ICOMOS. So when you'll be doing conservation work with conservation architects, you'll be doing readings, or maybe you'll be meeting these names as you go through your readings. So ICOMOS is the International Council on Monuments and Sites. This is a professional association that works for the conservation and protection of cultural heritage places around the world. The headquarters is in Charenton-le-Pont, France, and founded in 1965 in Warsaw after the Venice Charter was framed. No? It was founded a year after. It was founded in 1965 in Warsaw as a result of the Venice Charter of 1964 to offer advice to UNESCO on World Heritage Sites. We also have a Philippine commission called the ICOMOS Philippines. We also have the International Center for the Study of the Preservation and Restoration of Cultural Property, or in short, ICROM. This is an intergovernmental organization dedicated to the preservation of cultural heritage worldwide through training, information, research, cooperation, and advocacy programs. It aims to enhance the importance and fragility of cultural heritage, and these are done through training and information. This was a result of a proposal at the UNESCO General Conference held in New Delhi in 1956. And its headquarters is established in Rome in 1959 up to now. And in the Philippines, we have the National Historical Commission of the Philippines, which has undergone a few change of name. It's now NHCP. It was formerly NHI, or National Historical Institute. The mandate is to identify, designate, and mark historic places. So ito yung historical. Kunyari yung kung saan naganap yung best sang battle, so historical yon, kay NHCP yon. Pero kung mga kung mga heritage house na walang historical significance, pero meron siyang architectural, structural significance, and so on, kay ano yon, National Museum. Later, you'll see here. So, they construct national monuments, shrines, and historic markers, and maintain and care for these structures. It supervises the restoration, reconstruction, and preservation of churches, sila yung churches, and places declared as national shrines, monuments, and landmarks by PD 260. So remember PD 260. On the other hand, the National Museum is mandated for the restoration, reconstruction, and preservation of government historical buildings, shrines, landmarks, monuments, and sites designated as national cultural treasures or important cultural properties. We also have the National Commission for Culture and the Arts, or the NCCA. It's the official government agency for culture. It was established in 1987, and it is the overall policy-making body, coordinating, and grants-giving agency for the preservation, development, and promotion of Philippine arts and culture. So kung may gusto kayong project that more on the research aspect, pwede kayong mag-apply dito. So it's an executing agency for the policies it formulates and administers the National Endowment Fund for Culture and the Arts, fund exclusively for the implementation of culture and arts programs and projects. Dito yata nanggagaling din yung mga premyo ng mga national artists. National Endowment Fund for Culture and the Arts. And before we forget, we have what is the connection between heritage and the UN Sustainable Development Goals, which is aimed to be accomplished by 2030. And of course, we know that the UN Sustainable Development Goals is a set of goals which is an urgent call for action by all countries, developed and developing under a global partnership. So specifically under Goal 11, with the title Sustainable Cities and Communities, this calls for mainstreaming culture and heritage in all the strategies to achieve it. There's on the right hand, there's a further explanation of what Goal 11 aims to accomplish, or it is to make cities and human settlements inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. And with technical professionals, including electrical practitioners, have a stake in making cities and human settlements inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. So there are various sectors, like the energy sector, your sector, must respond to achieving this particular goal. Remember, we want to achieve sustainable goals, development goals. So there you go. So thank you. I will go to the presentation 3. All right. This presentation is going towards understanding the principles and approaches to building services interventions in heritage structures. So this presentation was adopted from the Conservation of 20th Century Architectural Heritage, or called the Madrid Document 2011. So obviously, the event was in Madrid. So as a note, the Madrid Document 2011 aims for appropriate and respectful handling of important period of architectural heritage while recognizing existing heritage conservation documents. Okay, and as electrical practitioners who wants to go into heritage practice, this is very important for us. So first approach is to identify and assess cultural significance. If we cannot identify any significance in a building that we work on, we can never deliver an honest to goodness restoration work. unless we are able to identify and assess cultural significance. So we should understand that heritage and all its components is a physical record of its time, place, and use. Again, what is cultural significance? These are the tangible attributes or nakikita natin, including physical location.
Excuse me po, architect.
Yes? Yes po?
Are you presenting something po on your...
Yeah. Yes.
Upon checking, we're not seeing anything po.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes. Can you see it?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, so we proceed to the next slide. So any practitioner, and that includes electrical practitioners who will be partners of conservation architects, must identify first and assess cultural significance of the heritage house or structure that's going to work on. So why and the reason for this is to understand that heritage and all its components is a physical record of its time, place, and use. Again, we need to remember that cultural significance are all the tangible attributes or nakikita natin, including physical location, like setting and associated landscapes, the design, the construction systems, and technical equipment, the interiors, the fittings, the associated furniture, artworks, and others, and or its intangible values, including its historic, social, scientific, or spiritual associations or creative genius. Now, for example, in this, you see here, dapat hindi tinatanggal itong smoke vents na to, the picture below, and dapat hindi tinatanggal itong embossed tin ceiling. Okay, so that's how we recognize, identify, and assess the cultural significance, which we must take care of even if we want to retrofit our heritage structures. Second is use appropriate conservation planning approach. It's a methodology that provides conservation policies to retain and respect cultural significance. Hindi porke maglalagay ka ng isang door, tapos tibagin mo na lahat ng buong wall. Okay? So there should be a methodology to do that. Okay? And it should, the practitioner should conduct comprehensive historical research to ensure that conservation policies will guide the development and change. And then to develop conservation plans guided by heritage charters that we presented earlier and cite a specific conservation declaration that we also presented earlier. Kaya inuna kong present yung mga charters, laws, codes, ganyan, protocols. So this is an example on the right on how to go about conservation planning approach. So, for example, itong interior, anong gagawin sa ceiling, anong gagawin sa sa ceiling, anong nakikita, anong nangyari, anong mga defects sa second floor frames, anong defects, doors, anong nakita mo. Okay. So that's the methodology. So that knowing the deterioration and what caused the deterioration, makakagawa ng methodology on how to intervene. Okay, this is also number 3, establish limits of acceptable change. So, again, we always take note that when we are working on a heritage structure, minimum intervention lang, yung acceptable change lang. Okay, so we should have clear policies and guidelines that should be established before starting any intervention to define the acceptable limits of change. Kung maglalagay ka ng, yung tawag dito, what do you call that? Kung saan pupunta lahat ng mga tawag dito. Alright. panel board, kung maglalagay tayo ng panel boards, dapat ba the whole brick wall tanggalin natin yun para ilagay yung panel board? So yun yung mga guidelines, policies natin na dapat pag-isipan para minimum intervention lang talaga. And then the conservation plan should define the areas where interventions are possible. Consider building technologies used. Like for example, saan nilalagay yung exterior condenser units of split type air conditioning units. So saan ba para yung efficient at the same time hindi naman siya visible or hindi siya or concealed siya from general view. So and then a conservation plan, an example is here presented. Ayan, gagawa ka ng priority 1, priority 2, like priority 1 would be roofing for the maintenance. No? Priority 2 would be masonry and brick walls. Priority 3, floor framing system. Priority 4, exterior sidings, interior walls, and other house parts. Or priority 5 pala, plumbing rehabilitation or modernization or electrical upgrading. Ito yung ginawa natin sa And then, priority 6 is paid. So, yan, kailangan ng conservation plan. And then, use interdisciplinary expertise. So, there are specialists or experts in the conservation who may be required to undertake specific research and exchange of knowledge on materials and methods in the heritage. So, this is the Beacon Conservation Council, of which I sit down as member. And then, fifth approach is provide a maintenance plan. So, the plan should be for appropriate, regular, preventive care and maintenance of the heritage. Like, you can break down the season into dry and wet. But now, parang hindi na natin alam kung ano yung dry, anong wet. Kala natin dry season pero bumabagyo. Or kala natin wet pero ang init-init, walang ulan. So, pero ito, it was done where sinagregate natin kung saan yung dry season against the wet, and then kung ano yung gagawin under the dry season. So ito na, priority number 1, priority number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5. Yung electrical works sa sa dry season siya. Okay, sixth approach is document and record. Very important ito. The interventions or changes should be documented properly and recorded, like the state before, during, and after intervention. The recording technique should be in replicable media like photography, measured drawings, oral histories, laser scanning, and 3D modeling. So this picture is a project that I was consultant of. Okay. And then approaches to building services interventions in heritage structures. Approach number 7. It should be there should be flexible and innovative approaches in the application of building codes to ensure appropriate building systems interventions. Like for example, kailangan pa rin yung accessibility requirements like BP 344. Kailangan pa rin i-conform the health and safety code requirements of PD 1096 like the Environment Code, the fire safety requirements of RA 9514 or the Fire Code of the Philippines, or seismic retrofitting or the Structural Code. And now, the trend now is the energy efficiency like conforming to green building or LED, which may need to be flexibly adapted to conserve cultural significance. So in this case, ito, nagre-retrofit sila. The 8th is manage change, which is constant. Yeah, change is always constant. So, there are always building system interventions which may be necessary due to changes in everyday use. Like for example, adaptive reuse ka into a hotel, pero wala ka namang plumbing system o hindi mo naman pwedeng sasabihin dapat walang toilet kasi dati walang toilet sa mga kwarto. Dapat common. Hindi na pwedeng ganon. Kasi we have to meet the needs of today's, of the present, of today's use, today's, population. So, but then, if you are not careful, it might impact on the cultural significance of the structure. And so change must be managed to maintain the cultural significance, lalong-lalo na itong authenticity and integrity. So ito, kailangan kasi itong exterior condenser units sa roof. So paano ka pupunta doon kung mag-repair ka? So mag-introduce ka ngayon ng ladder, pero yung ladder make sure na hindi siya obtrusive sa facade of the structure. And then even when nakalagay na siya sa roof, hindi rin siya, yung mga equipment, hindi rin sila obtrusive to the immediate view. So ito yung mga challenges ng managing change or when you are integrating building systems into a heritage structure. And then the ninth is adopt a cautious approach to change. Sabi nga sinong nagsabi nito sa Venice Charter, do only as much as is necessary and as little as possible. Or in short, the less you touch, the better. So cautious intervention must be done to improve the performance and functionality of the heritage and enhance and sustain its significance, but not adversely impact on it. Or minimize extent and depth of change, and use the least invasive means possible. And most importantly, dito sa last, the changes should be reversible as much as possible, or we adhere to the principle of reversibility. Now, for example, naglagay tayo ng air conditioning unit. Pagka gusto nating tanggalin yon, integral pa rin yung mga components ng bahay. Hindi pa rin sila nasira. Baka naman nung naglagay tayo ng air conditioning units, kung anong pinagtatanggal-tanggal natin, na nung hindi natin kailangan tinanggal natin, wala na yung hindi na natin ma-reverse yung situation into the original state that was found before we integrated this building interventions. Okay, 10, respect the value of significant layers of change and the patina of age, or the color of age. So, the contents, the fixtures or fittings that have been added at a later period that contribute to cultural significance should always be retained on the heritage where possible. Okay. 11, give consideration to environmental sustainability to balance conservation of cultural significance. There's now the increased pressure for heritage to become more energy efficient. But then cultural significance should not be adversely impacted by energy conservation measures. And then, but when we do conservation, it must take into account contemporary approaches to environmental sustainability and interventions executed with sustainable methods. Intervention should be executed with sustainable methods and management for future generations. Itong picture na to, inside a heritage house na being adaptively reused. The project is adaptively reused into a hotel. Kailangan ng sewage treatment plant. So ito, gagawan. Para, kasi ang daming, ilan ba yung capacity nito? So, the waste should be treated and then recycled back. So that's practicing environmental sustainability. So kailangan very careful ang paglagay nito, yung sewage treatment plant, which is below ground. Thank you. So there's 2 more, I guess. Can you see it? Can you see the presentation? Hello?
And we would like to remind that you have 5 minutes left remaining for your presentation. Thank you.
Okay. Yes. But the last talk, the presentation 4 is more important. But I'll just go fast with this. So, I just want to present vegan in perspective, which is our case study. So that's vegan. So it's in the along the coastal plain of West Philippine Sea in the northern Philippines. It's an 8-hour trip from Manila to Vigan, and then the land area. It's a 4th income class component city. Okay, very small siya, 28.86 square kilometers. It was already a trading post before the Spanish period, and before the Spanish period, Chinese traders already settled in Vigan, and they became they intermarried with the natives and became the Sanglai, or the half Chinese, or the mestizo Chinese. So as 1572, Villa Fernandina de Vigan was established by Captain Juan de Salcedo, third Spanish settlement in the country. It became the Ciudad Fernandina de Vigan. So it was the center of Hispanic colonial power in northern Luzon. It became rich. I mean, the traders, the Chinese mestizos became rich when they engaged in the Manila Acapulco galleon trade, and they were able to build their houses. And then during the mid-19th century, when the Philippines was sold to the U.S. by Spain, Vigan reversed into a municipality kasi wala na yung galleon trade. There was a problem of peace and order in the 50s to 60s, and then still okay na yung 80s, but still with investors. Then came 1995, visioning na for a vegan heritage conservation program. 1995, 2022 na tayo. What is the most valued heritage resource? 180 plus built heritage structures. We became a UNESCO World Heritage Site in 1999, the only heritage city in the Philippines. That's the inscription. It's a blend of Asian building design and construction, and European architecture and planning, and a European trading town in Southeast Asia. Okay, we did the master development plan for the rehabilitation of the historic center of Vigan, which was adopted by the First Cities Council. I was the team leader for this, with another team leader from Spain. And then 2001, Vigan was revalidated as a city. And then ito na yung mga strategies, paano siya naging successful na heritage city. And then another prestige was in 2015, it became one of the new 7 wonder cities in the world. And then these are the several achievements of Vigan City. So I'm going to present the last presentation. Okay, so this is already integrating building services to meet building code requirements, presenting to you what Vigan is doing on this, okay, as case study. So again, what are the building services that have to be integrated into the heritage structures to meet building code requirements? It's building services along electrical, mechanical, fire, hydraulic, security, and building communication services that ensure the building operates and performs efficiently and safely. Okay, the rule of thumb is when installing new service systems, their location should cause the least possible change or damage to historic fabric, plan, or facade of the building. Ito yung rule of thumb ng mga mga electrical practitioners in Vigan. So we have now, in the Vigan Conservation Code or Guidelines, may Section 12. Ito yung mga guidelines for electrical and electrical systems. Ano mga ito? Old chandeliers and lamps should be repaired when possible or replace them with exact replicas. The following shall be observed in the installation of electrical system during repair and construction. Use of appropriate type of wiring, install wires, parallel, and beneath moldings. Ano din to, ma-challenging kasi kailangan din magpakita sa mga moldings. On plain surfaces where there are no moldings, install wires on corners and edges of walls. Kagaya kanina yung picture na sa facade ng structure, sa above the moldings nilalagay. Use appropriate type of electrical wires and PVC pipes. Embed electrical connections in walls. Ayan. Letter C, the following shall be observed in the installation of circuit breakers and safety switches as per standard of the Philippine Electrical Code. Install circuit breakers and safety switches on clean surfaces which are accessible to occupants. In the construction of new walls or repair of old walls, flush mount said equipment on walls. In the installation of conduits or safety switches, circuit breakers on old walls, it shall be concealed on surface mounted with false walls. D. The following shall be observed in installation of lighting fixtures. The use of historically appropriate lights is hereby recommended. The use of materials such as lamp posts or street lights, wrought iron, cast iron, wall bracket lamps like wrought iron, cast iron, or copper, gate post lamps made of wrought iron or copper, lamps or farol are made of wrought iron, copper, plain, or frosted glass panes. And E, the following steps shall be observed in the installation of electric meters. Install the meter at the exterior of the building, preferably at the facade where the gadget and the service entrance conduit pose no hindrance to any moving parts of the house. In order to preserve the historic character, install the meter in an area that is least conspicuous, but of course, conspicuous to meter readers. The following shall be observed, F, the following shall be observed in the installation of air conditioning units. Ito din ang daming complaint. Install in areas such as walls or windows where these units are not conspicuous from the outside. Window type air conditioning units shall be installed at the ventanillas of a building facade, provided, however, that grills and balusters are designed to minimize exposure from view. For houses without ventanillas, the use of split type aircon is hereby encouraged. Yung ventanillas, ito yung mga grills below the window. Maintain a very minimal alteration of the building materials in areas where installations are made. Split-type air conditioning units shall be installed in a place where it is well integrated with the interior of the building. Outdoor condenser units shall be installed at the back of the building or any other inconspicuous place. Pero yung installer, magko-complain yan. In the installation of telephone and cable television units and also now, internet cables. Now, this cable should be concealed wherever possible in conduits with false ceilings, moldings, or behind interior panels. So, this is an example where these are acceptable installation of window-type aircons. O, yan. Pwede na yan. Ito, allowed yan. Kasi at least may something to conceal or distract the equipment inside or in the inner part. And then, this is also submitted to the Vehicle Conservation Council of which I sit down where to put the equipment. So they present the roof plan and the location of the equipment, air conditioning condensers. For split-type condensers, pwede dito, naka-conceal siya to your left, and then doon sa may roof, and then doon sa may side na hindi kita from street view, and then ito concealed naman sa baba, and then ito rin concealed sa may roof. So, kung kailangan pag electrical designer ka, you work closely with the architect. Ito on the left is my project. So, wala kasing paglalagyan. So, naggawa na lang ng tawag dito, niche. Para doon na lang ilagay yung mga outer condenser units. Okay, same with the one on the right. Okay, another one is this on the left, platforms ang lalagay, or to your right also, it's parang azotea or balcony, where this my project, where ito, dumami na nung dinesign namin ito, one level lang yung mga aircon units, tapos nagdagdag na ng ewan ko pa, binaba from the top. Nung owner later gusto dito na sa yung others binaba na. Siguro yung installer pag nag-repair gusto niya yan. Ito naman solar panels to make the building sustainable. Yan, pwede yan. Kasi concealed naman from street view, nasa facing the house yan eh. Okay. And then water tanks. Yan, as much possible, i-conceal kung saan pwedeng i-conceal. Okay. And then, plumbing system on the water supply system. Ganyan, by cosmetic na lang, plants. Okay. And then lamps. Yan. More lamps. Indoor lamps, I mean. Okay. More types of lamps. Exterior lamps. These are what we call the period lamps. Okay. Yeah, Max's Restaurant. Okay. Ito, yung lamps ng signages, very strict din ang Vegan Conservation Council dyan. So, dapat, ganyan lang, parang, unobtrusive, inconspicuous yung lighting ng signages. Okay, exterior lamps. And then, how to integrate the generator set room in a heritage house. Ito examples. Okay, ayan. To the right, the two pictures above and below are my project. So, ganyan ang ginawa. And then, also this one, itong door below. And then, on the right, door also, the vented doors. And then, the electrical room is there, the one with the door. On your left, this is my project, and then ito sa inside. And then how to mount the transformer. Ito very tricky din ito. Ang tagal-tagal ma-approve ito yung sa Vegan Conservation Council kung hindi siya Pero ang dami kasing consideration din. So even ISECO has to come in. Here, part siya ng Okay. Yan. Ito on the left is my project. So, minount namin sa top of the parapet behind. And also on the right is also another project of mine. Ito, ginagawa namin ng design. Parang may moldings pareho din sa ginagawang building. Okay, so these are examples of transformer pads. Yan. Itong ito on the left, sa kanila kasi may 60 pa silang space dito sa side. So, sabi ng ISECO and Vegan Conservation Council, dito idaan, papunta sa taas. Kasi kung sa kabila, which is kasi corner ito, masisira yung bahay sa neighbor niya. So dito na lang idinaan. Yan. Ito naman, sa side pa rin. Ito, it's another building. Dinaan din sa taas din yung transformer pad. Yan. Then alarm bells. Yan. It's really in conformance with the laws and regulations, the building code. Okay, heat detector, emergency lights, fire exit signs. So the one on the left is my project, the Vegan Culture and Trade Center. Then fire exits, the one on the left is also my project. Yan. Ang hirap kasing mag-integrate ng ng fire exits na approved by Bureau of Fire Protection. And then safe na safe. Then firehouse cabinets, fire extinguishers, nandyan sila. The one below on the right is also another project of mine. Then,
Excuse me po, Architect.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. As much as we love to proceed with your presentation, and we are really grateful for the information. However, it is already, the time is already due.
Okay. Yes. Sige. Okay, so that's it. Thank you very much. I hope our aim for you to build awareness on the importance of our heritage and into the practice of electrical engineering has been met. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Architect. Let's give her a round of applause. And I would like to call on again Engineer Joven Shabatawag to award the Certificate of Appreciation.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Ms. Monique. Let me read the contents of the certificate. The Institute of the of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines, Incorporated, awards the Certificate of Appreciation to Architect Fatima N. Alonzo in grateful acknowledgement of her distinguished and invaluable service rendered as the technical speaker with the topic Building Service Interventions in Adapted Reuse of Heritage Building during the 23rd Northern Luzon Regional Conference with the theme Leadership, Rising Above Adversity Through Passion and Commitment, Leading on the Road to Recovery, thereby contributing immeasurably to the prestige and success of the conference, hosted by IIE La Union Chapter via Zoom video conferencing, given this 26th day of February 2022 in the city of San Fernando, La Union. Signed by Engineer Divino Amor P. Rivera, Chapter Vice President for Technical Affairs. Signed by Engineer Roger N. Nolyar, Chapter President. Signed by Engineer Francisco P. Fontanilla III, Northern Luzon Regional Governor, and attested by Engineer Mary Jean C. Armiendo, Chapter Secretary.
Thank you very much again, Architect Fatima Alonzo. We are really grateful for your presentation today, and we hope to see you on our future conferences.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Moving forward, let us allow me to introduce our next speaker. He has 39 years of experience in all the sectors of the electric power industry, spanning across generation, transmission, distribution, and supply. He is a fellow of IIEE, chairman of IIEE Specialty Committee, member PRC Career Progression and Specialization Program, Credit Accumulation Transfer System Committee of Electrical Engineering. He is academician in the field of electrical engineering, currently assistant professor and past chairman, Electrical Engineering Department, Faculty of Engineering, University of Santo Tomas, former chairman, Electrical Engineering Department, Institute of Technology, Far Eastern University. Over 41 years of teaching experience, professional engineer, APEC engineer, ASEAN chartered professional engineer. Let us all welcome the former chairman of Board of Electrical Engineering, Engineer Fortunato C. Lainez.
Thank you, Monique. So good afternoon, everyone. I'll try to manage my time. Normally, I have two sets of presentations, but to manage the time, ito na lang yung gagamitin ko. Anyway, so let me share my presentation. So let me talk about this career progression and specialization program of the Professional Regulations Commission. Normally kasi, I present the structural framework on how this career progression and specialization program came about. So now let's talk about what are the facts or FAQs on this career progression and specialization program, or CPSP for short. So ano ba ang legal basis of PRC para mag-grant ng conferment of a higher professional qualifications? So that is anchored on RA 10912, or the Continuing Professional Development Act of 2016, specifically on Section 12, that is career progression and specialization. Sinabi dyan that PRC, PRB in consultation with the accredited integrated professional organization, or kung walang integrated, yung lang accredited professional organization, the civil service and other government agencies such as DOLE, CHED, and industry stakeholders shall formulate and implement this career progression and specialization program for every profession, no? And this CPSP shall form part of the continuing professional development, no, which requires naman all registered professionals to acquire units para naman sa renewal ng professional licenses. Now, just to give you some idea naman, in terms of the levels of education, in terms of leveling, no, based on the attainment, and so dito na tayo mag-umpisa sa level 6, that is the bachelor level of education, and then kapag ka ikaw ay may master's degree, so you are that is aligned, no, with your profession. That is level 7, at kapag ka ikaw ay may doctoral degree, that is level 8. So it is in the same manner that yung CPSP is being worked on, no, that professionals, no, with the necessary qualifications can be granted an equivalent of a level 7, no, kapag ka siya ay professional engineer na, and a level 8 kapag ka siya ay may specialization. Specifically, that is for mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, at saka electronics and communications engineering, no? So under the Philippine qualifications framework, or what we call PQF, no, that is provided under RA 10968, no, or the Philippine Qualifications Framework Act, no, na andyan din niya na sinasabi that kapag ka ikaw ay baccalaureate degree holder, so you are accorded level 6, no, and then pagka post-graduate ka, and itong postgraduate na degree na ito is obviously that should be aligned. Kasi meron sa kasi, hindi porke ikaw ay may master's degree ay pwede ka nang granta ng level 7. But for purposes of applying this CPSP, those that will be lalo na kapag ka ikaw ay nagtuturo, those that are accorded level 7 are actually those whose masteral degree ay aligned, or at the very least allied, no? Aligned meaning to say, kung ikaw ay electrical engineer, dapat ang iyong masters ay MSEE, or masters in electrical engineering, and then we have yung allied. Ano naman yung mga allied professions? So yung allied, halimbawa ay yung masters in engineering, or yung energy engineering, no? Yun yung mga allied naman na allied na masters or post graduate degree that pwedeng mag-grant ng level 7. And then pagka ikaw ay doctoral na, no, you are granted level 8. Now, as I was saying, sa electrical engineering, kapag ka ikaw ay meron ng as I will be discussing later, meron ng inilabas na resolution ng ang Board of Professional Regulatory Board of Electrical Engineering, na resolution number 6 series of 2021, no, na granting yung mga professional electrical engineers are now accorded under this Philippine Qualifications Framework a level 7, meaning to say equivalent na sila sa master's degree na either aligned or allied. Kasi yun ang isang concern ng mga professional electrical engineers that are teaching in the schools of electrical engineering. Kasi ang rango nila ay mga instructors lang daw in spite of the fact na sila ay professional electrical engineer with several years of experience. Kasi nga, under the old framework ng CHED, dapat para ma-credit yung iyong postgraduate degree, that should be either aligned or allied, no? Para makapagturo ka ng professional subjects for that matter. Now, and then in the development of the PQF implementing rules and regulations, sinabi dyan that under section 6 daw, that is the framework and level descriptors, no? So yung yung PQF National Coordinating Council no shall make the detailed descriptors for each qualification level, no? And the level descriptors daw shall also incorporate or take into consideration standards of career progression for professionals, specializations, and multidisciplinary fields of studies. So meaning to say, ngayon sa sa engineering cluster kasi tatlo lang ang merong professional na title, no? That is yung sa atin professional electrical engineer, then sa ME professional mechanical engineer, and then sa ECE professional electronics and communications engineer. No, and as I was saying, doon sa mga resolutions na nilabas, kapag ka ikaw ay professional engineer na, you are accorded PQF level 7, no? And then kapag ka may specializations ka, and this is what our committee is working now, no? Yung as I will be discussing later, yung mga level descriptors and level alignment matrices, no? For each field of specialization, para naman pagka may specialized field ka na, you will be given PQF level 8, or that is equivalent to a doctoral degree. Okay? Now, ano raw yung objectives nitong PQF, no? So that is to adapt standards and level of learning outcomes. And this shall also cover learning outcomes derived from professional development, no? Take note, from professional development in the practice of the profession which leads to qualification. Meaning to say, yung experience mo, yung enriched experience mo, yung special skills mo will qualify you, no, to a higher level in terms of the hierarchy in the profession. Now, ano ba raw yung career progression, no? Sa definition of terms na naka-provide dun sa PQF IRR, career progression is in professional life is the process of developing and moving towards more advanced state in a person's job, title, position, or profession, no? And it outlines the route one may follow in order to reach identified career development and goals, no? Kaya nga, di ba, tayo from a registered electrical engineer, we desire to become a professional electrical engineer, no? And then yun namang specialization, ang gagrantan lang nito dapat ikaw ay PEE, no? Kung hindi ka PEE, you cannot be provided with yung tinatawag namin na certificate of specialty. Okay? Anyway, so para magrantan ka kasi nito, may proseso rin yan as defined, no, nitong PQF IRR. Now, isang example nga nito ng career progression na ito is for electrical engineers, no? So we have professional electrical engineering ang qualification title, and ang level descriptor niyan as provided in the resolution is the practice of electrical engineering, no, embraces and consists of the practice of the registered electrical engineering as defined in RA 7920 and plus the sole authority. Take note, only PEE has the sole authority to sign and seal electrical plans, drawings, permits, applications. No? Now, specification, reports, and other technical documents prepared by himself, herself, or other under his direct supervision. So meaning to say, itong mga drawings, applications, specifications, and other technical documents can be prepared by registered electrical engineers, except that they have to be supervised by a professional electrical engineer. And yan nga, that is qualified as PQF level 7. At para mag-grantan ka naman ng mabigyan ng level 7, that is manggagaling sa PEE upon recommendation of the Professional Regulatory Board of Electrical Engineering. At para mabigyan ka niyan, you will have to undergo a process. No? At ang proseso natin is gagawa ka ng technical engineering report. No? And you will have to defend that. And just to add na ngayon, the Board of Electrical Engineering, in collaboration with the IIEE, the different chapters, in-institutionalize na itong PEE mentoring program. So that is, if you want to apply for PEE licensure, you will be asked to undergo this PEE mentoring program. Bakit? Para una, to guide you kung paano ang gagawin mong mga preparations, paggawa ng technical engineering report, at saka pag-prepare sa oral examinations. Kasi when I was with the Board of Electrical Engineering, that is a very common issue that we have noticed among those PE applicants. Parang hindi sila well prepared. That's why merong iba na bumabalik several times, hindi lang once, merong iba bumabalik ng 2 beses, merong pang 3 beses, simply to correct the errors they have made in their technical engineering report, as well as hindi rin nasagot ng tama yung mga questions na ibinigay during oral examinations. Now, ano naman itong specialization daw? So itong specialization daw is referring to the field of practice of a profession for a particular area of knowledge, or the process of becoming an expert in a particular field of professional practice. Now, sa specialty committee ng IIEE, of which I am also the chairman, we have identified 12 specializations, dyan sa initially, and this can expand depende sa kung may ma-identify pa, and then of the 12 specializations, halimbawa power system planning, power system analysis and planning, then we have power system protection, engineering, education and research. At itong mga specializations na ito, pwede mga nakpayan ng mga tinatawag na sub-specialization. And this is the one that we are now working on. Para naman, kapag may certificate of specialty ka, you will be provided or accorded with PQF level 8 or equivalent to a doctoral degree. Now, so ang halimbawa, ang isang dito, specialization na nakalagay with a descriptor, because this is a material of the chairman of the CPSP CATS. That is cumulative accreditation transfer system, So yung program manager nitong nitong CPSP CATS ng PRC incidentally is from the Board of Dentistry, kaya ang material na ginamit niya is pang dentistry, but we have it also sa electrical engineering. At ito, meron mamaya babanggitin ko paano ba na-arrive yung qualification code na yan, may guide dyan, And then ito yung kanilang qualification title, Certificate of Fellowship in Specialized Dentistry in Endodontics. At sinabi dyan kung saan siya nag-specialize in diagnosis, treatment and management of pupil diseases, and management of root canal and so on. No? So at sa kanila, yung may specialization is only level 7. No? Sa atin, kasi wala silang professional dentist na tinatawag, so to speak. So para grantan ka ng PQF level 7, dapat may specialization ka na. No? Now, how are they going to provide level 8? Hindi ko pa nakita yan. No? And then ano naman yung Philippine Qualifications Register, otherwise known also as in short PQAR, no? More can be found kapag ka nagano lang kayo, type nyo lang ito sa address bar ng inyo ng internet browser nyo, be it Internet Explorer or what have you, or Chrome or Mozilla, Firefox or whatever, no? Type nyo lang to pqf.gov.ph/pqar, no? And it will show you a lot of information about this Philippine Qualification Register, no? As well as some background information on the Philippine Qualifications Framework. Anyway, so under this PQF-IRR din, sinabi dyan that yun na nga, mag-establish ng di ba, ng PQF working groups, no? Para nga yan ang magba-validate, not to establish and maintain the Philippine the qualifications register. So meaning to say, lahat ng professionals dapat ma-register dito sa tinatawag natin na PQAR, no, or Philippine Qualifications Register, no? Now, yun nga, nabanggit ko kanina that aside from the professional regulatory commissions, the other government agencies that are working together, no, para dito sa sa CPSP as well as sa PQF and this PQAR is the PRC, CHED, we have TESDA, no, and then we have the Department of Labor and the DEX, no, Department of Education, Culture, and DepEd na lang pala. Department of Education, DepEd na lang. No. So, kailangan mag-establish ng ng systems, no? And then dapat may necessary training, and from this necessary training, so a professional, no, will be able to acquire this specialization, and this specialization will also be developed to further skills and competencies, no, gained through also work experience. And this work experience, so yan nga yung kaya kailangan yung CATS, no, credit accumulation and transfer system, para yung special skills mo that you gain from the practice of your profession that can be applied as a lifelong learning for purposes of CPD accreditation, no? And once meron na yan, then diyan na papasok ngayon yung ating PQF, no? Ito lang sa Philippine Qualifications Register, no, as provided din doon sa sa PRC Resolution number 1092, no? So which adopts the PQAR. So each registered profession sa PRC, may yan, mayroong tinatawag na qualification code. Halimbawa, for accountancy, that is PACC 343201 and so on. No, sa electrical engineering, meron din tayo, no? Except that when I cannot find the exact page, no, na pinagkunan nitong nitong table na ito para yung sana ang ipakikita ko. Anyway, So how is a Philippine qualification code assigned? No, paano daw ina-assign 'yan? So, yan nga, may codes 'yan na halimbawa sa dentistry, no? That is P, which means professional, and then DNT, so that is the board code adopted from a PRC office order, no? And then we have 0911, so that is the code adopted by CHED, based naman doon sa Philippine Standard Classification of Education or PSCED, no? And then meron kang DAS1 kung yan ay may specialization on independent endodontics, then may A kung may subspecialization, and A1 kung may subspecialization. Now, halimbawa sa PEE, so we have POEE 70 something, para 313 yata, 313 yata yun, no? Anyway, POEE, no? So meaning to say professional electrical engineer, and then code 7 is ibig sabihin that is level 7, no? And then ito yung board code, no? So ang qualification title sa kanila is Certificate of Fellowship in Endodontics, no? And that is PQF level 7. Pero sa atin, no, ang ano lang natin, ang qualification title natin is a professional electrical engineer, no? Yan lang ang qualification title natin, and then kung may specialization ka, then naka-specify yan. At itong PEE, that is equivalent to PQF level 7 yan. Okay? Now, ano daw yung qualification title? So, refers to the formal education or certification rather that a person has successfully achieved, no? Specific learning outcomes relevant to identified academic, industry, or community requirements, no? And a qualification is a formal document issued by the authorized body. So sa atin, it's the Board of Electrical Engineering, or that is the PROBEE, no? And in recognition of the individual's educational attainment or current competencies. At yan na nga, sa current competencies, andyan pumapasok yung requirement ng experience. Then dito naman sa educational attainment, di ba yan naman ni nasa RA 7920 na para mag-qualify ka for licensure, mag-apply for licensure as a professional electrical engineer, kailangan BSEE graduate ka. So ito lang naman yung title of qualification. Halimbawa, sa TESDA kasi merong national certificate, di ba? Meron yang NC1, NC2, and so on, no? So yan, level 1, level 2, level 3, no? So yan daw ay sa kanila. So dental laboratory, technology services, NC1, and so on, no? Sa atin naman, PRC license natin, kapag ka ikaw ay registered electrical engineer na, so equivalent na yan sa level 6. And then pagka ikaw ay PEE, so di ba, in terms of educational requirement, pagka may master's degree ka, automatic level 7 yan. But under this resolution that was passed by the or issued by the Professional Regulatory Board of Electrical Engineering, pagka ikaw ay PEE, no? So that is now equivalent to PQF level 7, no? Ito na yung PRC certificate natin, Professional Electrical Engineer. Now, how can a qualification title be entered in the PQAR? No? So, in order to include now to be included doon sa PQAR, no? So, which is a national database of quality assured qualifications authorized under the PQF, there is a need to issue guidelines, no? So, yan na nga yung inisyo ng PR ng Board of Electrical Engineering, no? kung paano ka maging PEE, no? And this PEE nga ay again level 7. And that is part of the career progression and specialization. And further, yung PEE na may certificate of specialty, ano naman yan? Level 8 naman yan. Now, so under PRC resolution number 117, so sinabi dyan, yung formulation of guidelines daw on the creation and implementation of this career progression and specialization program for regulated professions. So all the 45, if I recall it right, regulated professions ng PRC are now must comply with this. So may inilabas ng guidelines ng PRC na sinundan din naman ng Board of Electrical Engineering. Kaya nga meron na tayong So ito kung paano gawin 'yan, so na-comply na itong lahat na ito, So identification of career pathways, career progression and specialization qualification titles, creation of career progression and specialization program, and so on. Now, ito na nga, yung sinasabi ko is under the Board of Electrical Engineers resolution number 6 series of 2021. Yan na yung yan ang nagbibigay ng guidelines on the creation of a career progression and specialization program for electrical engineering profession, Ano pala? Yung ating code is POEE 707813, That's 1. Okay? So for that is for PEEs, ito yung qualification code. Yan ang qualification title natin, Professional Electrical Engineer. At ang isa sa there are 16 outcomes na dapat ma-comply ng professional ng registered electrical engineer to be able to qualify for PEE licensure, So yung unang-una should be able to apply knowledge of complex arithmetic, physical sciences, information technology, and electrical engineering principles, 1.1 daw uses relevant and appropriate applied sciences. 1.2 uses computer programs to solve complex electrical engineering problems. And 3 manages and supervises multidisciplinary teams. Now, so ito ngayon nakabanggayan dito sa iba-iba pang level descriptors. Okay? So yun nga 1.1, 1.2 nandito sa ang tawag namin diyan KSB knowledge, skill and values, then yung application, and then degree of independence. Now, 'di ba nakalagay doon sa RA 7920 na para ka pa makapag-apply as a professional electrical engineer, you need at least 4 years experience as registered electrical engineer. However, kasi ini-elevate na nga natin yung yung level ng natin ng PEE to level 7, Isa sa professional practice outcome, isa pa lang, is you should be able to, you have this ability to manage and supervise multidisciplinary teams. And in the informal in the consultative meetings that were held by the Board of Electrical Engineering with these industry stakeholders, based on their assessment, for you to be able, or for a registered electrical engineer to attain this competency level, that is managing and supervising at least multidisciplinary teams, it would require them at least no less than 7 years. Kaya I just do not know kung naglabas na ng official declaration ang Board of Electrical Engineering, but based on the industry consultation, or rather stakeholder consultations that the board had done, no? So itong majority ng dapat at least may 7 years experience yung REE, no? For them to qualify para mag-apply as a professional electrical engineer. Tapos meron pa yung isang number 15 na babanggitin ko in a subsequent slide na malinaw doon. Kung ikaw ay 4 years graduate pa lang na REE, the likelihood of you attaining that professional outcome is most unlikely. No, then ano itong level alignment matrix na ito, no? So in the level alignment matrix na ito of the professional practice outcomes, yung PEO, no? At to the corresponding PQF descriptors. Ito nga yung knowledge, skills, and values natin. We have application, no? And we have yung degree of independence. So dapat itong PPOs na ito, ibabangga mo ngayon dito sa level descriptors na ito and will serve as evidence, no, in the CPSP quality assurance, no? And it is also a requirement ng National Referencing Committee, no? So without which hindi ka pwedeng mag-ano yun kasi that is nasa sa requirement ng batas, no, para pumasok ka dito sa Philippine qualification sa register or PICUAR, no? Now, so yung framework and level descriptors na yan, sinasabi diyan that yan daw yung general statement that summarize the learning outcomes appropriate to a specific level in the PQF. Yan na nga yung KSB, application, and degree of independence. No, and then yung professional practice outcome, yan daw yung expected results of essential professional learning implemented into practice based on standard knowledge, skills, and values. And then learning outcomes, clear statement on what learner is expected to know, understand, and or do as a result of the learning experience. At ito mapapalabas during the screening process. Okay? So, ito lang yung sinasabi ko na additional doon sa kung paano mo ibabangga yung professional practice outcome with the level descriptors, KSB, application, degree of independence. Ito, para sa level 7 pa lang ito, no? Para nga sa PEE. Na under number 15, sinasabi dyan that the isang outcome na nire-require dyan should also be able to demonstrate the ability to lead or manage project within the area of specialization, no? So kung ikaw 4 years pa lang na REE, no? The likelihood na ma-attain mo itong itong qualification na ito that you can establish and manage engineering business organization, implements planning and design processes, facilitates improvement and innovation, manages significant engineering projects, no? Manages multidisciplinary teams, no? Para makuha mo yan, based sa industry consultation nga or stakeholder consultation, in 4 years, hindi kayang ma-attain yan ng isang registered electrical engineer. So ang niya nakita is 7 years, no? So medyo tumataas na ngayon yung level ng requirement. I just do not know if this is official na but this was the results lang of the stakeholder consultation, no? Para kapag apply ka for PE, dapat at least may 7 years experience ka. Plus, meron pa kaming ginawa na self-assessment matrix, no? At yung self-assessment matrix na yan, nakabase yan dito sa sa 16 na professional practice outcomes that you will have to assess yourself whether na-attain mo nga ito. No, yung number 15 demonstrates ability to lead or manage project within the area of specialization. Number 16 demonstrates knowledge and understanding in research and development. Okay? So meron yan. Ang alam ko is inihahanda na ng Board of Electrical Engineering yung necessary resolution para that will be officially adopted as part of the process ng evaluation ng aplikante na REE applying for professional EE licensure examination. And that will be kasama siya as part of the screening process doon sa PEE mentoring program. No, kasama siya diyan. No, papasok sa doon. Kasi parang itong PEE mentoring program andyan na rin yung screening ng mga REEs na nag-a-apply for PEE. No? Ito lang yung proseso na ni-require, no? In terms of implementing, no, yung career progression and specialization programs. That is phase 1, identified career pathway, yung identified qualification titles, tapos gumawa nitong nito, PPO and learning outcomes, then consultation. So we've had several consultation meetings with the industry stakeholders, no, and so on, no. So and then dumaan na sa legal ng yan, and it was now approved na yan ng PRC, at yan na nga yung PROBEE Resolution 06 Series of 2021, no? So yan na yun. Para sa PQF Level 7 ng PEE. At itong ngayon, ginagawa ko na ito is part of this phase 12. That is public orientation. So that is to make all our professionals aware of this career progression and specialization program. So bibilisan ko na. So ito lang yan, no? So yung proseso na yan, that was contained in PRC Resolution 1117 Series of 2018, at yan naman ang basis ng BEE to release Resolution 06 Series of 2021. Okay? So yan na yun. Now, can institutional-based position titles be provided with an equivalent title? No? Ito yung sa mga sa gobyerno. Incidentally, ang nakasama rito ay sa halimbawa, kasi nga galing sa dentistry. Kapag ka ikaw daw nasa public health, no, sa DOH, DOH sa dental public health, no, hospital dentistry under administration, kung ikaw ay dentist 2 or dentist 3, dapat ikaw ay level 6. Or kung nasa sa LGU ka, ang level mo ay dentist 2 or dentist 3, dapat level 6. Meaning to say, ikaw ay registered dentist, no? And then kung ikaw ay dentist 4 or dentist 5 sa hospital, no, or sa LGU, kung ikaw ay dentist 4, dapat ikaw ay PQF level 7 na. Meaning to say, meron ka ng specialization kung ikaw ay dentista. Now, naalala ko lang in the same manner, when I was with the National Power Corporation, the Civil Service Commission that time, when I was way back in, because I left the National Power Corporation in 1992, but in the late 80s, naglabas ng guidelines ang Civil Service Commission that for you to occupy sa sa mga technical government agencies like the National Power Corporation niya, kung mag-occupy ka ng section chief level, no? Kung section chief ka, dapat daw ikaw ay professional engineer. That time, no, meron pa lang professional engineer na qualification title ay PEE at saka PME. So sa madalit salita, para maging section chief ka, this is the very least qualification mo. And then, para naman ikaw ay mag-qualify as division chief, no? Dapat ikaw ay may master's degree, no? Kaya ang isang naging requirement nun, National Power Corporation, later I was not with NPC anymore, that was the early 90s na, no? na nagano sila nung off-campus MBA program, no? Para, meaning to say, yung mga universities offering this degree program, no, postgraduate degree program in business administration, sila na ang nagpupunta sa NPC, no, para mag-conduct ng klase, no, para upon completion naman ng mga participants, no, they can be granted an MBA degree, at itong MBA degree na ito will qualify them, no, to achieve or to be posted as division chief. And then later, aside from MBA, parang kung hindi ka man MBA, dapat meron ka namang CESO level. Okay? So I just want to emphasize that for you to go up the leadership and management ladder under the government, ito yung mga requirements, no? So pagka ikaw ay engineer with professional license, that is how you go about it. At ngayon, with the current structure, so kapag ka ikaw ay professional engineer na, so that is hindi ka lang section chief, because that is already equivalent to a postgraduate degree under the guidelines ng PRC. Pwede ka na rin mag-qualify as a division chief. No, kung ganun pa rin ang requirements, no, unless parang yata for you to occupy a director level, no, sa government agencies, dapat ikaw ay CESO, that is Career Executive Service Officer. May 1, 2, 3, 4, no? Hindi ko alam kung may 5. Anyway, so ito lang naman yung career progression na. Ngayon, ito naman para sa teachers, no? Na kailangan meron kang certificate of highly proficient professional teaching para magkaroon ka ng level 7, at kailangan ikaw ay may certificate in distinguished practice, no? Take note, ang qualifier dito, distinguished practice of professional teaching para maging level 8 ka, no? In terms of acquired through practice, no, or experience. But take note, pagka ikaw ay may master's degree, MA, no, or Master of Science, level 7 ka na. And then pagka ikaw ay may PhD, level 8 ka. But through this resolution, kung teacher ka, merely by getting the certificate in distinguished practice in professional teaching, you can be granted level 8. Okay? So, yan din lang naman yung mga progression, no? From career stage 3 to career stage 4. That is, naglabas ng department order ang Department of Education, no, that is DepEd Order number 42 series of 2017 para sa Philippine Professional Standards for Teachers, no, para nga itong career stage 3, so on and so on, no, para maging assistant principal, school principal, no, and so on. No, di ba meron ding tinatawag na master teacher, na yung master teacher, while hindi ka man principal, pero ang equivalent level mo, parang principal ka rin. Okay? And then yun nga, ito lang yung nasabi natin that sabi nung CHED order, para PQF level 7 ka, no? Ito yung mga qualifications, no, that you should attain under qualification type, the KSB, application, and degree of independence. I will provide the organizer a copy of this presentation, which can be distributed sa inyo for your reference, no? And then yun nga lang naman sa to continue, no, yun lang, meron ka ng position title, and then you will be assessed this professional practice outcome, and then you will be provided with the qualification title. Then meron kang identify lacking learning outcomes. Kung na-identify yan, you need CPD. No, sa atin naman may proseso tayo for that, no, for you to be accorded itong PQF level, no, and that is to be approved, no, through a CPSP CAT sa resolution. no? After which, ipapasok na yan sa PQAR, no? At meron niyang PRC conferment. Sa atin nga, di ba, nag-oath taking yung mga PEE. At the same time, pagka meron na tayong Certificate of Specialty, which will be also issued by the Board of Electrical Engineering, may ano rin yan, normal, may formal process din yan for the award of the Certificate of Specialty. Okay? Ito lang yan. If you want to, by the way, yung ating Philippine Qualifications Framework, no? PQF, was actually, nanggaling yan, ang pinag-ugatan yan, is yung inilabas na ASEAN Guiding Principles, no, for quality assurance and recognition of competency certification system, no? And it can be accessed, details can be accessed dito sa ano, sa address na ito, no? And it just says that yung quality assurance system includes all aspects of country's activity related to assuring the quality of education and training, no? So yan nga, yan naging basis para maglabas ang PRC ng meron tayong RA, no, na nag-guide, nag-govern nitong PQF, at ang PRC naman naglabas ng subsequent resolutions, no, to guide all regulated professions in the issuance of the certificate of specialties, no, or at the grant ng tinatawag na necessary qualification title. Okay? So yan yan. Ito lang naman is yung sulat niya, no, ni Secretary Briones kay PRC Chairman Pilando, no, regarding yung ano, pag-comply doon sa ASEAN Qualifications Reference Framework, no, as regards on the new qualifications to be issued by the PRC, no, in compliance with criterion 11 following the referencing process, all certifications, and so on. Okay? Ano raw ang benefits ng PRC accreditation to a specialty society or subspecialty? Ito kasi sa mga doktor, di ba? Meron silang specialty society. Tayo, wala tayong specialty society pa. Meron lang tayo yung IIEE. No? That it provides standard of recognition and certificates and licenses that individuals may move and progress through. Facilitates recognition of professional qualifications locally and internationally. Now provides public assurance of quality professional service, promotes accountability, and builds workforce confidence. No? In fact, halimbawa, merong ano kasi, merong ibang sa industry, no, na if you want to be promoted to a certain level, halimbawa, as far as I know, sa Meralco ngayon, no, for you to be promoted to a certain level na manager, no, kailangan ikaw ay professional electrical engineer, and the management of Meralco now has given yung mga ano, yung mga incumbents, mga incumbent managers and up, no, holding the position, a grace period, no, para sila ay maging professional electrical engineer. Other agencies, ganun din, or other industries, para ma-promote kang section chief, ganun din, or supervisor, dapat ikaw ay professional electrical engineer. Or, halimbawa man, sa ibang establishments, kung kayo ay ano, sa promotion, no, ng isang position, which is halimbawa a team leader o a supervisor, kung tatlo kayong aplikante, ikaw lang ang professional electrical engineer, no, yung dalawa REE, you already have the edge because you are a professional electrical engineer. Because being a PEE, it gives the HR, no, the assures the relevance and standards of training programs aligned to industry requirements. Okay? And ito lang naman, participation in policy making. Okay? So with that, I conclude my presentation. I don't know if there is still time for some Q&A, but anyway, So I will be stopping my presentation here. So thank you. And again, as I was saying, I am willing to entertain any question kung may time pa. Kung wala naman, then I thank everyone for listening, and should you have further clarification, you can send me an email, no, through my email address, fortunato.lanes@gmail.com. So madaling tandaan yung pangalan ko, no, first name surname at gmail.com. All right, thank you everyone, and wishing you a good weekend. Stay safe. Thank you.
Once again, to Engineer Fortunato C. Lanes. And with due respect, sir, we, as much as we love to, due to time constraint, may we request our delegates just to send an email to your email address for their questions.
Thank you.
I would like to request the 2015 Chapter President of La Union, Engineer Grace A. Lobrera, to award the Certificate of Appreciation.
Okay, good afternoon to each and everyone. So the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated awards this Certificate of Appreciation to Engineer Fortunato C. Lanes in grateful acknowledgement of his distinguished and invaluable service rendered as technical speaker with the topic Career Progression and Specialization in accordance to the Pre-Qualification Framework during the 23rd Northern Luzon Regional Conference with the theme Leadership, Rising Above Adversity Through Passion and Commitment, Leading on the Road to Recovery, thereby contributing immeasurably to the prestige and success of the conference, hosted by the IIE La Union Chapter via Zoom conferencing and given this 26th day of February 2022 in the city of San Fernando, La Union. Signed, Divino Amor P. Rivera, Chapter Vice President for Technical Affairs, Engineer Roger N. Nulliar, the Chapter President, Engineer Francisco P. Fontanilla III, the Northern Luzon Regional Governor, and attested by Engineer Merijin C. Armendo, the Chapter Secretary. Thank you very much po, sir.
Likewise, maraming salamat. At sana'y yung mga nakinig ay meron kayong natutunan. Salamat.
Once again, a big round of applause to Engineer Fortunato C. Lanes, the former BE Chairman. So we are down to our last two topics for this afternoon. Three rather. I would like to introduce the next speaker. He is the Chairman and CEO of FC Barona Energy Service Corporation and President and COO, ESCA Knowledge Academy, the member, ACBET PTC Washington Accord, and member of AO Energy Committee, the Chairman, IE ASEAN and Asia Pacific Engineering Registers Committee, PTC APEC Accredited National Assessor, and Professional Interviewer. Let us all welcome for the topic Advanced Level Engineer Forms and Guidelines, Dr. Florigo C. Barona.
Thank you, Monique. Can I share my my presentation? Can you see it now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's start from the very beginning. Okay, anyway, this is a standard presentation, and I'll go through it, and maybe if I can shorten my presentation, that would be okay, so we can finish in a shorter time. Okay, so I will not really go through the committee. We are part of the committee, and then I'll go straight to the topic. Okay, this one is about the ACPE. There are only 4 ACPE in the Northern Luzon region, 5 AER in the Northern Luzon region, and no one is registered in the technician and the technologist. And what else? Okay, so this is basically the registers that we have. If you will notice, the highest registers was in 2019, but during the pandemic, it goes down in 2021. Last year, we only have 8. Hopefully, we'll be able to recover from this and come up with a higher register. Okay, just to start, these are the requirement, a checklist that we have to comply when we apply for the advanced level engineer, and that will be for the ASEAN engineer, and then for the EPEC engineer. One is the letter of intent. There is a format on that you will be provided. If we go through the, you can just ask our secretariat, then the endorsement of our national president that will be given when you pass a pre-assessment, then certificate of good standing, and then your valid professional ID, PRC ID. See to it that within the range of 6 months, it's still valid. If not, you have to renew immediately. Then for the diploma, the certified true copy, then you attend a workshop. Now, this one is an orientation. This is already okay as long as you have the certificate, but sometimes there's a need to have a workshop for you to understand better about the on how to fill up the forms. Then the curriculum vitae or the employment details, then personal details. So this form 2, and then we have form 3, the 7 years professional experience. Form 4, 2 years professional experience, in charge, actually that would be in charge. And then the CPD, Form 5, Code of Ethics, Form 6. And then we have the Form 7, the applicant's declaration. And then what else? Now, in the personal details, we have to follow the arrangement. There will be a form that you have to fill it up, follow the procedures, because sometimes it becomes difficult if we do not follow the format. So we need that. And then this is form 3, the 7 years of professional experience. I'm just showing you that when it comes to professional experience, they want your experience, the experience that you have already completed. The ongoing, they are not actually crediting that, only those which have been finished. And then if you have some specialization, you have form 3 for each specialization. So better to only have one specialization. Now, the other one is you have to have the identify the certifying organization, and then who is certifying you, and then we also have the attester, and it has to follow some guidelines on that. Now, the certificate of employment is also required here. If you do not have, I mean, the attester can be the immediate supervisor or an authorized individual, individual of the company. So this basically the requirement. And then after form 3, remember form 3 is requirement will be 7 years. And then in the form, it's part of form 3, but focus more on your experience as the one in charge of the project. Now, So therefore, this will be in relation to Form 3. And then what is important is you have an accumulated 24 months of significant engineering charge of a project. It means you are on top. You are the one really calling the shots for the project. So that's basically the important one. Again, it needs a certifying organization and also the attester. So attester, we have a guidelines on that, discussed later on that. Now, this is the Form 4 as we have discussed, but if you will notice, this is also the form that we are using in the EPEC. It means that the ASEAN and the EPEC form is aligned already, but for the Form 4A, this is basically an additional requirement for the ASEAN engineer, wherein you go into the details. It requires 2,000 words. You have to comply with this requirement, like the personal engineering and management contribution and responsibility, the problem phase, solutions, description of your engineering judgment, and then the impact generated. So this is basically not less than 2,000 words. So this is done in each experience that you are claiming for in the Form 4, which means if you have 2 projects claimed, then you have to present also 2 Form 4A. So that's the idea. So the more projects you handle, the more that you'll be having this Form 4A. Now, the Form 5, this is only for EPEC. For ASEAN engineer, you do not need to have an engineering practice report. So the idea actually is, first you comply the requirement of the ASEAN engineer, and then once you have submitted the ASEAN engineer requirement, you now focus on the engineering practice report so that you can now apply also for the EPIC engineer. So that's the idea. That's why we align the forms of ASEAN and EPIC. Now, the engineering practice report is not required in the ASEAN engineer. It's only in the EPIC. Now, the Form 6 is the CPD. So I'll show you later on the requirement of the CPD. We have different requirements for its register, like the ASEAN, the ACPE, the EPIC, the Associate ASEAN, the ASEAN Technologies, and the ASEAN Technician. There will be different requirements on that. But everybody have the code of ethics. You have to memorize that because some of the questions during the assessment is about the code of ethics. Okay, and then what else? So this is the CPD. Now, the requirement is actually, as far as the ASEAN engineer is concerned, is 150 hours within the 3-year period. So it means that you only list down the latest 3 years CPD, the 150. So if you are not able to submit your application early, it means that the other submitted CPD might not be included already because they will only look at the latest 3 years. So the latest 3 years is for the CPD, it means that you have to have 50 hours or 50 CPD points per year to have the 150. Now, this one is the CPD Form 6, then Code of Ethics, Form 7, this is for EPIC. Now, okay, for EPIC, and then what else? So this is the Code of Ethics is the idea is for you to really understand about this one. You will have to sign that you have read and understood the Code of Ethics. And for now, it's not only the PTC Code of Ethics that you have to memorize. You also have to memorize the IIEE Code of Ethics. So that becomes part of the questions. And of course, for ACPE, there's a need for you to know also the PRC Code of Ethics. Now, what else? Okay, this is basically the rules, responsibility, and discuss about it. You just have to read the Code of Ethics. Okay. So this is the applicant's declaration. So this is the same. Only the as far as AER is concerned, it's Form 7 for AER, but for EPIC, it's Form 8, the applicant's declaration. Okay, now in the applicant's declaration, it says that I certify under penalty or perjury and or falsification of public documents that all the documents submitted in support of this application are true copies of the authentic original. So dapat certified true copies yon, and that I am prepared to submit these original documents if and when required. I hereby declare that all statements of facts in my application are true and correct, and I have made claims of acquired competencies in good faith. The report is my own work. So, importante na sa iyo talaga yon. I confirm that I have read and that I understand the PTC Code of Ethics and the Code of Ethics of my profession. I agree that if admitted as an advanced level engineer, I will observe and will be bound by this Code of Ethics. So, importante na kabisado nyo na. I understand that I have an obligation to inform PTC and my APO of any matter that may affect my fitness for admission to and continued inclusion in the advanced level engineer register. Now, in support of my application for registration of the advanced level engineer, I certify that I have been engaged in independent practice or have worked as an employee under the general direction of a professional or have been enrolled in a formal postgraduate training program in my area of expertise for at least the equivalent of 1 full year during the past 3 years. So ito, pinipirmahan ito and pinapa-notarize yan. So it means pagka ikaw ay nagsinungaling, it will be ground for disqualification actually. Now, I certify that over a period I have maintained my CPD by involvement in activities related to my area of expertise. Acknowledge that on renewal of my APO membership by paying my registration fee. So dapat kaya may COGS dahil dapat active ka sa ating organization, and that you are really a member of good standing. So made in applying for and will be confirming that my circumstances have not placed me outside the minimum practice requirement. Acknowledge that my compliance with the CPD requirement during the period in which I remain registered may be audited at any time. So, dapat available yung mga document yan. Di-declare mo yan, pero dapat available. Consent to my business contact details being published, like this, registered advanced level engineer. Now, so this is being signed. So, siguraduhin mo lang na you really put kung ano yung mga verified documents mo. Okay, now we go to the application guidelines for ASEAN engineer. Now, the first one is you have attended and completed an accredited or engineering program by appropriate authority in the country. So therefore, so dapat ikaw ay BSc graduate ng isang recognized school. then you have been assessed as eligible for independent practice. The assessment may be undertaken by the monitoring committee, by a competent professional association, and or by an authority with responsibility for registration or licensing a professional engineer. We will discuss in details about this one. Now, as far as ASEAN engineer is concerned, it goes through the peer. As far as ACP is concerned, it goes directly into the PRC. As far as EPIC is concerned, there will be several layers. You will actually have to undergo a professional interview focusing on the engineering practice report or the career episode report. So importante na alam mo yon na meron ka mga assessment na gagawin. Second, you have gained the minimum of 7 years of professional experience after registration. So ang requirement, pag sinabing after registration, so kung ASEAN engineer, REE ka, and then 7 years from that, yun yung qualification. So after you have been registered as an REE, ganon yung patakaran. So it is the same for ASEAN engineer, for ACPE, but for ACPE, another requirement is you must be a professional electrical engineer, and also for the EPEC, ganon din, you must be a professional electrical engineer. Okay. Okay, the works in question should be clearly relevant in the fields of engineering in which the applicant claims for. So ang approach kasi, the 7 years, even if you have a lot of experience, much better that you focus only on a specialization, which you can provide documents for 7 years. Yung iba kasi kalat-kalat yung sinasabi niya, naging designer, naging contractor, naging project manager, and so on. Pag wala ka na buong 7 years, may problema ka. So better to focus only on a specialization that you can really provide a 7-year relevant experience. Ganun ang approach dyan. Now, spent at least 2 years in responsible charge of significant engineering works. Out of that projects that you have handled, you're required na yung doon sa 7 years, may 2 years ka doon na ikaw talaga yung on top. As discussed earlier, sinasabi nga parang kulang na yung 4 years, dapat 7 years. And in this case, nire-require nga na 2 years of that experience, ikaw na yung on top. Now, so the work should have required the exercise of independent engineering judgment. Kaya nga ikaw na yung on top. The project concern should have been substantial in duration, cost, and complexity, and the applicant should be personally accountable for the success or failure of the project. So yun ang importante. So in general, an applicant may be taken to have been in responsible charge of significant engineering work if they have, 1, planned, designed, coordinated and executed a small project, or undertaken part of a larger project based on understanding of the whole project. So phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, like that. Undertaken novel, complex, and or multidisciplinary work. So this also the same which have been discussed previously. Then you must maintain continued professional development at a satisfactory level. To be submitted must be at least in the last 3 years. So nabanggit na rin yung kanina. Sorry. Certifier must be HR or image supervisor or any authorized individual of the company where the applicant was connected. So ang tanong ng iba, paano kung siya may-ari? Ay, kung sino yung appointed niya na nagsacertify, yun ang mag-certify sa kanya. So yun. Now, this is as far as certifier. We also have the attester's role. Ito yung attester's role. This is part of our guidelines actually. Each of the significant engineering work you listed in the form 4 must be attested verified by an engineer in the same discipline. Since we are electrical, dapat ang mag-a-attest sa'yo electrical. So hindi pwede mag-a-attest sa'yo yung other discipline like civil engineer, an architect, or mechanical engineer. Electrical, same discipline. And if possible, with equivalent experience and standing. So kung PE ka, PE rin yung magsacertify sa'yo. So therefore, for ACPE and APEC, PE yun. For ASEAN, kasi ang qualified ay REE, pwedeng REE mag-certify. Your attesters must have known you for at least 1 year and willing to endorse and affix his her signature on the application. So hindi yung nagpapirma ka, noon mo lang nakilala, and then nakalimutan na noon, pagka yan ay tinanong, hindi ka na matandaan, yari yung application mo. Your attesters is responsible for providing support and guidance throughout the application and interview process. That's why we come up with a mentoring, which means your attester becomes also your mentor. Siya talaga ang titingin kung okay na yung application mo. They should check your application for accuracy and completeness, ensuring that the information provided is true, you are of sound character, and that you are applying for the appropriate level of register. Kasi minsan, hindi pa siya qualified to that level, ina-applyan niya na. So, kung ASEAN, di pa siya qualified for EPEC dahil di pa siya PE, wag mo na. Or mag-apply siya ng ACPE. So, it has to satisfy the requirement. They should be confident that you are able to demonstrate the competence criteria called for and be able to advise and assist you in understanding and addressing any shortfall. A direct family member cannot attest your application. So, hindi pwede mga kamag-anak mo mag-attest sa'yo. Now, this is for attester's role. We can discuss that further in other, so kasi may time tayo. Then supporting document, submit supporting document as applicable, such as but not limited to design works, plans, specifications, pictures of project, before and after, certificate of completion, commendation, appointment papers, organizational charts. Those are some of the few. Now your attester can also advise you on what to do if you have some problems with that. The employment details, write a short summary of your work experience and attach half body photo. Your curriculum vitae should be in chronological order, providing full details of your work experience. This should include details of the companies you have worked for, the position you have held, and level of responsibilities start from finish. Start up to finish actually. Then organizational chart. This is also part of your submission. And if you are self-employed and do not have organization chart, provide a brief note outlining your level of responsibility and leadership in projects undertaken. So then we have the organizational chart, 2-year significant work experience. Ito ay doon sa Form 4A na. Doon nilalagay ito yung no less than 2,000 words. And okay, yun din yun. And then what else? The CPD, we have discussed that already. That's 150. Then the workshop. If fees, you just have to ask the secretariat so that you know what's the latest fee. Then renewal of registration, this is actually every 3 years. And you have to submit again the 150 weighted hours of CPD. Then yung mga certified independent practice during the last 3 years. So you again fill up Form 3 and Form. And then what else? The other requirements like pictures and payment also. Now, this is also the same for the Associate ASEAN. I will not really discuss about it in details. It's the same, except that some of the requirements also for the ASEAN engineering technologies, I will not discuss about it. It's actually almost the same. I'll just come up with a summary later on. This is the process of application. You submit your complete application documents and application fee to the engineering professional organization, or in our case, accredited professional organization. Then in our case, IIE provides COGS and endorsement, assessment and evaluation by the screening committee on our part, that will be AAPE, notify applicant regarding the initial evaluation status, endorse application and payment to PTC once na okay na. This is for the ASEAN engineer. Yung ganung process. For ACPE, you go direct to the PRC. For EPEC, you go direct to PTC kasi mayroon silang professional interviewer. Then PTC will provide tracking number for each of the applicant, final assessment and evaluation. If there's a need to again come up with an assessment, they will do that. PTC Directorate Office notifies applicant of the status through email. Country Register recommends the approval of applicant to PTC Board of Practice and endorsed to AFEO. So ang approach niyan in IIE from AAPER, recommend the endorsement to PTC signed by the President, but for the President sign, it goes through the Board of Governors for approval. And then in the PTC, it goes to the board again for approval, and then it will now go to the AFEO. This is for the ASEAN engineer. Okay. Now, in the AFEO governing bodies, AR Secretariat endorsed the list of the AFEO governing board to approve, disapprove the application. So, ganun yun. Then PTC will send notice to the applicants. If the applicants returns twice, the applicants need to reapply on the following year. So kung halimbawa may problema pa. Now, PTC will send official letter of approval upon receiving registration number. So pag ang go signal noon na pwede mo nang i-claim pagka may number ka na. Pag wala pa, hindi ka pa pwedeng mag-post, hindi ka pa registered. PTC will announce the conferment schedule to award medal and certificate, and the required to attend conferment. So pag hindi ka nag-attend ng conferment, di mo makukuha yung medal at saka certificate. PTC will issue a ID during conferment. Okay, so requirement, submit 2 sets of filled up application, that's form 1 to 7, and curriculum to be printed back to back, use binder clip. 2 set of complete application forms and attachments. Each set shall be submitted using blue ring bind. Ipapakita ko na lang yung picture mamaya. Nandito rin kung anong thickness. Photocopies and large documents shall be reduced accordingly. Then submit a photocopy, a soft copy of the completed application during and supporting documents in USB. Actually, for now, there's a pandemic. We accept the digital copy or soft copy so that we can proceed with the assessment if necessary. But for the final endorsement, kailangan yung hard copy na talaga. Emailed application or computer-generated signatures in the application forms will not be accepted. So dapat originally signed yun. Okay, so this is it. As far as EPIC is concerned, BSEEP is 7 years, 150 active with COGS. ECPE is BSEEP 7 years, 45 is okay, active with COGS. ASEAN engineer is BSE, RE is 7 years also, 150. So mas mataas pa yung ASEAN engineer kaysa sa ACPE, active with COGS. Associate ASEAN engineer, BSE, RE, 3 years lang pagka-associate. Pwede na mag-apply, pero 150 pa rin yung CPD, active COGS. ASEAN Engineering Technologies, so 3-year engineering technology graduate, RME siya, pwede na, 7 years, 60 lang yung kailangan na CPD. But for ASEAN Engineering Techniques, 2-year technical course is okay, RME, that's 7 years also, and then 90 yung kanyang active COGS. So ito yung requirement. Now, I'm actually, ito yung ano, ito yung mga accepted na binder na ginagamit for the ASEAN and then for associate and technician technologies is blue. And with that, I would like to finish my discussion at it's already 5:02, so I finish in 30 minutes. That's all for my presentation. Others will be discussed during the workshop. Thank you very much. I stop sharing. So back to you, Miss Moderator.
Very much, Dr. Verona. Let's give him another round of applause. And I'd like to call on Engineer Joel Ferronda to award the Certificate of Appreciation to Dr. Florico Verona.
Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated. Certificate of Appreciation. This certificate is presented to Dr. Florigo C. Varona in grateful acknowledgement of his distinguished and invaluable service rendered as technical speaker to the topic of advanced level engineers, forms, and guidelines during this 23rd Northern Luzon Regional Conference with the theme Leadership Rising Above Adversity Through Passion and Commitment Leading to the Road to Recovery, thereby contributing immeasurable and prestige of success of this conference hosted by IIEE La Union Chapter via Zoom video conferencing, given this 26th day of February 2022 in the city of San Fernando, La Union. Signed by Engineer Divino Amor P. Rivera, Vice President for Technical Affairs, Engineer Roger N. Noliar, Chapter President, Engineer Francisco P. Fontanilla III, Regional Governor, attested by Engineer Mary Jane C. Armendo, Chapter Secretary.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Verona. And moving on, let's proceed to our next topic. Allow me to introduce the speaker. He is the experienced product technical specialist and sales engineer with expertise in the field of intensive specification analysis and technical studies for development and improvements of products with in-depth knowledge in electrical construction, materials such as wiring devices, lighting and system products like auto door system, door hardware, lighting control system, and fire alarm system. Able to read technical manuscripts and floor plans and recommend suitable products, emphasizing on providing solutions that will aid customer needs, focusing on comfort and quality while maximizing the technical capabilities of products related. Core market and technical knowledge was acquired through years of promotional product presentations and marketing activities to key cities, numerous project site visits and meetings with professionals, series of trainings, both local and abroad, collaborations with factory technical personnel, and continuous study through technical handbooks and related articles. Let's all welcome from Panasonic, Engineer Jeff Sanchez. Santiago, rather.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. So I'm
Good
Mr.
afternoon,
Jeff
sir.
Santiago. So before I start my presentation, I would like to thank po the IIEE and LRC and also the IIEE La Union chapter for inviting us in your event. So without further ado, let me share my screen so that we could start my presentation. So I think kita na po yung aking screen.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I will start na po with my presentation. So I'm Mr. Jeff Santiago po, and here's my contact number and my email address. So if you have product inquiries, you may use this QR code on my screen. I'm the technical sales engineer of Panasonic Life Solutions. So I'm handling currently the auto door and door hardware systems. So on behalf of my team, so I'll be presenting to you the current product lineup of Panasonic Life Solutions. So before po kasi we are normally basically offering our products each by product. So each product are introduced independently. So right now we are now presenting different type of solutions naman po, wherein all our products na po is in those solutions. So under the life solutions, we offer several types po of solutions. So we have the control solution, the safety, security, savings, and the new normal solution. So all these solutions were from life solutions po. So to start with the first solution, we have the control solution. So we have here the two categories under the control solution. We have the manual and the automated control solution. So under the manual solution, we have here the Slim Art, the Wide, the Fatima, and of course the full color series. So I think lahat po tayo dito are familiar po with the series po ni Panasonic with the standard switches at saka yung mga socket outlets po. So dito po siya nagpo-fall sa category nito, which is the manual control solution. Then we have another new product which is the full switch. So ito po is recommended lalo na ngayong current situation natin. So dito sa full switch, ma-avoid na po natin yung public access or public control po ng common switches po sa mga areas. Wherein this full switch can be installed in independent workstations po, lalo na kung mga offices yung ating paglalagyan. So meron each workstation po sa office na yun, pwede pong lagyan ng kanya-kanyang full switch to control po yung lighting dun sa area nila. Yan. So mami-minimize na natin or ma-avoid na po natin yung common contact po ng common switches po. Yan. So may ma-avoid natin yung spread of virus ng COVID-19. Yan. Then, under the automated series, we have the TEA IQ or the KNX, or we call it the KNX series. So, ito is the trending po ngayon na mga smart automating switches po. Wherein, not only the lighting control, but also can integrate this system so our existing system po sa ating mga projects like yung mga CCTVs, yan, yung mga air conditioning unit. Yan, pwede po natin siyang controlling using the TEA IQ. So isa sa mga kinaganda pong feature po niya, pwede siyang controlling using our smartphones and our iPhones. Yan. So meron siyang downloadable app po na libre lang. So in case, halimbawa po galing ako ng work at gusto ko, pauwi na po ako ng bahay at gusto ko po pagdating ko ng bahay is malamig na po yung loob ng bahay. So pwede ko pong kontrolin yung aking AC system using the TEA IQ app. Ayan. So pagdating ko sa bahay, malamig na po ang aking loob ng bahay. Ayan. So this TEA IQ po is recommended po for mga maliliit na projects lang po like yung mga residential projects. Yan. So ito po yung nire-recommend namin sa TEA IQ. The next product po that we have is the time switch. For the time switch, we have the manual time switch, the digital time switch, or the battery-operated na time switch. So battery-operated time switch, in case po halimbawa nawalan po ng power, nawalan ng power supply, nag-brown out, yan, si battery operated po is continuous pa rin po yung kanyang function. So yung timer niya po is continuous pa rin. So no need po tayo mag-reset po ulit ng ating time switch. And by the way, for the time switch, hindi lang po ilaw ang pwedeng kontrolin po niya. Hindi pwede rin po yung ating mga kontrolin yung ating mga appliances sa loob ng bahay. Pwede natin lagyan ng timer. Like yung mga aircon units natin, pwede natin gamitan ng time switch. So automatic na mag-on or mag-off yung ating mga ilaw at saka yung ating mga appliances sa loob ng bahay. Yeah. So next product, we have the passive infrared sensor. So sa passive infrared sensor, dual sensing na rin po siya. So ano po ba yung dual sensing niya? Aside from the passive infrared sensor or the motion sensor, it also have the daylight sensor. Ayan. So ano po ba yung function nila? So si passive infrared sensor, si motion detection, ang nadedetect niya lang po is human body temperature. So for example, sa mga comfort rooms, install po tayo ng passive infrared sensor. Ang madedetect niya lang is yung tao po na pumasok sa loob ng comfort room para po mag-trigger yung load natin doon or yung ilaw natin sa loob ng comfort room. So pag may gumalaw po na object or material dun sa loob ng comfort room or ng anong room paglalagyan natin, hindi po mag-on or mag-trigger yung ating passive infrared sensor. So punta naman po tayo sa daylight sensor. So sa daylight sensor, ano po ba siya? So usually sa mga corridors wherein meron pong access ng daylight from the sun. So pag may na-detect po itong si sensor natin, ang daylight from the sun, automatic naman po, ito-turn off niya naman po yung mga load dun sa loob ng corridor. Ayan. Ganun naman po ang function niya. So this passive infrared sensor po yung nasa picture ng aking slide. Ito po is yung high ceiling type po ito. So later on, papakita ko po yung itsura naman ng low ceiling type po. So yung high ceiling type naman po, ito is recommended siya sa mga factories. Ayan. Wherein matataas yung mga ceiling po. Ayan. Wherein sa mga locker rooms, ayan, pwede po siyang i-install doon. Then, last but not the least po, under the automated category, we have the full two-way lighting control. So ano po ba si full two-way lighting control? So kung mapapansin natin, almost same po yung concept niya kay TEA IQ or KNX. So centralized switching din po siya. Wherein itong si full two-way lighting control, ang kinokontrol niya lang po is lighting. Yan. So recommended po siya for mga high-rise projects or horizontal type of projects. Yan. Wherein ito po centralized switching, halimbawa meron tayong 50 floors na building and ayun, may mga ilaw yun syempre. So hindi na po natin kailangan pumunta bawat floor para lang po i-on or i-off yung mga ilaw po doon. Ito pong si full two-way lighting control, pwede po natin gamitin. So meron lang siyang isang panel po na wherein pwede nyo kontrolin lahat ng ilaw po from first floor up to 50th floor po. 50th floor. Yan, pwede natin siyang kontrolin po. So no need na tayo mag-elevator pa, mag-get pa, bumaba ng mga floors po para lang controlling yung mga ilaw. Yan, meron siyang panel wherein dun po ninyo ipoprogram yung ating full two-way lighting control. Pwede rin po siyang may timer, pwede rin po siyang may dimming ng mga ilaw po. Okay, so on to the next slide po tayo, which is the next solution, the safety solution. So we have here, under the safety solution, we have three categories. We have the circuit breaker, the devices, and the system. So si Panasonic, pinasok na rin po yung circuit breaker business. So nag-start lang po siyang i-launch last year. Ayan. Available na po siya sa market. So sa circuit breaker, meron po kami three types, which is the MCB, the RCBO, and the RCCB. So currently po, ongoing yung supply natin dito. So meron na po tayong available na MCB. For the RCBO and RCCB type of circuit breaker naman po, to follow siya, maybe this year din po siya magkakaroon ng supply. Ayan. For the circuit breakers po, ayan, meron tayong 6 ampere up to 63 ampere po na circuit breaker. And meron din po kaming from 1 pole up to 4 poles po na type ng circuit breaker. Then, under the next category, the devices, we have the EL guard. Ito po yung term ni Panasonic, EL guard, or leakage guard, or commonly known as the GFCI, the ground fault circuit interrupter. So, highly sensitive na rin po siya. Ayan. And then, ano po ba purpose niya? So, ang purpose po niya is to have a protection po. Halimbawa, lalaba po ako, nagamit ko yung aming washing machine. So, meron pong presence of water doon, di ba ho? Ngayon, yung plug po ng aking washing machine is nabalatan. So, meron po possible po na pwede ako ma-electrocute. So, ngayon, ang purpose po ni EL guard is once na meron po siyang ma-detect na imbalance supply ng current, ayan. So automatic po i-turn off niya po yung ating outlet. So hindi po ako ma-ground o ma-electrocute. Yun po yung purpose ng EL guard. Ayan. So next po, next na product is the outlet with switch and with safety shutter. So from the word itself, each outlet has its own switch. So ito yung mga appliances natin sa bahay like electric fans, mga TVs. So no need na po natin siyang i-unplug. Just simply turn on or turn off po yung switch ng ating outlet with switch at pwede na po natin gamitin or patayin po yung ating mga appliances. And isa po kinaganda nito, meron siyang safety shutter. So ito po is protection po, lalo na sa mga bata. Kasi yung mga bata po mahilig maglaro na kung halimbawa meron silang hawak na metal rod, minsan sinusundot nila yung mga plug hole ng ating receptacles. Kaya pwede silang ma-electrocute. Ngayon, ang kinaganda pa ho nitong safety shutter namin, bago ho bumukas yung safety shutter niya, kailangan po both plug holes is ma-penetrate. Ayan. So, hindi po basta-basta bumubukas din yung safety shutter. So, available po ito sa market, yan, sa mga DIY stores, meron po tayo yan. Next product is the twist lock plug and receptacles. So, ano po ba ang purpose nito? So, ito po nire-recommend namin para sa mga hospitals or factory type of projects naman po. Why hospitals po? Di ba dun sa hospitals meron pong mga life support system. So, ito pong mga life support system, hindi po dapat to ma-interrupt o hindi ho dapat ito ma-interrupt para ho continuous yung support niya dun sa pasyente. Otherwise, pag na-interrupt yung supply ng power dun sa life support system, pwede ho mamatay ang pasyente. So ito ho pwede natin gamitin. Si twist lock plug and receptacle para po continuous po yung supply ng power dun sa system. Ayan. So simply plug lang po yung ating twist lock plug doon sa twist lock receptacle, then twist niyo lang po. Hindi ho siya basta-basta ma-unplug. Ayan. Even sa mga generator sets, ito po pwede natin gamitin para po continuous yung supply ng power or ng production na sa mga planta, sa mga factories o kahit offices po. Ayan. Next product we have is the floor outlet. So we have different types of floor outlet. We have 4. We have the pop-up floor outlet. Ito po yung pinaka-common na makikita natin na nakikita natin lalo na sa mga malls, offices, mga industrial projects. Ito po yung common natin nakikita. Ito po is the heavy duty type po ng floor outlet naman po. And then we also have the aluminum die cast. Ano po ba si aluminum die cast? Parang kabaliktaran naman siya ng pop-up floor outlet. So si pop-up floor outlet, nakaangat yung kanyang outlet. Si aluminum die cast naman, nakasubmerge naman po yung kanyang outlet. And then umaangat lang po doon is yung takip niya. Yung takip po niya, pwede po siyang naka-slightly closed para hindi po ganun ka-obstruct yung sa daanan. Then, meron din po siyang protection. Meron siyang foam protection naman po para sa mga sprinkle of water. Ayan. Sprinkle of water lang po, hindi siya pwedeng masubmerge sa tubig. Ayan. Okay. Then, next po, meron din po tayong plastic type or the round type of na floor outlet naman po na pwede nating i-install naman sa mga tabletops like yung mga call center offices, yan, mga conference rooms, yun na pwede nating i-install po doon sa mga tables. And then pinakabago po namin na floor outlet is the shallow type naman po na nire-recommend namin para sa mga high-rise projects or yung mga maninipis ng flooring na nag-require lang ng itong pong shallow type floor outlet po is nag-require lang ng around 40 millimeter depth wherein compared po dun sa standard na 55, around 55 millimeter po na depth. Ayan. Then under the next category, which is the system, we have here the factory line. So ito naman po is nire-recommend namin sa mga industrial type of projects like mga factories wherein yung mga production line po is madaling magbago. Ayan, madaling magbago ng factory ng production line. So instead na mag-install tayo ng maraming floor outlet, why not we use the factory line? Ito naman po si factory line is overhead type of power supply naman po siya. So, madali lang siyang i-adjust kung sakaling magkaroon po ng pagbabago sa production line po ng ating factory. So yun. Okay. So available po siya for from 20 ampere up to 400 ampere po na line system. Okay. So next slide po, we have here the next solution, the security solution. So under the security solution, we have the door hardware or auto door system, which I carry po. Ito po yung hina-handle ko na product. And also the fire alarm system. So under the door hardware and auto door system, we have guards and bolts. Ito pong product pala to, by the way, is bago lang po sa Panasonic. Ayan. Last year lang po siya ni-launch. Ayan. And then Panasonic din po mismo yung nagma-manufacture, so hindi siya OEM po. Yung factory is located in China naman po, Beijing, China. Yan, so we have here the guards and bolts, yung mga lock po. And then we have door closers na kadalasan pong ginagamit sa mga fire exits. Meron tayong exposed type at saka yung mga concealed type na kadalasan nire-require ng mga architects, yung mga nakatago po na door closer, hindi siya kita. Then next product under the door hardware is the clamp or floor springs naman po. Ito yung mga nakikita natin sa mga glass doors, mga patch fittings. Yan, so ito po meron tayo. And then lastly is the auto door system. Wherein itong auto door system po ng Panasonic, meron pong 3 different ways to control. Pwede siyang remote control, pwede siyang motion sensor, yeah. Pwede rin po siyang biometric type of control naman po. Ayun. And additional feature po ni auto door, pwede siyang i-integrate sa ating existing fire alarm system. Yan. Ano po ba yun? Para saan po? Halimbawa, nag-trigger po yung ating fire alarm system. Ito pong mga auto door na to is kadalasan sa mga main entrance po ng mga buildings o ng malls naka-install. So pagka once na nag-trigger po yung fire alarm system, ito pong mga auto door natin is mag-open po siya to give easy access po doon sa mga nasa loob ng building. Madali silang makalabas, maka-escape din sa sunog. Ayan. So ito rin po nire-recommend namin ngayon as alternative or what we say na pang-prevent po ng spread ng virus. Kasi di ba mga doors is common access din po yan para tayo makapasok sa loob ng isang building o isang facility. So si auto door, pwede natin install para po maiwasan natin yung contact sa mga doors. Yan. No need na natin hawakan yung mga doors. Yan. So we can use the motion sensor control naman po para po hindi mag-spread yung virus. So next category we have is the fire alarm system. The fire alarm rather. So under the fire alarm, we have the smoke alarm. So this smoke alarm is standalone type naman po siya. Ito nire-recommend ho namin para sa mga residential type of projects naman po, mga maliliit lang. So since standalone siya, battery operated po siya. And then yung battery niya is good for 10 years na po. Yan, lithium ion battery na po yung ginamit dyan. And then itong smoke alarm po namin na to, meron siyang four pre-recorded voices. So nagsasalita po siya. So once may na-detect siya na smoke, ayan, mag-a-alarm po siya. Fire, gano'n, mag-alert niya yung mga nasa loob ng bahay na meron siyang na-detect na smoke. Ayan. Pwede rin po siyang i-check kung nag-normally operational pa po siya. Then pagka low battery po, ayan, kukusa din siya mag-notify. And lastly, kung hindi na po maayos o hindi na po nagpo-function yung ating device. Yan. So mayroon siyang 4 na notification po. So for large projects naman po, yung mga high-rise at saka horizontal type of projects naman po, we have the fire alarm system. And then dito sa fire alarm system, we have different detectors po. We have the smoke detector, we have the heat detector, we have the combination of the two, the smoke and heat detector. And then meron din po tayo mga intrinsically safe detectors. Ano po ba yung mga intrinsically safe detectors? Ito po yung mga ginagamit na detectors para sa mga factories, mga planta, wherein merong mga gas leak, chemical leak, or may mga other fumes pa po na pwedeng ma-detect ng aming special type of detectors. Yeah. So all of those detectors we have po. Yeah. Then next we have here the modules. So ano po ba yung purpose ng modules? So like what I have said po kanina, yung auto door system, pwede siyang i-integrate sa fire alarm system using the module. So halimbawa meron tayong project na may existing na CCTV system, tsaka sprinkler system or ventilation system, pwede natin i-integrate sa aming fire alarm system using the modules. Ayan. So yun po yung purpose ng modules po. Okay, that's with the security solution. So we have the next solution, which is the saving solution. So under the saving solution, we have the solar, the devices, and the LED lighting. So under the solar panel, from before po, meron kaming ino-offer na 340 watts and 325 watts. So ngayon po, ang ino-offer na namin na panel type is the 380 watts. So mas malaki na po siya. And then, si panel kasi namin before is OEM. So ibang factory po kami. Sa ibang factory po kami nagpapagawa. Ngayon po, yung 380 watts model po namin na solar panel is already manufactured by Panasonic mismo na factory. And it's located po sa China. Ayan. And then we have yung under the devices we have the daylight sensor. So dual sensing din po siya. So ito po yung low ceiling type naman po ng sensor. So dual sensing po siya. Same siya nung feature kanina na pinakita ko na sensor. Meron din siyang passive infrared sensor. So same lang din yung function nila. Ang pinagkaiba lang nila is yung height, yung ceiling height. So ito pang low ceiling, so pang low ceiling po ito, yung kanina po pang high ceiling. Yan. Under the LED lighting, we have the lamps and fixtures. So kompleto po tayo dito sa lineup. Meron tayong mga pang-residential up to industrial type of projects na mga lamps at saka fixtures. So under the lighting products, we offer also po the Dialux, kung meron pong mga familiar sa inyo, the Dialux tab, wherein we can simulate po, simulate yung plan or yung design po na ginawa natin. So, makikita natin po ano po yung effect ng ating design dun sa project. Makita natin yung actual ilaw, yung liwanag po dun sa mga areas. Yun po, pwede namin kayong i-assist po doon. So without commitment po yun. Ano naman yun, free namin kayong i-assist po doon. Siguro po after my presentation, you can contact me and I can endorse you po dun sa aming design engineer para po doon sa Dialux system. So last but not the least is the new normal solution that we can offer. So ano po ba yung new normal? Ito po yung mga solution, yung mga products po na pwede namin i-offer para sa current situation natin ngayon, which is meron tayong pandemic situation po ngayon. So we have here the V-fan, or we call it the ventilating fan, ayan, the nano EX generator, and the lamps. So sa V-fan, we have different types of ventilating fan. Meron tayong ceiling mounted, meron din po tayong wall mounted na ceiling fans. So ano po ba yung, bakit po ba namin siya inirecommend ilagay sa normal solution? This is para po ma-maintain yung ating air quality sa loob ng ating area. Ayan. So, filter, mapapalitan po yung air na nasa loob, lalo na kung kulong po yung kwarto o yung mga rooms. Ayan. So, meron po tayong different types of ventilating fans. So, meron tayong mga pang-kitchen, pang-bathroom, at saka mga standard rooms. Pati po mga industrial type of rooms po, like yung mga factories, yan, mga bodega, storage, and also yung mga poultry. Ayan. Meron po tayong mga malalaking type of ventilating fans na mas malalakas po yung kanyang fan. Ayan. So, on to the next category po tayo, which is the nano EX generator. So, siguro marami sa inyo ngayon lang narinig po itong nano EX generator. So, ano po ba si nano EX generator? So, si nano EX generator po is manufactured and only sold by Panasonic. So, ano po ba siya? So, ito po is a particle po siya na nire-release po nitong dalawang device na to. Si RE at saka si portable nano EX generator. So, ito is to clean po yung air. Yun yung pinaka-purpose niya. Linisin po yung hangin, lalo na yung mga virus, yan, mga germs. So, pinapatay niya po ng nano EX generator yung mga viruses na yun. So, ito pong mga device na to, nag-emit po siya ng mga nano EX particles na kung saan yung mga particles na yun, pag kumapit po dun sa virus, papatayin niya po, tatanggalan niya ng oxygen, yung mga virus na yun, germs na yan. And then, yun po is mako-convert po to H2O. So, yung H2O po is yung pinaka-byproduct po natin na good to moisturize po yung ating skin. So, double purpose po siya. So, nakikita natin. Pinatay na yung virus, meron pa tayong skin moisturizer. Ayan. So, meron po tayong two types, no? Meron po tayong ceiling mounted, ito yung RE, sa mga rooms na pwede natin ilagay. Kung gusto natin malaki yung cover po na area na malinis yung air po doon. Itong RE ang pwede natin install. Meanwhile, for the portable, so makikita natin dito sa slide ko, para siyang tumbler po, no? Yan, mukha siyang tumbler talaga actually. Pwede natin siyang ilagay sa ating mga sasakyan. So nag-fit naman po siya dun sa ating tumbler holder sa mga sasakyan. And even halimbawa meron tayong meeting sa labas, pwede natin siyang dalhin at yung power po niya is yung USB cord lang po na pwede natin i-connect sa ating mga laptop. So yun po, pwede natin magamit yung ating portable nano EX generator. So safe po tayo makipag-meeting, safe po tayong makipag-transact sa labas. Yan. So next is the lamp. We have here the UV lamp. So meron tayong two types. Meron tayong portable and meron din po tayong pang rooms. So yung pang portable po natin, ito is, ang purpose po niya, yung parehas po pala na product na to, is to cleanse the room or yung mga gamit din po. Yan, isa-sanitize niya po. So meron tayong pwedeng gamitin sa kotse, ito yung portable natin. And meron din po tayong gamitin sa mga rooms like yung mga hospitals, ito po yung ginagamit. Yung 35 watts po na UV light po. So what we could offer sa inyo po. So we can offer actual virtual demo and presentation of product or systems po natin. So like what we are doing right now, we are conducting a virtual demo po presentation. So we can also conduct actual. So since pababa na po yung ating mga number of cases ng COVID, so I think pwede na pong mag-actual na presentation. So we can go in your location para po madala din namin yung mga sample products po namin. Maipakita sa inyo. Mag-conduct na rin po ng demo. Yeah. And then, under the design and specification of systems naman po, like what I have said kanina, using the dialogues, we can do simulation po ng inyong lighting layout. Kung makita natin yung effect po ng ating lighting layout dun sa project ginagawa natin. Yung effect po ng lighting design na ginawa natin. Then, pagdating naman po sa fire detection and alarm system, ayan, makakapag-recommend kami sa inyo kung ano po yung tamang detector na dapat nating gamitin. Lalo na kung mga factories yan, planta po yung ating project. Ayan. Sa switches and outlets, ayan, makapag-suggest kami sa inyo kung ano po ba yung series ng switch and outlets po na babagay dun sa design po ng ating sa interior design po ng ating project. Pagdating naman sa home and lighting automation system, yan, makapag-recommend kami sa inyo kung ano po yung tamang material na pwede nating gamitin. Sa ventilation, yan, makakapag-propose kami sa inyo kung ano po yung tamang ventilation product para po dun sa inyong project. Yung pang kitchen, anong type po ba? Yung, kung gano'ng kalaki po ba? Yan. Pang bathroom, anong type of ventilating fan yung pwede natin ilagay. Then, for the solar panel, on or off grid, yan, matutulungan namin kayo kung makapaggawa ng design, kung ilang panel po ba yung pwede natin ilagay sa ating project. So we need lang po yung 3 consecutive electric bill at saka po yung exact address ng inyong project site. Ayan, para po kahit ma-locate lang po namin yung sa Google Map yung inyong project site. Ayun, magagamit namin yun para po makapaggawa ng plan ng design ng solar panel. And then by the way po pala sa solar panel, we as Panasonic po, we only offer the solar panel. But for the complete set po nung mismong solar, so yung solar system po, meron po kami mga authorized na system integrators. So sila na po yung magpo-provide ng mga inverter, ayan, battery, pati po yung installation. Sila na rin po yung magpo-provide po. And then lastly, we can provide you samples for actual representation and retrofitting. So that would be all po for my presentation. So again, kung meron po kayong product inquiries, you can use the QR code or you can screenshot na lang po this slide para po kung meron pa kayong ibang product inquiries, ito gamitin niyo po yung QR code na to. Or you may contact me at my cellphone number at saka email address. So that would be all po. Thank you po again, and I hope na update ko po kayo sa mga current product lineup po namin ng Panasonic Life Solutions. Again, thank you very much po, and stay safe po. Okay po. Hello po ma'am. Okay na po. I-end ko na po yung share screen. Thank you. Ma'am, I think naka-mute po kayo.
So let me proceed to the awarding of the Certificate of Appreciation. The Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated Certificate of Appreciation is presented to Panasonic Manufacturing Philippines Corporation in grateful acknowledgement of its distinguished and invaluable service rendered as technical presenter during the 23rd North Luzon Regional Conference with the theme Leadership, Rising Above Adversity Through Passion and Commitment, Leading on the Road to Recovery, thereby contributing immeasurably to the prestige and success of the conference hosted by IAE La Union chapter via Zoom video conferencing. Given this 26th day of February 2022 in the city of San Fernando, La Union, signed by Engineer Divino Amor P. Rivera, the chapter Vice President for Technical Affairs, signed by Engineer Roger Nulliar, the chapter President, signed by Governor Francisco P. Pontanillo III, and attested by Engineer Mergin C. Armiendo, the chapter secretary. Once again, thank you very much to Panasonic Manufacturing Philippines Corporation. Our last but not the least topic, allow me to introduce our resource speaker. She is a Bicolana from the land of Sorsogon and Mindanaoan from Agusan del Sur, has been working in IIE for 15 years. The pride of membership department, our department head, a round of applause to Miss Alma C. Larce.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you very much po once again, Northern Luzon Conference host La Union Chapter for inviting me as resource speaker. Wag po kayo mag-alala, ito ay quick reminders lang po no, bago tayo magpa-raffle. So wag po kayong bibitiw, ito ay madaling presentation lamang po galing sa membership department. So next, Sir Oliver, next slide please. So as mentioned, the content of my presentation is the 2020 approved CBL. Ito yung ating membership grade classification. Number 2, presentation and navigational of the newly enhanced IIEE portal. Number 3, ito yung mga IIEE benefits. No, mga reminders lamang po ito sa ating mga members. And number 4, presentation of tasks and committee assigned to membership department and to other department in IIEE para inyo naman pong makilala yung aking mga kasamahan po sa IIEE National Office. So ito po yung ating, as of 2020, ang sinasabi ng ating, meron tayong membership grade classification. So number 1, the membership of the institute shall consist of licensed and non-licensed members as follows. So 1.1 po dyan yung regular members. Sila po yung 3 years membership po ng IIEE. So it consists po of PEE, REE at RME. So kung dati may tinatawag po tayong associate members, sa ngayon po sila na po ay tatawagin din nating regular members. So ang pinaka-requirements po nito is yung license po no, ng REE, PEE at REE, PEE at REE. Thank you. Next slide. So for life member, they are the regular members in good standing and reputation who have fulfilled the requirements of life members. So ang requirements po dito is yung 12 years active membership prior to the application, endorsement letter from chapter president, and then copies po ng mga ID. No, para naman po alam ng chapter president kung sino po yung nag-a-apply sa kanila for life members, kaya nire-required po natin ng endorsement letter galing sa kanilang chapter president. So 1.3 ng ating membership grade is yung senior members. So napansin ko pa kanina, no, marami po na mga taga Northern Luzon ang mga life members. So sana po wag niyo mutang mag-apply for senior membership po. A senior member shall require experience reflecting professional maturity. Now, to upgrade to senior members, the qualifications are as follows. Number 1, dapat sila ay life members. Number 2, shall exemplify a significant performance as a life member of the Institute for at least 5 years, and the Board of Governors shall establish the mandatory guidelines for this purpose. So ito po yung mga guidelines, mga requirements sa pag-apply po ng senior membership. So dati po, nung last June 30, 2021, ang nag-deadline po. So hopefully by March, mailabas na ng Selection and Awards Committee po yung updated na form at maibigay na po ito sa mga chapter president. So sana po kayo ay mag-apply. So requirements po is must be holder of at least bachelor's degree in electrical engineering awarded by School of Engineering with a recognized electrical engineering program. Must be life members for at least 5 years at the time of application, and then meron po siya mga field of profession, no? And then, so yan po yung mga field of specialization, no? So, yung mga nasa construction, consultancy, design, education, operation maintenance, research and development, management, and marketing. So ito naman po yung fill upan niyo po yun, kasama po ng reference form. Fill upan niyo po yun, and ibabalik niyo sa amin. So ang pinaka-importante po dyan na reminders, dapat po ang mag-fill up sa inyong reference form ay mga senior members po. Yan. Lahat po yan, i-email nyo sa amin, kasama po ng updated CV. And then once po yan ay i-assess po ng Selection and Awards Committee, and then i-award po during opening ng Annual National Convention. So ito naman po yung ating fellow members, no. Ito ay hindi ina-apply. Sila po ay by invitation po ito. So sila po yung i-invite ng College of Fellow Committee. They are senior members who have qualified and have been conferred the distinction as fellow by the Board of Governors. The distinction as fellow recognizes the exceptional contribution and dedication to the electrical engineering profession. So ito po ay ina-award naman during sa closing po ng ating ANC. So ito pong section 2, ang sinasabi dito ay ating mga non-licensed members. So 2.1, sila yung mga honorary members, commendable individual withstanding a non-electrical professional whose contribution to the welfare and advancement of the Institute is exemplary. So ang ating pong sa record, ang ating honorary member is si former chairman ng PRC, Honorable Hermogenes P. Pobre. So another non-licensed member, nandyan pa rin po ang ating auxiliary members. Sila yung mga non-licensed BSEE at saka BS Electrical Technology graduate. So kung dati po ang ating ina-apply ay, ang ating pong tinatanggap ay BSEE graduate lamang, so as of 2020, tayo ay tumatanggap na rin po ng BS Electrical Technology graduate. So pag-a-apply po nito sa atin, ang pinaka-requirements po nito is yung kanilang diploma. Okay, so ito naman po yung ating IAE portal. So sana po inyo nang nabuksan ang ating IIEE portal. No? Ang IIEE naman ay sumasabay sa pagbabago pong nagaganap. No? So kung dati meron tayong walk-in, ganyan. So ngayon po, mas lalo nating inilalapit sa mga member yung ating membership. No? Makaka-renew sila through their portal account. Hindi na kailangang, halimbawa, malayo sila sa kanilang mga chapters. So makakapag-renew sila online through our portal account. Sa portal naman po, ang pinaka-importante, huwag pong kalimutan ang inyong username at password. Kasi minsan, nilalagyan nila ng guwapo ako na username. Nakalimutan. So, tatawag sila sa national office sa amin. No? Nakikita kasi namin yung nilalagay nyo po na username. Ang hindi lang namin nakikita is yung yung password doon. So, sana po, alalahanin nyo po palagi para madali po mag-transact naman. Basta alam nyo lang po ang inyong username at password. So ito naman po, iniwalay lang natin. So since wala pang username at password ang mga new board passers, ganyan. So yan po na link ang kanilang gagamitin para po sa new board passers po natin. So ito ang ating sample ng ating mahal na Governor Francisco Fontanilla. So na-open po yung portal, so ang pinaka-reminders po natin, pag nag-open po ng portal, huwag pong kalimutang i-update yung mga email address, no? Tsaka yung PRC information nyo po para naman updated ang portal. Especially po yung field of specialization, no? Pakipunuan din po dahil yan naman ay nire-required ng tinatanong ng specialization committee, no? Kung saan na ba nabibilang yung ating members, no? Kung nasa management, ganyan, sa academe. So sana po huwag kalimutang lagyan ng information yung field of specialization. So ditong slide naman po ito, pinapakita yung CPD points, no? Kung kayo po ay ang ating CPD points, no, yung 2021 po na mga na-attendan nyo po na IIE activities. So yan. Pag inopen nyo po yung CPD, so yan po ang lalabas, yung date, yung time, yung program, and then yung code. So kung ilang units po yung mga na-attendan nyo, lalabas po yan. And then yung total earn po na inyo nang na-earn nung kayo mag-attend ng mga IA activities. So ang nandito po ay yung 2021 lamang. So wala po dito yung 2020 at saka 2019. So nag-start tayo po ng posting ng 2021 po. So yan, paano naman po siya i-print? So doon po sa pinaka-left side, meron pong printer icon dyan. So i-click nyo lang po yan para lumabas po yung certificate. Yan, ganyan po siya. So yan na mismo po, pwede po siyang i-attach na rekta sa inyong PRC undertaking form. No? Kung kayo po ay magpapaprint na po ng PRC card, yan po siya ay piprint nyo lang and then attach nyo para mabilang din po ng PRC yung inyong mga CPD points. And then ito naman po yung ating memo circular, no? Sinasabi niya so na hindi na po, ito na. Okay na, thank you. So, pasensya na, naghang lang tayo. So, yan po yung ating portal account. So, ang pinaka-importante po dyan, yung username at password. Next slide, please. So, ito naman po yung pag-request ng COGS, no? Since nag-centralize na ang ating COGS, ang importante po dyan, no? I-click nyo lang po yung COGS request. And then, next slide. So, ito po yung ang COGS po natin, no? Kailangan po siyang approvean muna ng ating mga chapter president bago pwedeng bayaran. So, once approved, saka na siya babayaran. And then, once paid, itatag po yan ng national office para po inyo na pong ma-print. So ito naman po yung steps kasi minsan kasi hindi na alam po ng member no kung anong gagawin. So nakapag-request na, kaya ilang yung mga steps na yan ay hindi niya dinaanan, kaya hindi po nag-generate ng reference number ang Dragon Pay. So once naka-request na po, i-click nyo lang po yung online request and then i-click nyo po yung complete the purchase para po lumabas yung Dragon Pay. So from there, pipili na po kayo ng mga malapit ninyong babayaran ng mga partner ng Dragon Pay. So halimbawa, magpili kayo ng Cebuana, lalabas po ang reference number, yun po yung dadalhin nyo po sa Cebuana. So ganyan po siya. No? I-confirm po yan ng Dragon Pay na natanggap na ang inyong bayad. No? I-email po sa inyo yan ng Dragon Pay and then once po ma-confirm naman ng Dragon Bay, magre-reflect naman po sa National Office, sa amin, sa Membership Department, para amin na pong i-process ang inyong request. So, paano naman po i-print? So, dyan lang po siya, click online process. No? Doon po sa pinaka-right side ng inyong monitor, so i-click nyo lang po yung COGS. No? Once po kasi complete na yung process, pwede nyo nang i-click at i-download at i-print po. So ito naman po ang ating Universal ID. This serve as loyalty ID ng IIEE. So sana po kayo na pong nakakuha na kayo ng ganitong ID. No? At saka baka meron po kayong mga kilala na pwede nating maging partner dito sa ating Universal ID. Just inform po the National Office. So ano po ang mga dahilan kung bakit minsan hindi natatanggap ng member yung kanyang ID? So number 1 po, baka lang ibinalik ng LBC, ganyan. Number 2, baka po walang picture. No? So masyadong malaki ang in-upload nyo na picture, hindi po siya nakaka-capture ng ating system, kaya blanco po ang nakikita sa amin as taga-process. Number 3, baka po walang license number. So paki-check po kasi minsan po, no, sa ating mga new board passer, pag nakakuha na sila ng resibo at nakapag-register na po sa PRC, nakakalimutan na nilang balikan ang ating portal para maglagay ng PRC information at para magpa-print ng kanilang mga ID. Yun. Ito naman po, for verification na naman po. No? So, ang ating ang ating UID ay meron ng QR code. So, pwede siyang i-scan para makita po ang status kung ito ay active or inactive na po. So, nasa portal din po natin. Sana huwag kalimutan mag-vote po. So, dati ito ay ini-email. Ngayon po ay nasa in-email pa rin naman. And then, meron din po sa ating portal account yung election ballot po. So, lahat po ng ating online ay makikita yung FAQ, no? Mga process and guide. Lahat po yan ay nakapost naman sa ating website. Just click FAQ po para lumabas yung guide. Next slide. So, ganyan po siya, no? Guide paano mag-process online renewal, guide paano mag-request ng COGS, at saka yung guide paano mag-change of chapter. So, lahat po yan ay nasa website po natin sa IIEE. So, ito naman po yung special features po ng chapter president, no? Sa kanila po siya as chapter president, sa kanya pong na-review kung ilan na po yung active tsaka inactive members po nila sa kanilang chapter. So, another special feature for chapter president, so, siya po ang taga-approve ng nag-request ng COGS online. So, yan po, pag hindi kinalaw ng chapter president, hindi po nakakabayad ang members. Kaya alam po nila sa kanilang portal site, sa kanilang site na kung sino yung mga nagre-request po ng COGS. So ito naman po yung ating IAE benefits. So as mentioned, ito ay munting paalala lamang mula po sa amin sa National Office. So number 1, nandyan pa rin po ang free subscription ng EE Magazine. So kung dati po ito ay pinapadala, ngayon po ito ay electronic copy na po. Letter B, discounts of books and merchandise. Letter C, mga free tsaka discounted po sa technical seminar and convention registration fees. And then, free use of IIE facilities. So dito po sa ating national office, meron po doong library. Doon po nakastore ang mga TER na galing PRC na pwede po mascan ng ating mga members kung sila po ay mag-aspire to become PEE po. And then, meron din po tayo mga job placement, yung mga bigay po ng company ng mga opening nila, sinishare din po sa atin. Letter F, yung Technical Information Assistance. So, dito po pumapasok yung PEE mentoring program. So, may mga chapters po, no? Check nyo lang po sa ating FB page kung magpapa-assist po kayo for being PEE po. And then, nag-issue din tayo ng certification para po sa mga nag-a-apply for Asian, APEC Registry, and ACPER. And then, ingat-ingat po, ito po ay hindi bawal i-cash advance. No? Yan, nandyan pa rin po ang ating death benefit, tsaka medical assistance po ng IIEE. So, for membership department, so ano po yung mga tasks? No? Sa amin po pinaprocess yung ID, COGS, membership status verification, chapter remittances. So, thank you very much po sa mga chapter remittances from Northern Luzon. Nag-a-assist din po kami ng PRC renewal assistance. And then, doon po sa mga bagong pasang PEE, RIE, at RME. No? Pwede tayong mag-assist dyan. And then, kasama po doon, baka may magpa-assist, conversion ng assistant to REE, and then yung processing po ng death benefit tsaka medical assistance. For the committee naman po na assigned sa membership department, so number 1, Selection and Awards Committee. So wag pong kalimutang mag-bid, no, mga chapter presidents, yung sa most outstanding chapter, most outstanding EE, most outstanding RME, bid for PRC outstanding EE, tsaka yung outstanding chapter, at tsaka yung as mentioned, dito po sa Northern Luzon, marami po ang napansin naming life member dito. Huwag pong kalimutang mag-apply for senior membership upgrade. And then, other committees po assigned sa membership department is yung College of Fellow. Ang chairman po namin dyan is Engineer Fortunato C. Laines. Number 3, yung upper, no, yung nag-present kanina, si Dr. Rodrigo C. Barona. And then sa CSC naman po, ang aming chairman is Engineer Herofina C. de Guzman. And then number 5, yung Oplan Dagitab. So they serve as the IIEE Corporate Social Responsibility. Our chairman po, si Engineer Vincent F. Pelago. And then MCDC, ang aming pong chairman is Engineer Rolito C. Gualvez. And then, ito naman po yung, as mentioned kanina, no? So, pwedeng mag-assist ang IIE National Office sa pag-claim ng inyong PRC card. So, karamihan naman po sa nag-a-avail nito is yung ating mga members po abroad. No? So, bibigay nila sa atin yung kalang PRC undertaking form na paid na po, at saka SPA from the Philippine Consulate. Number 3, yung COGS, tsaka yung mga IIE attended seminars. So, as mentioned, pwede po tayong mag-claim, basta sana po ang kanilang ilagay na venue is PRC, PICC, Pasay City. So ito naman po yung requirements kung paano ba mag-claim ang inyong mga kaanak ng death benefit. So bali po mag-email lang po kayo sa amin, mag-inform kayo sa amin, no? And then padadalahan po namin kayo ng disease information death claim na form. Pifill upan po ng inyong beneficiary at i-email sa amin kasama ng death certificate, yung membership ID, sana hindi siya expired, no? Tsaka beneficiary valid ID and then other permanent documents such as marriage certificate, ganyan, kung wife yung mag-claim o kaya affidavit ng halimbawa kapatid ang mag-claim, no? Mag-a-attach lang po ng affidavit na proof na wala nang mag-claim kundi siya lamang. So ito naman po yung medical assistance requirements. So ito ay nung last year, no, maraming naka-avail nito, yung na-hospitalized due to COVID. So request letter lang po of assistance. And then padadalhan po namin ng medical assistance form, ibabalik sa amin kasama ng medical certificate, medical prescription, tsaka yung copy ng ID. Next slide. So for membership department, yan po ang aking kasamahan, no? Si Sir George, si Miss Carla, si Miss Thea, at saka ang ating host ngayon, si Ma'am Monique. Yun. And then for ating overseer naman po ng membership department is si Engineer Lyndon R. Vague, our VP Internal Affairs. No, siya din po ang mag-i-invite sana po maging sa ANC, face-to-face. Siya nawa, amen. Siya yung mag-i-invite sa atin sa darating po na ANC. Siya din po ang Convention Bureau Director. And then for marketing department naman, sila Ma'am Ann. Shout out kay Ma'am Ann, no, sa marketing team. Sila din po yung pulong abala na nagbabantay ng mga online exhibitors natin. Sila din po yung nag-assist sa mga chapters pag nagpapademo po. Yan. Kay Ma'am Ann Gillian, ang kanila pong overseer sa marketing department is si Engineer Alberto R. Herrera, or VP External Affairs. And then for technical department, ang kanila pong department head is si Ms. Yala Mirara, no? Dito po ay pumapasok yung pag-apply ng mga chapters, no? So huwag pong kalimutan habang maaga para magkaroon ng CPD points. Tulad nitong Northern Luzon, no? Na 15 points ang kanilang CPD points. So huwag pong kalimutang i-apply. Ayan naman po ay punong abalang taga-apply dyan. Shout out din po natin si Sir Oliver Palad. Ayun, nandito rin po siya, nag-a-assist sa Northern Luzon Conference. Yay! Yun. Ang kanila pong overseer, si Engineer Ramon Gatchalian. And then for Finance Department, so dito naman po yung mga sa chapter po, no, yung mga share nila, ganyan. So they can email Miss Jenny Arada, the head po ng ng Finance Department. Ang kanilang overseer po is Engineer Catalino Rania, our National Treasurer. And then, meron din po kaming admin, tsaka HR department. Ang ating pong department head doon is si Ma'am Maylin Yongson. So, ang overseer po namin is si Engineer Esperanza A. Collado, our National Secretary. Of course, shout out din po kay Ma'am KB na nasa atin ngayon dito sa kasama namin, no, dito sa La Union po, na Ma'am KB Llamas, our head po ng buong National Secretariat din po. Next slide. Ayan, nag-clap-clap naman para kay Ma'am KB. Ayan. Woohoo! And then, sa mga mag-a-apply po for PE, no, PE application, ACPER, huwag pong kalimutang i-email si Ma'am Rona Pohas. No? At saka kung halimbawa mag-i-invite po ang chapter na sa ating mahal na BEE, no, wag po siyang kalimutang i-copy furnish para naman kanyang ma-calendar po, no, ang mga invitation niyo sa BEE. And then ang overseer natin nating lahat is Engineer Feliciano Padua, our National President. Siyempre, shout out! Nandito ang kanya, baluarte niya po ito, La Union. Yan. So, ano rin po, ayan. So, lahat po yan. So, sa lower part po ng ating website, no? Next slide. So, yan ang ating website. Sa baba po niyan, yan, next slide, sir. Yan dyan po ang ating ticketing, no? Huwag pong kalimutan. Pwede po, lahat po, yan, no? Kung ano po ang gusto nyo maparating per department, kasi may nakaantabay po dyan, si Miss Jen Sanchez. So, shout out din kay Ma'am Jen. Siya po yung taga-sagot, siya din po yung taga-bato kung saang department po ibibigay yung inyong mga concern. Concern po ng halimbawa ID, yung mga inquiries, ng mga seminars, ganyan. Huwag pong kalimutan na mag-email lang po sa ticketing. Yan po ay nakikita sa pinaka-lower part po ng ating IIE website. Yan. Palagi nating paalala sa mga members, sa mga chapter, no, na mag-take ng photo, no, at i-share ito sa national office para ito naman ay ating magamit kung tayo ay nagbibid for most outstanding APO. Ilalagay natin sa ating magazine at ilalagay po natin sa mga ano natin, sa FB page, ganyan po. And then, for more inquiries po, nandyan po aking email address at aking cellphone number. Maraming salamat po, Northern Luzon, for the invitation at saka sa aming mga kasamahan po. Si Sir Woody, nandito rin po sa on-site. Si Sir Noe at saka si Sir Oliver Palad. Thank you very much po. Back to you.
Okay, thank you very much to Ms. Alma Larsa for the IAE membership updates. Thank you very much to Ms. Alma C. Larce, our Head of Membership Department, for the IAE membership updates. Ayan. So, may mga questions po ba ang ating mga members? So, maybe we can answer a few. You can send it in the Q&A chat box to my queries. Okay, we will just get the question and answers. It will be answered and respond. We will respond to you your email, registered email address. All right, let's now proceed to the awarding of the Certificate of Appreciation. May I request Engineer Francis Rapinta to award to our resource speaker.
The Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated would like to award the Certificate of Appreciation to Ms. Alma C. Larce in grateful acknowledgement of his distinguished and invaluable service rendered as technical speaker, the IIIE membership upgrade and benefits during the 23rd Northern Luzon Regional Conference with the theme Leadership Rising Above Adversity Through Passion and Commitment, Leading on the Road to Recovery, thereby contributing immeasurably the prestige and success of the conference, and hosted by the IIE La Union chapter via Zoom video conferencing, and given this 26th day of February 2022 in the city of San Fernando, La Union. Signed, Divino Amor P. Rivera, the chapter vice president of technical affairs. Signed, Roger Nollar, the chapter president, and signed, Francisco P. Fontanilla III, the Northern Luzon Regional Governor, and attested by Mary Jane C. Armendo, the chapter secretary.
And that concludes our technical sessions for the 23rd Northern Luzon Regional Conference. Once again, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the closing ceremonies of the 23rd Northern Luzon Regional Conference. Our theme for this year is Leadership Rising Above Adversity Through Passion and Commitment, Leading on the Road to Recovery. At this juncture, let us acknowledge the people behind the success of the 23rd Northern Luzon Regional Conference. And to do the honor, we would like to call again the 2016 La Union Chapter President, Engineer Francis D. Rupinta.
Thank you, Ms. Monique. There's a saying that goes like this: behind every man's success is a woman. However, behind every success of a regional conference is a joint effort of everyone in the working committee. Literally, in unity, we have achieved more because none of us, including the highest position in the committee, cannot achieve great things by itself, but because of teamwork, we have made this 23rd NLRC successful. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Now is the time to recognize the people who have exerted the effort, contributed in one way or another for the success of this 23rd Northern Luzon Regional Conference of the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines, Incorporated. First, we have the convention chairman, Francisco Fontanilla III, which is the regional governor. Siya po ang tumututok sa amin. Actually, siya na rin ang nagbibigay ng inspiration, pumupukpok. Kung ano po yung target date, dapat ma-meet po namin yon. Thank you. We also have the convention vice chairman, Roger Nollar, the host chapter president. Siya po yung pinakatatay namin sa chapter na ito ngayon. And the members of the Council of the former governors of the Northern Luzon and Council of former presidents of La Union. We have the Ways and Means headed by Winston C. Subido. For the Finance, headed by Ma'am Imelda B. Kindara. And the members are Ma'am Grace Lobrera Damse and Sir Joel Go. For sponsorship or exhibitor, headed by Michael S. Fontanilla and all incumbent officers. For advertisement, headed by Jason M. Emperador, and the members are Grace Lobrera Jamse and Divino Amor P. Rivera. For the raffles and door prizes, headed by Pablo D. Gortiza, the lover boy of La Union chapter. Members are Grace Lobrera Jamse and Divino Amor P. Rivera. For invitation in attendance, headed by Dominic C. De La Cruz, and members, yours truly, Francis Rupinta and Ariel N. Tangalin. For administration, headed by Sir Johnny Agtarap. Sir Johnny. For the Secretariat, Ma'am Mary Jane C. Armendo. The members are the IIIEs, CSC, and Ma'am Sonia Espirito. For the program arrangement, headed by Ma'am Estela R. Paredes. The members, Dominic De La Cruz, George Marca, Darwin Macagba, and Sir Ruben Patawe. The seminar program, headed by Dominic De La Cruz, the members, Ariel Tangalin and Divino Amor P. Rivera. Certificates and tokens, headed by Tristan Paul B. Taberdo, and the members, yours truly, Francis Rupinta and Ma'am Imelda Ibrahim. For the physical arrangements, headed by Dominic De La Cruz, and the members, Darwin G. Macagba and Divino Amor P. Rivera. For the operations, headed by Juanito L. Estillore. For the technical sessions, Sir Joel Foronda. Ito po ang napakasipag na humanap ng mga technical speaker po natin. And the members, Sir George Marta, Michael Pontanilla, Divino Amor P. Rivera, and Sir Ruben Patawi. For socials or entertainment, kagabi lang po ito, we have headed by Sir Jerry Kindara. Of course, we are the members. Yours truly, Francis Rupinta, Mark Eric Villanueva, Juanito Estillore, and Sir Johnny Agtarap. For the transportation and accommodation, headed by Sir Joel Go, and the members, Ariel Tangalin and Sir George Marca. For the sports, nakita nyo naman our virtual 3-point shootout. We also have golf. Kulang yung tennis. At Skills Olympics. Headed by Dominic De La Cruz and the members Darwin Macagba and Jason Emperador. Special mention po si Sir Jason Emperador. Halos dito na natutulog sa conference room. Saka si Ma'am Estela, hindi na yata natutulog. We would also like to thank the IIE National Technical Staff, headed by Sir K. Mary Ann Guillen. Ma'am, sorry. Sorry, ma'am. Ma'am K. Villamas. Ma'am Monique Magos. Ang napakaganda naming MC. Maria Katrina Magno. Sir Elwood Perez. Sir John Oliver Palad. And si Sir SJ. Sylvester John Gregorio. For the membership, no other than Miss Alma Larsen. Of course, di natin makakalimutan yan, ang dancer of the night, Ma'am Alma Larsen. Of course, our official photographer, hindi sila palaging nawawala diyan. Kung wala sila, wala ako dito eh. So, and we would also like to thank our national officers headed by Sir Feliciano Jojo Flores, Padua III. our very own pride of La Union. And Sir Catalino Ranya, palaging nandyan mula pa naman dito. Also, Sir Alberto Jun Herrera. Nauna sila sa si Group Oyet saka si Sir Roger Nolyan. Si Sir Roland Vasquez. And of course, palaging nandyan, tumutulong sa atin, si Sir Alan Anthony Alvarez. We would like also to acknowledge or thanks Miss Yela Meraran Santos. Also, we would like to thanks the speakers who have contributed to us, also the technical presenters, the exhibitors, and the sponsors. We would also like to thanks the presence of the Board of Electrical Engineering headed by Engineer Francis Mapili, Member Engineer Jaime Mendoza, also to thank the management of the venue for accommodating us to hold this 23rd Northern Luzon Regional Conference. Thank you po. Did I miss anybody? And I miss ba tayo? We would like to thank our mentor sa ngayon, si Gob Oyet at saka si Pres Over. Sila po ang nagdala ng team natin and we are unified, no? Ang ganda ng teamwork natin, in unison tayo palagi. So yung target date, nakuha natin. We'd also like to thanks the IT na tumulong po sa amin. Nagkaroon po kami ng trouble. Sila po ang nagtiyaga na tumulong po sa amin. Sa crew, no? Sa mga crew po na also with the CSC, nabanggit ko po kanina, the IICSC for the Secretariat. IIEE from DIMSU, the CSC from DIMSU. Okay, I think that's all. Thank you very much. Thank you very much also for sa lahat po ng mga participants. Maraming salamat po. Hindi po matutuloy ang conference po na ito kung wala po kayo. Kaya buong puso po kaming nagpapasalamat po sa inyo. Maraming salamat.
Thank you very much, Engineer Francis Diro Pinta, for acknowledging the people behind the success of the 23rd Northern Luzon Regional Conference. And at this moment, I am honored to introduce our guest of honor, He studied at Mapua Institute of Technology of Bachelor of Science in Electrical Engineering, 1986, and currently working at Badan Agricultural and Contracting Co. Limited at Riyadh, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, since January 15, 2002 up to present. Let us all welcome a big round of applause to Engineer Johnson June PD.
I am honored to have this opportunity to share my views during this IIE 23rd Northern Luzon Virtual Regional Conference on the critical role of IIE leaders and members in coping up with adversities brought about by this global pandemic. Everybody has experienced and suffered the devastating effect of the pandemic locally and globally. Being an OFW, particularly here in Saudi Arabia, some of our II members have lost their lives and many expatriates were displaced from their employment, thus resulting into financial and social crisis. Amidst these adversities, however, as migrant workers and professionals, we have to struggle and become resilient in order to survive and keep on moving. We have to embrace the new normal and face the present social and economic challenges. With the theme Leadership Rising Above Adversity Through Passion and Commitment, Leading on the Road to Recovery, I believe this is timely and a big challenge for us if we need to move forward towards recovery and sustainability. What is leadership? The term was coined by John Maxwell, an international leadership expert, coach, and author of the best-selling book Leadership Theory. To make a change in the leadership style that will positively enhance organizational and personal growth. Whatever leadership style you are practicing, it tends to become obsolete in a fast-changing global culture that goes beyond organizations. The future belongs to the leaders who are ready and quick to seize opportunity and make quick changes. This means seizing an occasion that does not promise much and turning it into an opportunity. Business success is for those who are ready to invent a new path, and whenever they have to, abandon it and invent a new one. The future belongs to the leaders who are not people pleasers but people leaders. You don't have to chase people but to make them follow you. Some of them won't like the direction you are taking, but that's all right. You don't need everyone on board, only those who share your vision and your values. The future belongs to the leaders who are ready for success in a shorter time frame. In a fast-forward world, everything happens faster. Not only business decisions, but also the expectations you should have from yourself and the evolution of your career. The time frames for rising to executive power and to becoming an acclaimed leader that you were taught in college or by your mentors are getting shorter. You should expect more from your career in a much shorter time. The future belongs to the leaders who are leaders of teams in uncertain conditions. As a leader, you know that you have to embrace risk. You have to accept to take some decisions in conditions of great uncertainty. However, risk-based decision-making means more consideration should be given to matters that have higher risk and impact to the organization existence compared to other issues with lesser risk. Risk is a deviation from the intended result. We have to deal with risk and treat it as a part of every opportunity. Nowadays, leaders are bombarded with many issues and pressured to make sound decisions on a limited time frame. There is no more leisure time to sit and think about making a decision, but by the time you have come to an idea, all the factors you have taken into account may have changed. The future belongs to the leaders who are consistent. You have to be ready to make changes in your leadership style, but you must continue to pursue and focus with your vision and not let your team derail it from its course. Above all, are the never-ending passion and commitment of our dedicated leaders and mentors in guiding and steering our organization to achieve its mandates even in the midst of adversities. Today, as we conduct this regional conference, we have to reflect and put our perspective towards leadership, passion, and commitment if we have to move forward in our journey towards recovery. Now the challenge is, are you ready to embrace leadership? Congratulations to all the IIE members, sponsors, organizers, participants, and to the host La Union chapter for your passion and dedication in making this fruitful and successful event. Thank you very much and mabuhay.
Thank you very much, Engineer Johnson, June PD, for that inspiring message. Indeed, the followers must catch the vision, and I believe that the IAE members already catch this vision for 2022. Let's give a round of applause to all our officers for having that kind of vision, and also to our members. Thank you very much once again to our beloved guests of honor for that inspirational message. Let's now proceed to the awarding of the Certificate of Appreciation. This certificate is presented to Engineer Johnson, June PD, in grateful acknowledgement for giving us inspiration, invaluable support, and sharing his most valuable time, effort, and wisdom during the 23rd Northern Luzon Regional Conference with the team leadership, rising above adversity through passion and commitment, leading on the road to recovery, thereby contributing immeasurably to the prestige and success of the conference, hosted by IIE La Union chapter via Zoom video conferencing, delivered this 26th day of February 2022 in the city of San Fernando, La Union. Signed by Engineer Davino Amor P. Rivera, the chapter vice president for technical affairs. Signed by Engineer Roger N. Uliar, the chapter president. Signed by Engineer Francisco P. Pontanilla III, the Northern Luzon regional governor, and attested by Engineer Mary Jean C. Armienda, the chapter secretary. Once again, a big round of applause to Engineer Johnson, June PT. We are honored. We are honored to have our keynote guest speaker this afternoon. To formally introduce him to us, we would like to call on the 2019 La Union Chapter President, Engineer Estela R. Paredes.
Thank you, Miss Monique. Naimbaga malam kada tayo amin, Apo. I am greatly honored to introduce to you our keynote speaker for this event. Our speaker is a man of strength, faith, and action. Our dongdongwen tayo amanong, itimang dongdong ngumit kanya tayo amin. Let us give a round of applause to our beloved City Mayor, our Manong, Honorable Hermenegildo Dong A. Gualberto.
My warmest greetings to our electrical practitioners from the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines. Welcome to the 23rd IIEE Northern Luzon Regional Conference. Welcome to the People's City of San Fernando. I want to congratulate your National President, Engineer Feliciano Jojo Pado III, for successfully gathering 500 registered electrical practitioners all over the Philippines. I also congratulate IIEE La Union Chapter, headed by Engineer Roger Nulliar, for hosting this conference. Indeed, this event is a testament to your commitment to remain steadfast and committed to your calling despite the pandemic. IIEE has established its competency to organize conventions and exhibits of cutting-edge technologies and services for more than 3 decades. Today, we hope you have fruitful and meaningful discussions as IEE conducts technical sessions and presentations on the latest electrical products and services. As you promote development and growth in the electrical, electronics, and energy sectors, we are one with you. In this pandemic, we recognize the contributions of the undertakings in electrical engineering for the continuous advancement of our country. For this, the City of San Fernando warmly extends its gratitude to all our electrical engineers and practitioners. May you continue to exemplify being excellent and innovative, true to the theme of this conference, leadership, rising above adversity, through passion and commitment, leading on the road to recovery. We sincerely thank you for your service to the Filipinas, and may God continue to bless each one of you throughout your journey as we face this pandemic. Mag-ingat po tayo lagi, Diyos Tagina, and may God bless the People's City of San Fernando.
Thank you very much, Honorable Gualberto, for sharing your meaningful and precious words with us today. To award the plaque of appreciation, may we request the former chapter president, Engineer Grace A. Lobriera, Engineer Estela R. Paredes, to receive the plaque on behalf of Honorable Gualberto, Engineer Imelda Quindara, and Engineer Mary Jean Armiendo. Allow me to read the citation, please. Allow me to read the citation, please. The Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines, Incorporated, awards this plaque of appreciation to Honorable Hermany Hilda Dong Igualberto in grateful appreciation for his invaluable support and sharing his most valuable time, effort, and wisdom as a keynote speaker during the 23rd Northern Luzon Regional Conference with the team leadership, rising above adversity through passion and commitment, leading on the road to recovery, thereby contributing immeasurably to the prestige and success of the conference hosted by IIE La Union Chapter, given this 26th day of February 2022 in the city of San Fernando, La Union via Zoom video conferencing. Signed by Engineer Divino Amon P. Rivera, the Chapter Vice President for Technical Affairs. Signed by Engineer Roger N. Ilyar, the Chapter President. Signed by Engineer Francisco P. Pontanillo III, the Northern Luzon Regional Governor, and attested by Engineer Mary Jean C. Armienda, the Chapter Secretary. Once again, thank you very much, Honorable Gualberto, our distinguished keynote guest speaker for today. To officially close the 23rd Northern Luzon Regional Conference, may we call the Northern Luzon Region Governor, Engineer Francisco P. Pontanillo III.
By the power vested upon me by the Constitution and bylaws, as the Governor of Northern Luzon Region of the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines, Incorporated, I hereby declare this 23rd Northern Luzon Regional Conference officially closed.
Along with the organizers and officers, we thank you for making our 23rd Northern Luzon Regional Conference a success. And we will now proceed to the much awaited portion of the conference, to raffle time. We would like to call on Engineer Pablo D. Gortiza.
Tan, may ka na? Picture. Tan, nagsubli ka dahil matibot.
So we have a lot of raffle prizes. We have PEC1, PEC2, Manual of Professional Practice, Reversible Jacket, Vacuum Tumbler Cup. I would like to call in Engineer Pablito. Engineer Pabs. First winner of PEC1 hard copy. We will be giving away 3 PEC1 hard copy. Roll the roulette. Eliseo Tanaga. Congratulations, sir. Next winner of PEC1 hard copy. Congratulations, Engineer Bobby P. Lupos. Next winner of PEC1 hard copy is... Ayan, ang daming nagko-comment. Ano sabi ni Jennifer? Ano sa'yo? Ako na lang po. Yan. Akin na lang pala. May nagmamay na congratulations, Engineer Elmer C. Imperio. Yay! Next, we will be giving away PEC2. 3 winners. Sana ako na lang yan. Congratulations, Sherwin A. Valdez. Next winner of PEC2. Congratulations, Matis Amado Minong from Baguio, Benguet. Yay! Dapat nandyan pa po kayo at syempre sagot po ang teaching ng ating chapter. Napaka-generous. Alright, next winner of PEC2. Congratulations, Ortiz Marshall. Oh. Ayan, meron na tayong 3 winners. Okay, mamimigay naman tayo ng IIEE Cup. 6. Ayan. Dahil malapit na mag-summer. First winner of IIEE Cup. Congratulations, Toringan Raul C. Ayan, next winner. Congratulations, Carmelo C. Lopez Jr. Sa ating virtual exhibit. You can still visit them to win their prepared raffle prizes for you. Next winner, Raisa Moreno, Jasmine Celestina D. Congratulations to Christopher Galabay. Yay! Last two winners of IEE Cap. Congratulations to Mendoza, Ivan Bosch. Okay. Next winner, we will be giving away 4 vacuum tumbler. Congratulations, Layoso Jim Ryan. Next winner. Congratulations, Ray T. Badwa. Next winner. Congratulations to Balao Drexel. Okay. Next winner. Congratulations to Mondragon, Jovel, and Tabangin. Next winner. Last winner, vacuum tumbler. I'm sorry. So there you have it for vacuum tumbler. We will now be giving away the 2 customized polo shirt combination. Customized polo shirt. Next winner of first winner, Ephraim John P. Jew. Yay. Next winner of customized polo shirt combi. Thank you very much, Aragon Vicente P. Congratulations rather. Thank you very much. Yay! Ang daming nananalo. Ang saya-saya. Okay. Okay, one winner of IIEE jacket with hood. Let's have our winner of IIEE jacket with hood. Congratulations, Sanglay Augusto P. Another winner for reversible jacket navy blue. Let's roll the roulette. Malimol B. Another winner for one IIE cap is the Roleta. Thank you very much, Michael Argonlao. Yay! And we will be giving away Manual of Professional Practice. We have 5 winners. Congratulations, Posadas Edward Lopez. Next winner. Congratulations, Vendiville Ryan Reyes. You won Manual of Professional Practice. We have another 3 left. Last 3 winners. All right. Ayan, may magmamine na ba sa chat? More on Sana ikaw na tong winner na to ng Manual of Professional Practice. Congratulations, Charlemagne R. Diaz. Pwede na po kayong mag-type dyan sa chat box ng shoutout para ma-shoutout kayo habang tayo ay naka-live sa YouTube. Next winner, last 2 winners of Manual of Professional Practice. Congratulations, Pilingin, Kelvin L. Ayan, isa na lang. Pa-shout out, Quirino, Electric Cooperative Ma'am. Hello po sa inyo dyan. At sana nga ay magkaroon tayo ng face-to-face na convention para magkita-kita po tayo sa SMX ngayong November. Yan. Nanalo rin sa wakas. Shout out po kay... Ayan. Congratulations, Gakutan Erwin S. Ayan, pwede na mag-shoutout, shoutout. Wala na, tayo. Congratulations to all the winners. Shoutout po sa Ormoc chapter from Eugene Alvarez. Ayan. Ayan, so that concludes. Pa-shoutout po, Provincial Government of Apayao. Ayan. Pa-shoutout NGCP Team Hanjin. Pa-shoutout Isabela Quirino Chapter. Shoutout ISPSC Santiago Campus. Daming shout out. Government of Quirino Province. Ayan, shout out sa inyo dyan. NGCP Isabel Substation. Hello, hello, hello. Shout out kay Sir MEB, Ma'am Grace at Ma'am MJ. Ayun, WRC. And shout out to Sikab Chapter. Dami natin shout out. Ayan, wala na po ba? Shout out to Rosa Lineman. Okay. Shout out po, ayan, shout out 1590 Energy Corporation. So yan, I guess that concludes our raffle. And thank you very much for attending the 23rd Northern Luzon Regional Conference. My name is Monica Stevie and I'm honored to be your Master of Ceremonies. Thank you very much and see you on our next regional conferences. We are now signing off. Goodbye and God bless everyone.